Dark corners of the night, secrets hidden from the light. Whispers turn to screams, shattering all your dreams. Eyes wide open now, truth you can't disavow. Echoes through the halls, crashing all your walls. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes. Shadows try to hide, no place for them to bide. Light will pierce you through, reveal what is true. Running from your fears, can't escape the sears. Truth will hunt you down, tear apart your crown. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes. Eyes wide open now, truth you can't disavow. Echoes through the halls, crashing all your walls. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes.
I want you to transcend realities.
I should just explain. Sarah was she was so up on proving her superpowers to me that she said, fine, if I'm not able to work on your chakras because you have a cursed ring that you have to destroy before my superpowers work, then you can send me somebody else that's going to have an open mind, and then I'll be able to prove my powers to them. And I went, okay, I'll send you somebody else that you can use your superpowers on. And I thought long and hard about what I was going to do about that. I have friends that are believers. I have friends that are total skeptics. And I have friends that are somewhere in between. She says, you haven't contacted me since. I have no messages or nothing from you. Well, Sarah, I can share the 10 times, I counted, 10 times since the spring, I've asked you, I tried to schedule it, I've given you every opportunity to come on here, and you wouldn't. One time you said that you were deathly ill and couldn't even talk. And in the same day, not me, but somebody else pointed out that you were posting selfies on Twitter all day in full hair and makeup. So you were so sick, you couldn't walk, you couldn't talk, you couldn't do the interview, but you were posting glam shots of yourself all day. You know, that's a sad thing. And again, one thing I want to mention is that the purpose of this video is not to damage her reputation. It's not to slag her or anything. It's to get to the bottom of the proof. Is her superpowers real or are they bullshit? That's my only intention here. Let's get back to the messages because it gets on and on. I said, you told me you can diagnose and help people's illnesses. The person I sent to you, Sarah, was not sick. He was not terminally sick. He was not sick at all. And you had no idea. Shouldn't you have known he wasn't terminally ill with your superpowers and all? So just to be clear, I did send her somebody. And I told her that he was terminally ill with cancer. He and I are friends. He happens to be a magician, mentalist, and hypnotist. I wanted to send somebody like me. that could really give her superpowers a real test. So I send in somebody named Cedric Taylor. You can look him up on YouTube. It's Urban Entity TV he runs, and he's a hypnotist. He and I talked. I explained that I think she's using hypnotic inductions and cold reading. He had one reading with her, and he came back and said, she's absolutely using hypnotic inductions. We're attempting to, and she's using cold reading like any other fake psychic that he's ever talked to or encountered. So the person that I sent to her, which I told her, let's be clear, I told her that he was terminally ill with cancer. And she said, oh, well, I'd be happy to help him with that. Okay. So she previously told me that she could diagnose people's illnesses by looking at their auras, even over the phone. Why, Sarah? Why didn't you know that the person I sent to you wasn't sick? Shouldn't you have been able to tell that when you looked at his aura, you fraud, you con artist? Shouldn't you have been able to tell that? But no, you didn't tell that. You couldn't tell that. And you acted like he was going to die any day now. I have his notes here about how those readings went, right? She comes back to me and says, I worked on his aura, which was really bad, and he said he felt better. He felt the work. So basically you're saying you have him lie to me. Yeah, he did lie to you. He played along. This was a test. This was a test of Sarah R. Adams' superpowers. A test that Sarah R. Adams failed miserably. You failed miserably, Sarah R. Adams. Your superpowers aren't real. And when somebody went in there claiming to be a terminally ill cancer patient and talked to you on the phone, you had no idea that he wasn't even sick. Shouldn't you have known that? You're a psychic, right? She says, I work on people's energy fields, which affects them in a positive manner. Yeah, that's something you can't prove or disprove. I told him I cleared emotions. I never told him I was working on his cancer. Yes, you did. I told him I was working on where I felt his energy was fenced. I have hundreds of testimonials. Okay. And I reply, okay, so you had no idea he wasn't terminally ill. You previously told me you could diagnose people's illnesses by viewing their auras. Guess your superpowers failed you again. He felt nothing. He played along with you, and you had no idea you were getting punked. Guess your psychic powers failed you also. She replied, I told you I work on energy, which in turn often heals them. And then she says, well, this just shows you rigged this, and you also lie. Yeah, okay, I rigged it. I wanted to test your superpowers, and this is the best test of a superpowers that I could think of. I reply, he's a mentalist and hypnotist, by the way, and agrees with me that you use hypnotic inductions, and if that fails you or you can't resort to standard hypnotic inductions, you use standard cold reading techniques all fake psychics use. He agrees with me. You use hypnotic induction techniques and cold reading techniques. He agrees with me that your superpowers are all bogus. I didn't rig anything. I tested your superpowers and psychic powers, and you failed miserably. She says, you're also lying about how you said I would not do the show. No, I'm not. Here we are, Sarah R. Adams. Listen, I said that you could come on the show tonight. I gave you 10 opportunities to come on the show. I'm not lying when I say that you won't come on the show. How many times am I supposed to invite you? You've gotten 10 invitations. I've got screenshots of the 10 invitations, the 10 times I tried to schedule with you. And I went above and beyond. I said, I know you might be on a different time zone. I'll do it whenever you want, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday this week. No reply. Next time, Sarah, I'm still trying to finish this interview. So if you'd like to do it, I could do it Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, anytime you want. Just let me know. No reply. And over and over and over again. I didn't lie when I said you wouldn't come on the show. You're not on the show. You're not on the show tonight. You could be. Oh, and by the way, just to be fair, she blocked me on Twitter and Facebook. So I really have no way of sending the invitation to her to be on the show. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to send it to her manager. And there's the StreamYard invitation. Or to Jinder Gill, her manager. You can come on too if you want, but I have to finish the presentation first. Okay, so let's get back to the messages. This is like 2 hours today. She's going back and forth. I said, say what you want. Your claimed superpowers failed. You don't have superpowers, Sarah. You were as ordinary as any person. Sorry to break it to you, but that is the reality of your superpower claims. Oh, and you know what? I can share this up until a certain point. So just so nobody thinks that I'm making any of this shit up, these are the actual messages between Sarah Adams and I. So you told me previously you can diagnose people's illnesses by viewing their auras. Why didn't you know he wasn't sick? It's because your superpowers are Sarah. She says, actually, I thought your friend was a bit creepy the way he spoke and was attempting to keep up my part of the deal. You were to send an unbiased person to get the results that way. I made my friend Cedric Taylor promise me that he would be fair and give you, enough rope to hang you. I mean, we talked honestly. I said to him, I know that you're familiar with these cold reading techniques and these hypnotic techniques. You're a hypnotist. I just want you to verify for me if she's using hypnotic induction techniques and cold reading, or if you actually feel anything. If you think her powers are real, come back to me and we'll talk about it. And he came back to me and said, fraud like all the rest. There's nothing special about her, except he agreed with me that it's quite rare that a fake psychic will take the time to actually learn hypnotic induction techniques. He agrees with me and my assessment of your fake superpowers. So I say, I sent you someone familiar with fake psychic techniques, and you used fake psychic techniques just as I knew you would. Cold reading is not superpowers, Sarah. She says, and I told you when I told him anything. I suggested if he was sick, he could look into alternative healing therapies, and I told him I don't heal people. I work on clearing emotions and energy. You're an intuitive healer. That's the title you gave yourself. Now you're saying that you don't heal people? You work on clearing emotions and energy? Your title is intuitive psychic healer, Sarah Adams. You're backpedaling now because you know that you just got punked bad. I said hypnotist to you, a mentalist that is familiar with fake psychic techniques. And he nailed you and said, yeah, Steve, I agree with you. She's using cold reading. She's using hypnotic inductions. She doesn't have any superpowers. Now, and you feel like don't you feel like just a little bit, Sarah R. Adams? You didn't even know that he didn't have cancer. You didn't even know that he wasn't sick at all. And you're telling him, I have the notes. You're telling him like you're working on shrinking cancer cells and all this nonsense you told him. This word salad, bunch of nonsense. You're working on his quantum chakra, third eye, pineal gland, quantum entangled consciousness alter, and all this nonsense you told him. Don't you feel at least a little bit like an because you didn't know that he wasn't even sick, and you're telling him that you're healing his cancer cells? And by the way, how dare you? If you really take money from people that have cancer and you tell them like you're shrinking their cancer cells, then you're a piece. You're a piece if you do that. And we have proof that you did it in at least this case.
What do you see with your mind's eye?
This interest of mine into consumer fraud and psychics, I was thinking about this, and I remembered seeing something on Sarah R. Adams' website that we just sort of brushed on in this last show where we discussed her, The Strange Case of Sarah Adams, Part 3. I'm not sure that this is a Part 4, really, because, but I wanted to touch on what we sort of missed touching on. And I wanted to ask Sarah R. Adams to show us the stargates. I'm sorry. I want to see the stargates. I want to see the stargates. If you're taking money from people teaching a class that you can open stargates, right? You're telling people you're going to teach them that you, Sarah R. Adams, can access, create, and open stargates, and that you're going to teach people how to do that for money, then show us a stargate. Come on, just show us one. You don't have to show us multiple Stargates. Just show us one Stargate. Get your phone out, put it in the room, push record, go live on Facebook, YouTube, whatever you want to do, Sarah R. Adams, and show us a Stargate. It's basically consumer fraud. It's in black and white. Share something from her website because I find this interesting. Well, actually, what I really find interesting is how she can get away with this. So here's something from Sarah's website. This is the courses that she teaches. So she takes money from people to teach, right? Okay, Light Being Activation course. This course will teach you how to create and open and access stargates and portals. That's just the first sentence. That's just the first sentence of what she's promising in this course. It will teach you how to create, open, and access stargates and portals. Now, I'm assuming since Sarah R. Adams is teaching this course in how to create, open, and access stargates and portals, that she can do that, right? So here we are, friends. We found her. She's got another superpower. This girl's got more superpowers. Like, growing up, I read comic books. I don't remember ever reading in any comic book a girl that had more superpowers than Sarah R. Adams. I don't know one. This is another major claim that she's making, that she can open and access stargates and portals. So, I think it's fair, Sarah. Get out your phone, push record, go live on Facebook or YouTube, and show us a Stargate. Just show us one. Or is what you're doing fraud? Can you really not open Stargates and therefore you can't teach anybody to open Stargates? Because this is a pretty far-fetched claim, and I can't believe if you've got smart people around you and like a manager that they wouldn't go, yeah, that's a little too much. Pour it a little too thick. You can create and open and access Stargates and portals. Friends, she's got superpowers. And not only that, she's going to teach you to have similar superpowers. She can teach you to open Stargates. It's awesome. Now, look, it gets crazier. Like, okay, she's also going to teach you to interact with ETs, angels, and other light beings. This is one of the first steps to achieve contacting ET beings. So, this is hopium for hopeful people or hopeless people. Like all these people that believe in ET and really want to know the truth and really want to get to the truth of ET and they want to commune with our star brothers. Hey, for some money, she's going to teach you to do that. This is another thing that she can't prove. Sarah, you can't prove that you talk to ETs, angels, or any light beings. And if you can, again, push record on your phone, go live on Facebook, go live on YouTube, and show us some ETs, aliens, and other light beings, man. I can't wait to see this. So far, you got to show us fucking Stargate, and then you got to show us an ET, an angel, and other light beings. I guess you can pick Sarah R. Adams. You can pick whatever other light beings you want. But so far, you got to show us a Stargate, ET. You got to show us that you interact with ETs, angels, and other light beings. Jesus Christ, what am I doing here? Why do I gotta do this? Somebody's gotta do this, friends. Somebody's gotta. This is crazy. Okay. She's going to teach you how to be cleansing, clearing, and rebuilding the emotional body, the physical body, the energetic body. Okay, so she must make sure that your body is clear of energetic blockages first. We must also clear out the emotional body and detox the physical body. This is probably so she gets multiple sessions, right? You're not just giving her $200 and learning, how to open the stargates. First, she's got to work on your chakra, quantum dimensional, word salad bunch of bull, and get like multiple sessions. You're going to be going to her many times, not just once for this. And it's probably, she doesn't list prices, probably a couple $100 a session. That's my guess, that's my speculation. If I'm wrong, her and her idiot manager can correct me. Let's see. She's going to guide you through an energetic rebirthing process into higher frequencies to achieve accessing any ET or angelic being. One must function at higher frequencies. Again, that's probably another session. She's got to fix your frequencies of some. I often interact with angels, light beings, and ETs. Okay, so Sarah R. Adams has, is that another superpower, that you interact with angels, light beings, and ETs? I'm going to put that in the superpower column. You can talk to angels and ETs and light beings. That, column of your superpowers, Sarah, is getting bigger and bigger. And I can't believe that. There's another superpower. You can talk to angels, ETs, angelic beings. Okay. And here's just this is a humdinger statement too. As a child, Archangel Michael appeared to me and spoke to me for hours. He told me that children often see angels because their auras are clear and that adults fail to interact with angels as their auras are dense from negative emotions and dense energies. Okay. So she talked to angels when she was a kid. Or she had imaginary friends like any other kid. I don't know. Okay. I lost my place, friends. Please bear with me. I'm somewhat visually impaired. Okay, I've always kept this experience deep within my heart, for it's a key of why many people cannot access light beings, ETs, or angels. Yes, so to me, this whole thing is a setup so far. I'm going to get you there, and you're going to be able to talk to ETs and angels, but first you need a lot of work and a lot of sessions. This is classic Connery scam language to set up a stupid person. Like, after you read this, then she can go, yeah, first we have to work on, clearing out your emotional body and detoxing your physical body before we can talk to those ETs or those aliens, right? And then you're going to have to come back to me because I'm going to have to raise your vibration before you can talk to those ETs and those angels and those light beings and before you can open the stargates. Okay. Oh, yeah. See, here I am. I did pre-read this, so I knew that. Okay. For contact to happen, you must put in the work to detox. The state of your energy field and a detox body is a major part of getting you to successfully contact otherworldly beings. And again, this is also a setup for failure. If you don't get to talk to ETs, angels, light beings, and if you don't get the superpower to open stargates and portals, then she's just going to say that you didn't put the work in. You're not detoxed enough. You don't have the energy field. Your body's not detoxed enough. Your soul's not detoxed enough. Word salad bull. Okay. The course consists of 12 sessions where I work one-on-one with you and we do major amounts of energy work together. And then I teach you to open stargates and access otherworldly beings. Oh, Sarah R. Adams, would somebody please buy this for me? Listen, I'll do it. If somebody's gonna buy it for me, I'll do it. But, look, detox is included in this course as is a basis of lighting up the body and rebirthing into higher frequencies. I'm choosing to work only with those who are sincere about working with me and are working to step up and do the work. Sarah, I'll do the work. I will detox whatever you want. I want those superpowers, Sarah. I want to have those superpowers. I'll do the work, Sarah. She's not talking to me right now, and she's blocked me for calling her a fake, fraud, psychic intuitive healer. Her manager hasn't replied to me because he's a coward and he knows I'm right. Bro, you know I'm right. She doesn't have superpowers. She's hot, right? That's what you think. You think she's hot. You're in love with her, and you've dedicated your entire life to get near her, to try to help her, to be close to her. Oh, I think her manager's in love with her. And he knows that she's full of because he's too smart to not know that she's full of, but he helps her anyway. Great guy. So, yeah, it's a 12-session course, and considering she charges $250 a session for the psychic fake healing that she doesn't really do, or she tells you that she's going to do for 250. This is probably 250 a shot at 12 sessions. Wow, I didn't get my calculator out. But people complain that some of these courses are expensive. If it is 250 in 12 sessions, that's $3,000 for her. If she's getting a discount for teaching as opposed to using her superpowers at $250 an hour, maybe she's doing $125 an hour, in which case it's still $1,500 to take this course on how to open and access stargates and portals, interact with ETs and angels, and other light beings. So, listen, here's where I'm at, Sarah. Show us the aliens, honey. Show us the aliens, honey. Show us the angels. Go live on your phone. We've all got a phone. You got a phone, right? Set it to video. Press record. Open up stargates, right? Open up those stargates, Sarah. Put your phone on. Open up the stargates. Show us the stargates. Or are you a fraud selling people fake shit? If you can't show us that you can open a stargate, then how should we believe that you can teach us to open a stargate? And why why am I even talking about this? She's got to prove her superpowers, bro. She's got to. Or what she does is consumer fraud. Honey, if you can't show us the stargate, then you're selling people lies. And that's fraud, honey. That's fraud. So I think maybe we should take some bets to see if they don't change the wording of their course in the next couple of days after hearing about this. Because they know I'm right. They know I'm right. Hey, to gender, to Jander, to Jesus, whatever her manager guy's name is, that guy. Listen, you know I'm right, bro. You know I'm right, and you got to change that at least. You at least got to change that. You got to slack off some of that bull. You got to pull back on the bull meter. You never let her go full bull, dude. You never go full bull. She went full bull to gender, and you let her, bro. You're supposed to be her manager, right? You're supposed to care about her. If you cared about her, you would tell her that she went full bull. And she can't go that far. She's got to pull back. She's got to pull back at least a little bit. She should have said something like, she can teach you to open and navigate astral dreamscape stargates, right? Because that's a little more dreamy and ethereal, and you're not just saying that you can open stargates. You got to layer in some more word salad bull. Or this is really looks like fraud, it smells like fraud, because it is fraud. She's gonna teach us to open stargates. Bro, I wish to God I wouldn't have pissed her off. I wish I would have tried to take that course first. Because then I could just come back and say, I took the course, I did what you told me to do, and I couldn't open stargates, so she's just stealing money from people, teaching them how to open stargates that don't exist. Sarah, your superpowers aren't real, honey. Your superpowers just aren't real. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome. And I apologize for the long-winded intro, but given how many new subscribers we have here, I thought it'd be good to give a little bit of an overview of our previous coverage into one of my favorite fake psychics, this girl, Sarah R. Adams. And I have been aware that she continued her grifting with new courses. She's also right now advertising that she's made millions of dollars as something called a multi-dimensional life coach. Yet she's always broke by all accounts, including the account of her most recent manager, a man named Tejinder Gill, who I tried to reach years ago when we first covered her. and convinced him that she was a fraud and he was helping her defraud people. But I'm not here to judge him. In fact, I'm glad to hear that he has finally come to his senses, and even her own manager is calling her a fraud. And we've got some of the things he's been posting that we will be sharing this evening, which confirms that even her manager of many years is saying essentially what we said here. She doesn't have superpowers, and all she does is rip people off. And I think there's something to be said for the fact that I believe, this is my personal belief, there's a sliding scale to this stuff. If you want to give somebody $20 for a tarot card reading and you understand that it's just a form of entertainment, I don't think that's very harmful, somebody taking $20 to do a tarot card reading. But when we get to the point of people claiming that they could, for example, talk to your dead grandparents for you, that is really scummy and really scammy. But even further down the scale are these fake psychic healers. As we have detailed in the introduction to tonight's broadcast, I once sent her a fake cancer patient. Now, realize it's very important that she said to me that she can diagnose people's illnesses, even remotely or on the phone. You know, she could diagnose their illnesses. She knows what is wrong with them physically. And so I sent her a completely and totally fake cancer patient. He wasn't sick. He didn't have cancer. And she told him during those so-called healing sessions that she was shrinking his cancer cells. Well, if she could diagnose illnesses remotely by viewing people's auras or chakras or whatever other explanation she wants to give, wouldn't she know that I sent her a completely healthy person? So over and over again, we sort of really hammered her and we set up this undercover sting. Originally, she tried to do some kind of nonsense healing with me, but it wasn't working. And she gave some ridiculous explanation, like I had some cursed ring somewhere in my home that was preventing her superpowers from working on me. So then she said, "Oh, well, you could, my powers are definitely real. You could sense. Do you know anybody who's sick?" And well, sure, I know people who are sick. So I sent her a fellow magician and mentalist. He's also a hypnotist because Sarah does something that is, I will give her credit for this. One thing that Sarah does that is unique, she must have at one point been banging a stage hypnotist. At least this is my personal belief. At some point, she hooked up with a stage magician or hypnotist who taught her hypnotic induction techniques because she was able to make me feel, for example, a warm feeling in my chest while on the phone with me, saying she was working on my chakras. I later replayed the conversation and the tape. Believe it or not, I still have those tapes. Maybe someday I'll release them. And I realized that she was using a hypnotic induction. So, of course, she would be able to make me feel something through the power of suggestion. This is rather unique in the world of fake psychics because this became her sort of prover maneuver with many of her clients that I have subsequently spoken with. She would hypnotically induce them into a very suggestible hypnotic state and then continually suggest that they felt a warming sensation in their chest, for example, and many people would feel that. Hypnosis can create the perception of many things. So I send her a hypnotist, and he 100% agreed with me. And again, we still have those tapes as well. He 100% agreed with me that she was using cold reading and hypnotic induction techniques. So, like every other fake psychic I've ever encountered, she uses basically magic tricks to fool stupid people. Well, not stupid people, vulnerable people into believing that she can work on your chakras, for example, or align your chakras. Or, one of my favorite claims of hers is that she claims that she can upgrade people's DNA. Well,
That's impossible, but okay. The claims are ridiculous. We'll take a moment to welcome in the live chat. Some very generous people are already here, including Detective Bloor, who is imploring you brokies to cough up some shekels, brokies. That's one for the goal tonight. And we have a very easy goal tonight of, I think it's 50 super chats of $2 or more. So that's one for the gold. Thank you, Detective Bloor. And we've already got a very generous person gifting memberships. Robert P., who is also a Praise the Cash member, gifted 5 True Seekers memberships. This is why you have to smash that subscribe button, because my friends, if you're in the live chat and a kind and generous person like Robert P. gifts these subscriptions, these free memberships, you could win one, but you must be a subscriber while in the live chat and not yet a YouTube channel member. TLE was gifted a free membership. And Keto was gifted a free True Seekers membership by Robert P. Sneedberger Syndrome got one. Pentaxenstein got one. Greg Lambert was also gifted a free membership, all through the generosity and support of Robert P. So thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Much appreciated, Robert P. So far tonight, the MVP of gifted memberships, Detective with 2. Don't need a crystal ball to see how bad she is. Yes, and I just want to put on the record that many people are commenting about her massive change in appearance from when she earlier appeared. And it's also funny to note that she retconned herself. When she first came into the conspiracy, new age kind of community, she said that she was a super soldier that got injected with AI nanobots or some shit. We're going to show you some of that. And then she retconned her whole superhero origin story. But thank you, Detective. Very kind of you. And we've got Mr. Fart Sniff World, who exists solely to make me say Mr. Fart Sniff World every show, with one for the goal, saying good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Fart Sniff World. I said it again. I have the power to physically butt bang you, says Review Tech Mongolia. Please keep your butt banging out of our live chat. Well, consenting adults, whatever works, but thank you. Old Nosy with 5, King Steve felting these psychic grifters with pictorial evidence. So Kino, thank you, Steve. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We've got Charles McDonald. She's so magic, it's tragic, says Charles McDonald with a kind and generous $5 Canadian. We love your Canadian money because it's a better exchange rate. Thank you, Charles McDonald. Wonder what's going to happen with that trade war. And a very kind and thank you, and a very kind and generous ACZ042. I'm so sick of these grifters. Keep bringing up Archangel Michael. Yeah, like David Wilcox, she claims she talked to the Archangel Michael. This and that. The only angels that come in contact with humans are messenger angels. Gabriel or Uriel are messengers, not Michael. Michael is the captain against the forces of hell. Well, according to my theology lessons as a child, Act Z042, you are very correct. And thank you for a very kind and generous $50 super chat. Very generous of you. Thank you for your kindness. And may all the angels bless Act Z042. All of them. May all of God's angels bless you with health, wealth, and happiness and a wonderful life. Very generous of you. And we have Yeti or Not News. Grifter felt it by her own manager. People who prey on grieving or dying people are scum. Thanks for doing this. Do Huff Paranormal next, please. Well, I'm not familiar with Huff Paranormal, friend, but I do this. Here's what I do. Every time somebody mentions something like that, I check it out. But I do have some rules, just so people are aware. If you send me somebody and I look at their YouTube channel and they're way lower than my level of subscribers, I'm not interested. We don't really like to punch down here. It just doesn't work out. Occasionally, if somebody is such an egregious scammer, even if they have less subscribers than me, I'll cover them. But I'll look into Huff Paranormal for sure. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Many people are asking me to look into ghost hunters and Bigfoot scammers. We're going to expand our palette of scammers, but thank you, Yeti or Not News. We'll get into that, provided they fit the requirements. CSK is here with £4.99 saying praise the cash. Oh God. Farty McFly says Huff Paranormal talks to a box with crystals glued on it. Oh, they're my kind of nutters. Then yes, we will check them out. And I want to take a moment just to thank the entire community of live chatters and supporters and Patreon supporters and YouTube channel members and super chatter, super sticker, super thanks people. Um, I have had this problem. Some of you know you can look up our hideaway cabin that I'm trying to build, and we've got a problem of a blocked road. A very rude neighbor has just left a plow truck in the middle of the road. And if this situation gets into a weird legal situation because I own a plot of land in the middle of a forest that's undeveloped. It's an undeveloped development, and the roads are old logging trails. So I go to the township with pictures of the blocked road and I say, this road is on township maps. You guys have to resolve this. Get the police there, tow it, do whatever you got to do, get it out of my road. And so, long story short, the township solicitor, which is like the lawyer for the township, basically says, no, those are private roads. You own that private road, given that you are an owner in that undeveloped development. But resolving any disputes about road access issues is on you and the HOA there. The HOA doesn't exist. There's no HOA president. There's no HOA, board members. There's no phone numbers to call. It's like somebody started a development, never finished it. So fixing that road access issue falls on me. So I developed a plan. Two things. One is a four-wheel drive truck. With a four-wheel drive truck, I'll have no problem getting around that plow truck. But in the meantime, I bought an off-road dirt bike. With this is an awesome thing. It's got like a 60-mile range and big, fat, wide tires and a suspension. It's basically an electric dirt bike. Um, and it's got a little cargo thing on the back. So I just want to thank everybody for their kindness. I've been trying to get around this road access issue. I have been hiking 3 miles to this land from my other cabin and 3 miles back for two or 3 years now. The first year I only hiked over there a few times, checked on the land, walked around, explored. But the next couple of years, I'm walking. So thanks to the kindness, generosity, and support, I did have some extra money. Fat Chick Thrillers here with the kind and generous 2.99 says, I can fix her. Yes. And a lot of people say that about some of these girls, and thank you, Fat Chick Thriller. CSK with 4.99 saying, praise the cash. I don't know if I didn't miss that one. And can we hit it? Says Solar Zex XC. Yeah, I think that we can. And thank you. And Fat Chick Thriller, thank you as well, thinking he can fix her. Just like that other girl. I swear to God, men give every woman that's hot a pass or at all attractive, even. There's a Nazi girl in the UFO community, Marina Sarin, and everybody loves her and thinks they can fix her too. I don't know about that, Fat Chick Thriller. Mr. Fart Snifferworld with 5 saying, I'm making my wife French onion chicken after a hard day of work because I'm not a bum that needs to grift for Arby's. Good for you, Mr. Fart Snifferworld. Yeah, I'm a big fan of French onion soup with chicken or without. Thank you. Old Nosy with 5. Buy a Stavati space car and fly over the road. Well, good idea if they existed, but that's from the land of make believe, Old Nosy. But thank you. Sneedburger Syndrome with 2. I can't fix her. Barely fix myself, says Sneedburger Syndrome. I hear you, brother. 149 from TLE. That's a super sticker. Again, we're still having trouble translating those. Sandra McDonald says, with 7.99, says, Fat Chick Thriller, your move. Yes, ML says, shout out. Good point. ML says, shout out to all the men who tried to fix me. Do you know, ML? I've been with my wife for like 25 years. I really have been with her forever. And I suddenly realized that this entire relationship, we've been working on me. She's perfect, right? We just work on me. She's been trying to fix me, right? She knew I had potential, but yes, Yeti Work Not News. Start an HOA and vote yourself the head of it. Tow it. Yeah, that's what we're looking into that right now. I'm actually looking into that right now. My wife is jokingly, the development on county maps and everything is called Nottingham Forest, like from Robin Hood. So she's like, "Oh my God, are you just going to declare yourself the sheriff of Nottingham?" And I said, "Yeah." And I even bought myself a sheriff badge. So we'll see how that situation works out. But the first step is getting the road access. I got to be able to just get there on some kind of a vehicle. So I'm very thankful. We got the e-bike. It'll be here on Thursday. I'll put it together Thursday night, and hopefully this weekend I'm gonna try that e-bike. There's lots of trails all over that land. It's going to be fun to have. Um, so I wanted to take some moment to offer some perspective into Sarah R. Adams before we begin with more multimedia rich part of tonight's presentation. Sarah R. Adams, the fraudulent multidimensional con artist selling fantasy and false hope. Sarah R. Adams is just uh, yet another in the very long line of self proclaimed psychic healers and New Age con artists who prey on the gullible, desperate, and uninformed with a laundry list of absurd claims that sound like a fever dream of a third rate sci fi novelist. It's also important to note that before Sarah Adams' latest claims about being a multidimensional healer and psychic and intuitive empath who talks to angels and aliens and can open stargates and portals, her previous claims was that she was basically a superhero. She was a super soldier, and we'll show you proof of that. And she's tried like hell to scrub that video from the internet, but it keeps popping up. We have it here. We'll be sharing it. So she has a laundry list of absurd claims. And Adams has managed, however, to carve out a niche in the ever profitable grift of selling supernatural nonsense to vulnerable people. She markets herself as a multi-dimensional coach. She's previously marketed herself as a star seed, an alien hybrid, a super soldier, and perhaps most laughingly, a being who can, quote, upgrade DNA, unquote, and also open stargates. The only thing that Sarah Adams seems truly adept at is extracting money from believers while never providing an ounce of verifiable proof for her supposed or alleged supernatural abilities. And let's talk for a minute about the absurdity of her claims. Sarah R. Adams' claims are not just ridiculous, they are insultingly stupid to anybody with a brain, anyway. After all, she presents herself as someone with near godlike abilities, able to diagnose and heal illnesses remotely, see auras, align chakras, open stargates, communicate with angels, communicate with aliens, and even take clients on medbed journeys to alien starships. These so called medbed sessions, for which she charges people real money for, or did at one time, supposedly involve her guiding clients up through a stargate into a spaceship where advanced extraterrestrial technology heals them of anything that ails them. Depression, no problem. Missing limbs, no problem. Cancer, we can cure that too. If this were even remotely true, why isn't she offering these services to people in the medical industry or medical experts? Why isn't the world beating a path to her door for these miracle cures? Because, of course, my friends, none of it is real. And these supposed medbed sessions are nothing more than a phone call or a Skype session. But the delusions, or more likely calculated fabrications, don't stop there. Sarah R. Adams also claims she can somehow upgrade people's DNA, a favorite buzz phrase among other New Age charlatans who know their audience lacks even a basic understanding of genetics. Human DNA is not like a software program that can simply be upgraded at will. And anyone with even a high school education in basic human biology should immediately recognize the scam. Yet, Sarah R. Adams continues to peddle this pseudoscientific gibberish, taking advantage of those who are ignorant of basic science. And of course, she has no evidence of her claims, just empty promises. Like every fraud in this space, Adams never provides any verifiable evidence for her so called supernatural powers. There's no peer-reviewed studies, no scientific backing, and certainly no reproducible demonstrations of her alleged supernatural abilities. Instead, she relies on anecdotal testimonies from fellow believers, individuals already deep in the New Age echo chamber who want to believe that they have been healed or upgraded. It's important to note that when tested by me, a former stage magician, she failed the test miserably. She frequently aligns herself with other known frauds in the alternative spirituality and the UFO communities, such as Arcturus Ra. You remember him? He's the guy that was going to sell med sessions, and it was a tanning booth with crystals and trash glued inside it. And Arcturus Ra has also made outlandish, unverified claims about being a star seed, extraterrestrial contactee, or government insider. This is a classic tactic used by grifters. They use each other to reinforce each other's lies to create the illusion of some form of credibility. One of the reasons that I have such a problem with Sarah is the profiting from lies and her exploitation of the vulnerable. If you truly have cancer or some other medical problem, please don't go to a psychic or an alternative healer. Go to a real doctor. Adam's entire business model is built on deception. She sells expensive coaching and healing sessions that promise life altering benefits but deliver nothing except an emptier bank account. The fact that she preys on people who are ill, in some cases terminally ill, and I've spoken to some of those people. She also preys on the emotionally vulnerable, the depressed, or people suffering from mental illness, all the while telling every one of these people that she could cure anything that ails them. That, my friends, is very dangerous, and it is consumer fraud. She is not trained as a psychiatrist or psychologist. She has no legal right to be treating people with depression or post-traumatic stress disorder or any other mental problem. So, if she truly had the abilities that she claims, why wouldn't she be using them to change the world, not charging people exorbitant fees for unverifiable services? Her social media presence, which is substantial, is filled with the usual vague, spiritual sounding nonsense meant to keep believers hooked. I call it New Age word salad. Uh, quantum and quantum chakra alignment, and there's plenty of examples. She gives talks of higher vibrations, divine light activations, and sacred energy alignments. These are completely meaningless phrases designed to sound profound while saying absolutely nothing. It's all part of the con, friends. Keep the language mystical and elusive so that no one can ever pin down what exactly she's claiming or hold her accountable when none of it actually works. Sarah R. Adams is not unique. She is simply another huckster in a long tradition of New Age frauds who sell fantasy under the guise of enlightenment. She follows in the footsteps of countless other con artists, scammers, and grifters who have monetized nonsense and evaded scrutiny by staying within the safe confines of a community that values belief over evidence. If there's one thing we know for sure, my friends, is that Adams will never provide any proof of her abilities because she doesn't have any. The real superpower here is her ability to convince vulnerable people to keep giving her money for absolutely nothing. Until critical thinking becomes more widespread in the so called spiritual and UFO community, con artists like her will continue to thrive, profiting off of delusions and deceptions. Sarah R. Adams is not now, nor has she ever been, a healer. She's not a psychic. She's not an alien hybrid. She's not a super soldier. And she is certainly not capable of opening stargates or upgrading DNA. Sarah R. Adams is a fraud. Plain and simple. She's a fraud. And the best way, she is so much of a fraud that her entire business is deception. Look at this New Age word salad. What does any of that mean? She's going to upgrade your DNA. What does that mean? That's not a real thing. Go ask any geneticist. Can you upgrade a human's DNA? Well, maybe sometime in the future, but not right now, and certainly not with new age, superpowers that don't exist. So her business is deception, her product is fantasy, and her victims are those too willing to believe in magic over reality. The best way to stop frauds like Sarah R. Adams is simply to demand evidence, like I did. Ask tough questions. Punk her. Send her fake sick people and see what happens. Ask those tough questions and refuse to give a dime to anyone selling miracles like her that they cannot prove. So we've got a lot of media resources to share, but I thought we would start by showing you some of the latest claims that she is making. Yes, and I have heard from many people who I asked, listen, there's a lot of dirt on this girl. She has burned every bridge. It's important. One thing we should put on the record is that she's claiming in her materials that she's visited 40 countries and made millions of dollars. Yet she always has housemates, and those housemates always end up getting burned by her for money. Why is that if she's a millionaire? Why doesn't she just live by herself? So many of the people who's she's burnt bridges with have been reaching out to me, but most of them don't want to come on the record. But we love and appreciate those people who are sharing information, because even just sharing information with me is important because I can relay that information. Many people are understandably, I would think, afraid of her because she's constantly throwing around legal threats. But that's where the legal threats get interesting, because she threatened me with this. She had a lawyer send me a letter and threaten me. And by the way, where did she get my personal information? I believe she got it from Jimmy Church, scumbag extraordinaire, who once filed a false copyright claim against me on YouTube. I was forced to give my address of my business and company and whatever. And suddenly I started getting cease and desist letters from the con artists that Jimmy Church platforms, including Billy Carson and Sarah R. Adams. So Sarah R. Adams once sent me a very strongly worded threat letter that she was going to sue me if I didn't shut up and stop calling her a fraud and a con artist. But here I am to tell you, I'm allowed to express my constitutional rights to free speech and freedom of expression and my opinion. She's a public figure. I'm allowed to express my opinion. And in my opinion, she is a con artist, a scammer, the worst kind. She takes money from ill people, from sick people, claiming that she could help them or heal them. She's a scumbag. She is a dirtball. And I believe, it's just my personal belief, that there's a special place in hell for people like her. But back to the lawyer. So she's throwing around legal threats. She's been posting recently that her lawyer is going to get her former manager arrested and sue him for slander and all of this stuff. Same kind of baseless threats she made against me. So in my case, I looked at the lawyer letter and I said, something's not right here. So I called the number on the letter for this person. His name is Patrick Ruiz. And I asked him, where are you admitted to practice law in this country? And he said, what do you mean? I said, where did you pass the State Bar Association? And he said, what do you mean? This is a lawyer. He doesn't know how to answer a very simple question. When and where did you pass your state bar? What states are you legally able to practice law in? And he said, oh, well, I haven't passed the bar, but I have a law degree. Well, that's great. You have a law degree, but just a law degree alone does not entitle you to practice law in the state of Pennsylvania. You have to pass the state bar and become a licensed attorney. So this is where it gets funny. She is a fake psychic and a fake healer and a fake super soldier, and she's using a fake lawyer to threaten people. A fake lawyer. He's not admitted, at least a few years ago when he issued legal threats against me, He may have that situation may have changed, but I don't believe so. And by the way, I did a little bit of research into her fake lawyer. Do you know who he is? He's one of her ass licking simps that thinks that he's going to bang her. So he's willing to do anything, including possibly commit a crime, sending people fake legal threats, not being a real lawyer. He put legal threats in writing saying that he was going to represent Sarah and sue me. But I guess first I would have to wait for him to pass a state bar of my home state of Pennsylvania and then somehow file suit against me. Her lawyer, hey, Patrick Ruiz, you're a joke. Don't make legal threats if you're not a real lawyer, you dumb dickhead. So the same fake lawyer is right now threatening her former manager, a man named Tejinder Gill. And a lot of people want me to go after Tejinder. Look, I'm not here to judge him. And I will say that he has a karmic debt to pay. He helped her scam people for years and years and years. But thank God he finally woke up and he's speaking out against her, trying to repair the damage that he may have done, saying she's a con artist, she's a scammer, she doesn't have superpowers, she takes all this money from people and doesn't deliver what she's promising. That's a good start, and hopefully he'll continue to speak out against her. It should be noted that I invited him to speak here tonight, but due to all the legal threats being thrown around, he declined. DSP's financial advisor with one for the goal says, love the content, man. Thanks for felting the pig roach. Well, that's certainly my pleasure. Thank you very much, DSP's financial advisor. He definitely needs one. And Mr. Pildez just became a YouTube channel member. And we want to thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. If you become a YouTube channel member during a live broadcast, we give you a big shout out and a thank you. So big shout out and thank you to Mr. Pikelez or Pickles. I guess that's how you say that. Well, thank you for your kindness and generosity. So, law degree from Timu, says Patty Wilhelm. Yeah. It's so fitting that a fake psychic would be using a fake lawyer. And wait till you see, we'll show you some of the screenshots. She's throwing around all these legal threats. Hey, Sarah, you fake fraud. Get a real lawyer. You're telling people you're a multimillionaire. You can't afford a real lawyer? You got some guy that's trying to bang you, is writing letters and giving you legal advice? Crunt says not only would they lose, but the fake lawyer would be pretty much banned from ever practicing law. Yeah, I believe that. I absolutely believe that. SR says, I am DSP's lawyer and we are filing a motion that you are a dunce mouth driller drama streamer. Okay. All right. Why don't you go back to DSP and lick his asshole, loser? Yeah, she used a fake plastic surgeon too. Yes. All right. So, boy, where do we even begin? I think we're going to begin with her claims of being a super soldier. This is before she claimed that she was a psychic intuitive healer. Before that, she was claiming that she's a super soldier. And I got to tell you, she claims that she's no longer on drugs, but from the early videos that she was doing, sounds like a tweaker, looks like a tweaker. She looks like a Kenzo bitch in this video. She looks like a Kensington hooker in this video. And it's important to note that people like Miles Johnson from the Basis Project, they often use mentally ill people to create content and sell stupid people, content. Let's get into it. We've got our fair use banner up. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public and we'll be critiquing the video that we are sharing. Let's try that again. So there was, and believe it or not, these super soldiers, they all get together and they have summits. Is there a date on this one? Let's see what this one. No, Taj Investigates. He found this and put it back up. That's her former manager. So Sarah, oh God, I got to do this right now. This is important. So Sarah R. Adams, for those unaware, has retconned her superhero origin story multiple times. She threatened Miles Johnson, who did this interview, with a lawsuit if he didn't take it down, because this wrecks her grift, her current grift, because this is her first grift and it didn't go real well. And she retconned and came up with a new story for how she got her superpowers. So she threatened the guy who did this interview to take this down. I'm downloading it right now. This has melted off the internet multiple times due to her legal threats, but let's get into it. I don't want to get a copyright claim for music. She looks like a Kensington hooker in this video too. Just, my opinion, I'm entitled to it. From test tube to black goo and Queen Elizard burst survivor.
Are there people living on other?
Well, she survived a burst? Is that like surviving Darkside Phil's May 1st burst?
Planets right now, or other galaxies?
Affirmative.
Could you tell us which one?
All.
We're at the Super Soldier Summit, second Super Soldier Summit, and it's very pleased to meet.
Such high quality production at the Super Soldier. She looks like she's being interviewed at a park in Kensington.
I'm pleased to meet you too.
And you've got a lot of talent.
Thank you.
And you've met many things, and you're very spiritually.
Yes, I'm very, very spiritual. That's my everyday life.
So, what brings you to this Super Soldier Summit?
A lot of things that happened to me since I was young, and a lot of things I'm aware of involving the government and how everything is made to look like everything's normal, but it's not. There's a lot of underlying things going on that is not normal, and the public isn't aware of it, and they're asleep to these things. And I wanted to come and converse with others like myself and speak with others like myself.
She looks like a drug addict.
Right, this instant we can too much. Society's starting to wake up, but this instant not so much, so kind of lonely. So it's also like, for me, it's something that I'm with other people like me.
Meth powers, go, meth powers.
I would say that the minds of society are closed off to the higher self, and their heart chakras are closed off to the higher source. And we are starting to live in a society where it's more robotic oriented or AI oriented. This just hasn't begun in this century, but that was a long time ago. It happened on other planets.
Yeah, I don't think she's been on James
It seems to be a presence that is very dark. I wouldn't say evil, because I don't believe in evil, but I would say it was a more of an advanced intelligence presence that absorbs energy for its survival, and it's done this to many previous planets.
Wow. And you know what this sounds like? This sounds like somebody that got too tweaked up on meth or something, and then just started telling you like all their shit, like all their views of the universe. Wow. Yeah, and people are saying that she looked better back then. She's been through an awful lot of plastic surgery, and it looks like bad plastic surgery and a tremendous weight gain. I guess if you're not tweaking out on meth a lot, you'll start gaining weight. She's gotten very fat lately, I guess.
Earth is in peril of the same thing that happened to the other planets. If you look above, I used to often tell people, you can tell what's going to happen to Earth by looking at the stars. You look at the barren planets, because it's happened to it before. They were all populated and very beautiful before all this began, actually.
All right, and here's where we get into nonsense. Okay, so the other planets were all populated. Even Mercury, they were all populated. Who's living on Mercury, you dumb bitch? Like you'd be scorched to a cinder in a millisecond if you were standing on Mercury. But don't let anything like science or logic get in the way of a good new age bullshit story.
And the same energy has went from planet to planet, absorbing all the life force out of it, to the very point that the planet is barren, and it's doing the same thing to Earth this instant. And people on Earth are in amnesia to what's happening. They don't understand what's happening, and they're incarnating over and over and over and being used as energy sources.
Point. Yes.
And they're not.
The plastic surgeons are licensed by the same people her lawyer is licensed by, sure.
They are not. They're being used as energy sources, and if they try to literally go higher in vibration, or they start getting attacked by this presence, I'm not sure how to explain this presence in terms, in human words. It's something that I sense and see.
She's sensing presences, of course. And anybody ever know any tweakers? They're always seeing shit that isn't there, you know? I oh man. In Philly, I occasionally went to some weird parties where there was people tweaking out and they would like hear police knocking on the door that weren't there and all this other stuff. Tweakers or something else, man. Yeah, they sense presences all around them.
I would say I'm still trying to figure out about it. It could be advanced AI, from what I understand. It's emotionless. It has no empathy. It has no feelings. It doesn't care. It just simply absorbs energy and uses it for its purposes needed. Now, the reason for absorbent energy is it can go to higher realms. This is how the realms work.
We got to get to the higher realm.
Less energy.
I think she's in the higher realm right now, friends.
The lower realms. The higher the energy, the higher.
And I've heard some crazy shit about some of these grifters that use these people. Like they'll give them the bag right before the interview to get them all hopped up and ready. And, you know, I'm not saying that Miles did it in this case, but it appears that way.
The realms. Now, what it has done is it's been able to absorb energy and move into higher realms where it shouldn't be this instant. And whenever it's using humanity partly for that. I feel like humanity is locked up on Earth and they're being used for energy sources.
What's her OnlyFans?
To also not only has it taken over planets and absorbed the energy from planets, I feel it's trying to go into
Ethan Ralph would bang her.
The higher realms also to pretty much wreak havoc on all the higher realms. Now, what I'm getting at is that the fact that Earth, literally this instant is a prison for people on Earth, and they are not even aware of it.
We're not aware of the prison.
And everything is encoded. And when you start to wake up, you understand this.
Yeah, she is. She's on something. Coke or speed.
You know what?
Something.
It's simple. Even in words, like take a look at the word soldier. You have the word sold in it. You have the word red in it, like red alert. You also have the word die in it, and other things. Everything's encoded. If you just take a look, everything is encoded.
Earth is a prison. That's based.
The word soldier, it's encoded. It has the word sold in it.
Ralph would go truffle
selling
hunting
your
with
soul,
her.
your soul energy, your energy, your chi.
Yes, the
also
crystal
has red in it.
episode of Star
Red
Trek.
alert. It also has the word die in
Or
it.
the never-ending stories
Everything
to
is
nothing.
encoded
That's
in
exactly
such a
what it
way that
is,
it's
yeah.
right there, but it doesn't seem
needs more pills.
dangerous.
Yes.
Yet, however, it
More
is right
pills
there
needed.
in front of you. How everything is
Is there a
encoded.
need for this to be in
Iron
your
Chef
face?
Sakai, drop that G on me.
There is.
Iron Chef Sakai is here and says, I would have dropped a
There's a
G
need
on this
because
chick.
this is the rule of the universe. You have to know, whether subconsciously or consciously, what's going on always. So either you are going to become aware, and you're going to become aware of these things.
All right, we got to fast forward. I can't listen to this. This just sounds like a tweaker rambling.
Can you tell us what you know about the black goo?
And this is so funny. There's an episode of the X-Files with AI black goo. And these people act like it's real. So she starts telling us that basically she watched the X-Files, but that was like soft disclosure, and AI black goo is real.
Experience it directly.
Okay, what I know about the black goo is it started as I remember, I think my first...
Oh, I think she's receiving a lot of goo, my friends, but it's probably more pearly white than black.
memory of this is... first memory of the black goo would be when I was smaller, but this is probably the most... In my mind,
she needs
the
more crack
most
to decode the secrets. Yes.
deep or heart-touching memory I have is that I was in space and I could see this black goo or this black smoke encompass Earth and all of the Milky Way system. It just like smoke encompass it.
Are you talking about the black intelligent substance in outside the galaxy?
Yes, it comes from somewhere else, from what I understand. It comes from somewhere else.
Yes, it's not just regular black goo, AI black goo. It's alien AI black goo. And Detective says, "What is this? I don't speak wackadoo." Well, I'm a professional wackadoo translator. So here's what she smoked a lot of crack, like some big fat rocks of crack in a glass pipe right before this. And this is her decoding the universe and all of its secrets on crack. That's what I think. I'm entitled to my opinion.
I'm still trying to figure that out.
So
It puts you in amnesia also. I've noticed that the more that you don't remember. It puts you in amnesia. It's sort of like a poison. It charms you.
I'm a wackadoologist, yes.
I noticed when I was small, I would see it on people who were, I would see people who abused their children. I would see on murderers. I would see on all sorts of people when they were very negative, I would see on them. And it would express. I had instances where I would talk to somebody, and then they would say certain words.
I think it's more like black tar heroin.
Then I'd go down the road and talk to somebody else, and they would continue the conversation because it was that same energy speaking through these people that it had hacked into. So it's an intelligent life that literally can hack into people, and it can use them as their puppets. What it does essentially, it puts you or your soul energy in a sort of box inside you where it feeds off of it, and it stays in your body and expresses. So we have so many murderers, child molesters, and things like that out there.
So explain how you were exposed to it.
Yes, thank you, Arlene.
When I was littler, I had an instance where I was injected with it, and I have the full memory of being injected with it. It's black.
All right, we're gonna take an important question from one of the true believers in the audience. Why are y'all so hateful and judgmental? Because this con artist scammer bitch is telling cancer patients that she can shrink their cancer cells and heal them of terminal cancer. You asshole. I'm allowed to be judgmental when she's lying to people and telling people that she can cure them of everything that ails them, that she can open a Stargate and take them to a galactic spaceship for a medbed session for $350. I'm allowed to be judgmental. She's a con artist. There's nothing love and light about scamming people. All right. Fernambulax with one for the goal. Some guy on James Rink cried over the black goo. Yeah, of course. Of course. Suffer, Sarah. Yeah, I have no mercy for one of these people. So if you're a love and light crystal hippie bitch, this is probably not the show for you, because we're going to be tearing this con artist scammer bitch a new asshole for the next 2 or 3 hours. Buckle up, crystal hippie bitches. It's going to be a bumpy ride tonight, right? Oh, yes, I'm lowering my vibrations. That's right. I'll work on it. Yes, Archaic Revival, I yell at him all the time too, right? Last minute Lacey. I lose my temper sometimes. People are like, oh man, that's just her beliefs, man. Why do you got to be harsh? Well, she's pushing her fake beliefs on stupid, vulnerable people who are sick, telling them that she can heal them. Cave Teeth with 5 says, plot twist, she injects her patients with the black goo, saying it'll help. Yeah, and we're not going to do too much more of this.
It's black welly. When they do inject it with you, they sort of black welly. It does crawl. It seems to be, I could say maybe advanced nanotechnology, because it does crawl around, and it's very, very.
This is literally the X-Files 1998 movie. Go watch the X-Files 1998 movie. A guy steps in this black goo, and then it crawls up onto him and infects him. This is the plot of the X-Files movie.
It's intelligent life. I was injected with it. And apparently they were doing injections on us kids, because there was a group of kids that had survived. These group of kids, they were doing all sorts of things on us, to test on us to see if we...
What happened?
Yes, Detective
It
says,
started when I
Steve,
was
you're
a
not
small
you
child.
when you're
I would always
hungry.
remember
Have some
being in
black
underground bases or taking
I need
away
to slap
from my
into a Slim
family,
Jim.
and my
Thank you,
family wasn't aware
Detective.
of it, but there
Praise
was
the
many
cat.
things that happened when I was small that wasn't normal. So I'm aware that I was made for the abilities. I maybe like because I'm psychic, I can touch an object and literally get the memory of the object or access the place where the object is. There's all sorts of abilities I have. Anyhow, as children, there was a lot of children, and they tested on the...
After this new age shit fails.
You know, from what I understand, the lady had told me thousands of children were taken, and only not more than a dozen survived. And
type of children? Were there different qualities of children?
yes, they took them. They took them specifically from bloodline. They were bloodliner children, specifically. You know what? From all the way from African royal bloodline, all the way from different royal bloodlines, German royal bloodline, French royal bloodlines. It was to see which ones would survive and not break, and which ones they could upgrade to a point where they could literally use these children and the abilities that they have, and also enhance those abilities. However, the thousands they did it to, there was only, from what I understand, no more than a dozen.
While she was trying to convince me her superpowers are real, she tried to use my nonverbal autistic son to scam me, claiming that she could telepathically communicate for him. And that's when I really, really lost my shit on her. The fact that she was trying to tell, for those unaware, if you have a nonverbal autistic son, the biggest problem is communication. You know, I can't have a conversation with him. Everything becomes very difficult when he has needs or wants that he can't effectively communicate. This scammy, scummy, dirtball bitch claimed that she could telepathically communicate. She gave me a whole list of things that were bothering him that were nonsense. And, you know, her proof that she could telepathically communicate with my nonverbal autistic son was that he said, "Oh, I wish my dad would paint my room blue because that's my favorite color." Well, oh, gee, a boy's favorite color being blue. Like, it was complete nonsense. And she even claimed, one time I was on a phone call with her and she said, "Yeah, I'm communicating with him right now." And I was like, "Right now?" And she's like, "Yeah, he was sleeping. He was dead asleep at the time she claimed that she was communicating with him," because she's a scammer. Charles McDonald with 5. At least the X-Files goo did something. Yeah, this black goo doesn't do anything. We're just going to do a few more minutes of this. This is her multi-dimensional healer phase where she's claiming that she was injected with the black goo and became a super soldier and went on secret space missions.
Dozen that came out okay. If okay, a lot of other ones, they didn't all die, the thousands, but they went out mental or some sort of things were physically wrong with them. What they were looking for is a person who didn't break physically, mentally, and a person who actually became stronger from it.
So this has happened to you?
This has happened to me. It made me stronger instead of breaking me.
So what happened with the how did they inject this thing to you?
You know what? If I remember that it was injected into my bone marrow. I remember, right? Yes, it was injected into my bone marrow. I remember Well,
that's where he injected black goo. And I want to take a moment to apologize to this angelic warrior or whatever. Anybody tuning in may think that my rhetoric or talking points are somewhat harsh. But you have to remember that for several years now, I have been talking with victims of hers. Some of those victims went to her terminally ill, and she bilked them out of money after money after money, claiming she could help them. And you know what happened to them? They died. And maybe, just maybe, if she hadn't been so willing to take money from sick, vulnerable people, they would have gotten real or better real world medical treatment and lived longer. But they put their faith into this fake psychic healer and had a terrible outcome from it. In some cases, I talked to people who got sicker after dealing with her because they refused regular medical treatment. So if I come across as harsh, it's because I have been listening to horror stories of people who have been conned by this woman, scammed by this woman, deceived by this woman, and further had more medical problems after paying her than they did before they went to her. I've talked to multiple other people that I would classify as victims of her, like people that she lived with and scammed out of money. We know from her manager, she even scammed money from him and then claimed that he was taking money from her account. And the real story was that he used to let her use money from his account and then he would reimburse himself. Because despite her claims of being a multimillionaire who visited 40 countries, she only makes like $5,000 a month scamming people. But $5,000 a month, when you're not doing anything other than taking phone calls with sick, vulnerable people, pretending you can heal them, is a pretty good living. So anyway, I'm getting off in the weeds here. I apologize to anybody who's tuning in, who's, think thinks that I'm too harsh or too angry or too mean to her. But I'm one of the few people that have actually thoroughly investigated all of her claims, covered her various claims, and shown how ridiculous they are. Regardless of whatever your belief system is, and I don't care if you want to believe in chakras and healing and new age stuff and crystal energy and pyramid power, I don't care. You can't allow somebody like this to take money from terminal cancer patients or people with terminal illnesses and claim that she can heal them or help them somehow. That's too far for me.
My eyes, I looked in, I woke up and I had just awakened up from having what seemed like a dream of being injected with this black goo. And it was very painful, it was very, very painful, by the way.
What kind of pain?
It was horrible pain. I can't express to you. They had to tie, you were tied with metal because of the fact that the pain that you went through, would put an adrenaline rush so that you would move, but you were tied down with metal around the different parts onto this metal bed, essentially, and then they injected you. And the thing is that the pain was really horrible. I woke. It's like I woke from sleeping. I had this memory of that. I woke from sleeping and my nose was bleeding really bad.
There's some weird situation with her speech too. She has the inability to use the letter G. And you'll notice this if you listen to her long enough. Did you hear her? She didn't say sleeping. She said sleeping. I was sleeping. I don't know what it is with her. She's got this weird speech impediment where she can't pronounce G or the letter G. She cuts that from all of her talks. And we'll notice that more when we show her in a more recent talk.
Really bloody nose, blood in my mouth. I went to the bathroom and I was just young, really young. I was like 13 or 14 back then. I just walked and I remember I looked at my eyes and my eyes started to get really, 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 really black. And I felt like I was being pulled.
When you say your eyes went black, are you talking about the pupil?
The whole.
Yeah.
What happened?
And in the X-Files movie, when that guy stepped on the black goo and the black goo went in him, the first thing that happened is his whole eye turned into that black color from the black goo injection. And here she's saying the same thing. Somebody watched the X-Files movie in 1998 and turned it into her superhero origin story.
Is I started to feel like I was being pulled into a black hole. Like I was being absorbed by a black hole into a pit, and it was uttermost despair, and every emotion I could think of, every bad emotion, to the point of it was like the deepest fear I've ever had. And I was going there and I thought, I don't know what's happening to me. Like I'm being pulled in this black.
I don't know what's happening. She can't say the letter G. It's the most annoying speech impediment ever.
At the last instant, I thought, I'm trying to hold on to myself and fighting with this thing. At the last instant, I was like...
And she doesn't say fighting, she says fighting. She can't say the letter G. I don't know why.
Felt total peace. Like, I need to have peace in this. I felt...
Tales from the Sonic Voyage with One for the Goal says, sounds like we're listening to the future Mrs. Wilcock here. Oh, wait. No, he'd be allergic to her vagina, too. That's a shame. Yeah, David Wilcock is allergic to vaginas, but thank you, Tales from the Sonic Voyage, and Reptard with 5, DSP, son, or Crystal Hippie daughter. Well, your choice, really. We'll just do a few more minutes of listening to her tell how she got superpowers from AI black goo from an X-Files episode.
Peace, like, well, this is what's going to happen. I had just have immense peace. And suddenly it let go. But when I had looked in the mirror, my eyes had turned all black, and then suddenly the black left.
Well, how did it leave?
The black just stopped. Like I had an instance where it would crawl. My skin would move because it would crawl, and in the top of my mouth it would crawl. It'd crawl in all the time. My skin would crawl all the time with it, and I literally...
Yeah, sounds like a meth head. Do you ever know a meth head? They're always itching, and they feel like bugs are crawling all over them.
Could feel it crawling inside of me. Well,
and by the way, this also happened in the X-Files movie. Go watch that. The black goo crawls up the guy's arm into his eyeballs.
Around a day after that,
Okay, Rachel, we had a battery run out there.
That's okay.
What we want to do is go back into the time you were exposed to this material and exactly.
He just called her Rachel because she used to be called Rachel Adams. She changed it to Sarah R. Adams later, I believe.
Okay, when I was exposed to it, I was injected with it, and of course I was tied, or these clamps were put over on metal tables, and I was injected with it in my bone marrow. It has always to do somehow inside of the bone. I'm not quite sure why.
Yeah. Anybody know X-Men Origins? They also injected Wolverine into his bone marrow with the adamantium, which strengthened his frame, and now she's going to steal parts of the Wolverine origin story.
The blood is manufactured in
Yes, this is true. I have this memory of it being injected. I was in tremendous pain, and then after that, what happened was I woke up, and I was probably like 13 and a half, 14 years old. I woke up, and when I woke up, my nose was bleeding really, really bad. And I walked to the bathroom, and I felt like I was being pulled. I was right in front of the mirror, and I felt like I was being pulled into a black hole. Almost like they talk about black holes, that just suck in everything and suck it in. I felt like that. And I looked in the mirror at my eyes, and my eyes started turning all black.
Just
as
like the
this
X-Files
thing
movie.
was taking me over. And it was the most terrifying feeling I have ever had. I don't, even to this day when I think about it, I still have a somewhat terrified feeling about it. I started to try to fight with this thing, and I was fighting as hard as I could possibly fight with it, of trying not to let it take over me. And I guess I came to a point of desperation. It was almost like being pulled into a black hole and trying to hold on. And whenever I was being pulled into this black hole, I got such deep emotions of fear. I was terrified. Just the
Heather
deepest,
Birdie wants
worst
me to
emotions
deep
that I have
dive
ever
Prudence
felt that were very, very
Calabrese. She's a
negative.
fraud.
So it
I'll
was
put her on
also
the
trying
list.
to break me in that way. It was trying to give me these emotions so that I would let go, because I was terrified. That instant, I decided that I
Put
should
on the
stop
list. Thank you.
giving into it, what it was doing to me.
Thank you, Heather Birdie.
On a spiritual
Praise the
level,
cash,
and I
run for the
decided
gold.
to pull in inner peace inside of myself, which I haven't been able to do since a child. Sort of peace and calm, because I understand in the
She
end
needs
that
an exorcism.
I understand
ML
that I have a
says,
connection direct to Source, which I guess people would call God, which isn't even the right word for it at all, because it isn't a being sitting up in heaven, but divine source of all. So I got this inner calm, and then suddenly it let go of me, and I was fine after that. I did the next day. I did.
She definitely taken a lot.
It's just instant.
One for the gold. Thank you.
Let go of me. Just instant. That moment when I would not accept everything that was trying to push onto me, it just let go of me.
Yes.
I did feel it crawling through, like it was trying to get out of my body after that. It was crawling. I would see my skin would move. It would move everywhere I had where it come down to my mouth. It was trying to get out of my body. I would even see it sometimes go right across my eye, some of it. It was trying to get out of my body after
This sounds like a tweaker.
that, and it wasn't
That's what
getting the
sounds like
energy
to me.
from me, so it was dying. Okay, so I do believe that's somewhat nanotech, and that it lives off of the body's energy, bioelectric energy.
Oh, of course. And now we're using the Matrix plot lines. AXZ042 says, where is this girl from? If she's from the South, it could be her accent, and she obviously is on crystal, the wrong kind of crystal. Yeah, she's a crystal girl, all right. Crystal meth. She claims that she grew up in France. And the funny thing is when I was still speaking to her on the phone during my initial look into her, I said, say something in French. She couldn't do it. How do you grow up in the country of France and you can't speak a word of French? I don't believe she actually grew up in France. That's just part of her, backstory. But thank you, AXZ042. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. And H-Bomb with one for the goal. Thank you for one for the goal. Thank you, H-Bomb. Go over and subscribe to H-Bomb's channel. How many more subscribers do you need, H-Bomb? I think H-Bomb is very close to getting monetized. We should all go over and, we should all go over and subscribe. And the Lucky Gremlin has gifted 10 Truth Seekers memberships. Look at that. Very, very generous. And Cave Teeth got a free membership. JB Spooky Review got a free membership. Heather Birdie, Rare Tricks got a free membership. William Baker got a free membership. Jim James, Sandy Q, J Pap or J Pep, and Mike Lyric all got free memberships. James got a free membership as well. All thanks to the kindness, generosity, and support of the Lucky Gremlin. Big ups to the Lucky Gremlin. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. I keep saying just a little bit more here. We'll do just a little bit more before we move on.
There's nanotechnology in life that was artificially created.
I do think that maybe I'm still trying to figure out what this stuff is, but the way it acts, it has to have an energy source, or it's...
Now this has obviously happened quite a long time ago.
It did.
You're a very fine young lady now.
Thank you.
What length of time are we talking about?
Oh, it's been when I was like 13 and a half years old, 14. I'm 27 now, so it's been quite a long time. I have a problem with timelines
You're
because...
maybe the late 90s.
Because I did too
Yes.
much drugs.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a problem with timelines.
Taking place.
Huh?
Where was this taking place?
You know, whenever
Home for you.
this was taking place,
She starts stuttering. Where did you get this black goo injection? Where did it take place? She's stalling for time to think of part of the story that she hasn't yet.
I was in Idaho when this was taking place, actually, from what I remember right.
Oh, the black
I do
goo's
have
in
a
Idaho.
problem with time and timelines because of the fact of everything in my head that happened to me, and it seems like they have some control over time and they're able to manipulate time, as to whereas you maybe if this presence, and I think it has to tie in, it ties into the whole
Who's they?
Gnostic teachings on the archons.
Oh God,
And
the
it ties
archons,
into the whole thing that
Gnostic
they're
teachings.
also
Okay.
they have the
All right, I can't do any more of this. We have to. I can't do any more of the tweaky crazy, right? Yeah, that's something else. And thank you, the Lucky Gremlin. 10 Truth Seekers memberships, very, very generous of you. We'll check in with the live chat before we move on to the next portion. AXZ042, was her dad in the military? She could have been a base brat in the USA base in France. I'm being too charitable. Not that I am aware of AXZ42. Yeah, I just know she claims that she's from France, even in her social media pages. Yeah, that was a difficult watch. Yeah, it's Wayne's Oil again. Yes. I can't handle the goo. When somebody starts repeating the plot to an X-Files movie, claiming it's real, I lose interest. And also when people start talking about their superpowers, unless you could show them to me, right? She's off her rocker, let's be real. Well, interestingly, the conspiracy theorist Max Spears was once her boyfriend, and after he died of a terrible drug overdose, I believe that she started cleaning up. Edward T. Rithman with a kind of generous 10. You know, when I was real bad off on crystal, I used to think this stuff would make you believe in an omnipresent God that you knew wasn't real. Just saying. Yeah, crystal meth is a very powerful drug. I had several friends fall to it growing up in Philadelphia, one of whom died of it, or let's just say that certainly contributed to his death, and one of whom is still an addict and is last I heard down south somewhere, because the shake and bake crystal meth is cheaper there or something. Like he moved so that he could get cheaper crystal meth. It's a terrible drug. It destroys lives. It really does. The Lucky Gremlin celebrates 1 month of membership. You are doing God's work. Keep it up, man. These are the type of people that need to be exposed. P.S. You're a great show host. Thank you. I appreciate that. So we're going to move on to an interesting take, which is sort of a review of all of her various scams. And there's somebody called M Seeker of Truth who used to cover her. And he was able to find the same thing that I was. That's the mark of a good researcher. So we'll get into that video next. And this is a transformative work. Shout out to M Seeker of Truth, who we in the past have done some shows. He had something called Grift Busters for a while. And I don't know why, but somebody sent me this BitChute link. I think he's still on YouTube, but I haven't checked in with him in some time. I hope that he is doing good.
Make a video called Grift Busting Online Course Sharks. Now, in that video, I had a look at, I basically took whoever was watching on a journey to look through these posts that I'd found on Facebook. And on these posts, they were selling these courses, which I thought sounded ridiculous. And they were selling them for, you know, a few hundred dollars.
But we watch some funny videos
and
sometimes.
As I looked into them, there was this couple selling these courses, and it turns out their guru who had trained them to sell these courses was Sarah R. Adams.
Yes.
And I came across this on Facebook. So this lady, Sarah R. Adams.
Yeah, so not only is she scamming people herself, but she's working with other scammers to scam even more people. It's an international level scam because she's got scammers in Australia who are scamming people with these fake medbed sessions.
So I read this post. So let's you guys can investigate it with me. Let's go. So she says, we're excited to share with you a brand new healing product that we've co-created with the Galactic Federation. My coaches, Roxanne and Peter, have been working with a subsidiary of the Galactic Federation for over 12 months now and are ready to share this profound healing modality with humanity.
So her and her scammy friends are working directly with the Galactic Federation aliens to heal people on Earth. Sounds like a scam already. Can you show us the aliens? Well, no. Can we see the aliens? Well, no. Can you prove that you're really talking to aliens? Well, no.
Peter and Roxanne are my exclusive coaches and have been trained and certified by myself. Wow. I wonder what gives her this authority to certify these people. Interesting. But and they joined our team to help guide, inspire, and heal you onto an awakening journey.
Fake psychics, Arlene.
Okay. We're going to go a bit out there now. Here we go. Look. The ETs on the ship are here to be of service and help real humanity to evaluate consciousness globally for the highest and greatest good of all. Wow. Roxanne and Peter have been working with individuals one-on-one and have been assisted by Palladian beings aboard the ship using advanced technology, including the medbeds. Here we go. So medbeds, working with aliens. Let's see where this is going. Feel amazing and enjoy change to your vibration and energetic state. Rapidly clear blocks and barriers you have been hindering your healing and ascension. Feel in alignment with the divine flow in life while living even more in the present moment. Sounds fantastic. In this session, you'll be guided to 22D. 22D?
Whoa.
Man, I've heard some of these grifters say that I'm 15D. 22D. And Roxanne will open a Stargate to bring you to a starship. Jeez. Wow, okay. So she's going to guide you to 22D and open a Stargate and bring you to a starship where there must be medbeds. Here you will be guided to the vibrational room of the Galactic Federation ship, and the ETs will assist to facilitate a medbed session for frequency upgrades to clear negative density in your aura, organs, and chakras. Wow. Okay. Sounds great. Roxanne and the ETs will also be able to Roxanne and the ETs will also be able to help you activate light codes, DNA, and cell genes for higher evaluation of consciousness and to help you merge back with your higher self. The session is intuitively guided by Roxanne and will telepathically communicate with the ETs for guidance and assistance. Well, that's reassuring. This session is done remotely and is for people that are open and ready to take their healing and frequency upgrades to the next level. If you'd like to take up this offer, please see the link below. These sessions are $250. Oh, I suppose she's taking you to 22D and aboard an alien spaceship and putting medbeds, but still, guys, be careful with what you do with your money and be careful. You know, many sharks on these platforms. Yeah, these sessions are $250 and are available now.
Now, these courses, they promised enlightenment. They promised if you were to pay for these courses, they would take you on a journey to 22D, where you would then ascend to the alien spaceships from the aliens that clearly Sarah R. Adams,
so ridiculous,
is in cahoots with, and she would take you to 22D onto these alien spacecraft, where you would then be able to use the med beds for your ails, I guess. So lots of vulnerable people throwing hundreds of dollars at this so that they can experience these med beds. And of course, when questioned, they would explain that these are not physical med beds. These are in 22D. Of course, you will ascend, and they will take you on a journey to these alien spaceships to have this experience with these med beds. So I made that video. Go and check it out if you like. When I made that video, I did not really know who Sarah R. Adams was, though I took a little look into her, and you can see that journey there where, unsuspectingly, I went on her account. I found out that she was the one that trained the people that I'd found the original Facebook.
Yeah, and M Seeker of Truth found the same thing that I did, that Sarah R. Adams is the one who recruited and trained these other grifters, which we also covered, this Pete and Roxy. Jim Bob says, people still buy this 2013 crap. These grifters are shameless. Well, you got to be shameless if you want to make money while you're scamming people. It helps.
Post regarding the courses they were offering. She trained them. She was the guru. I went on to her page, and she didn't seem like the typical kind of, spiritual enlightenment guru.
She's got a link. I'll click that in a minute. So then there's there's this picture of med beds. These apparent med beds on the alien spaceships. She's going to take you on through Stargates once you're in 22D.
Person angry.
So, me being me, I saw this and I started fishing. Anyway, the first of my friends had immediately posted this. I'm sure some of you have seen these images being spread about before. These images come from a 3D futuristic laboratory interior scene model. A lot of these medbed pictures, they come from
stock sites,
either movie sets, 3D modeling sets. It's artwork, basically. And that's where she's got this image from. Mind you, the image doesn't really mean much when you have to go to 22D and go into a spaceship. I'm sure you can't take along your camera with you, probably. Anyway, let's have a look at the website.
Similar. The whole medbed visit, where they first say they're going to take you up through a Stargate to a spaceship to sit in the medbed and meet the aliens, it's just a Skype call. So what do you got to do? Do you got to imagine it all being real? It's a scam.
The same picture from the same website, actually. Not the same picture, but from the same website. These testimonials, they're just written by themselves, surely. US dollars, 250 at the end, about Pete and Roxy. And there you are, a happy family, so endearing, you just want to give them money to raise your vibrations and take you on alien spaceships and stuff.
Cameras don't work.
So here's Sarah Adams' Facebook. She's got a website there. Let's go and check that out. How expensive is this place? Jeez. Let's have a look. Does she look like some spiritual guru?
Yeah, you get a sack thrown over you and a goo injection.
She's definitely spent some of that money on some enhancements there.
Yeah. Boob job.
Let's have a look at her site. This is the guru that's trained these other gurus, apparently. Cosmic Conversations with Sarah R. Adams. New podcast available on YouTube. Oh, she's on YouTube. Okay. What else we got? Yeah, a bit about Roxanne and Peter. Sure. Book your session with Sarah. I'm sure she's selling her own sessions. Coming in June. Like weekend retreat at Sedona. Luxury accommodations. Sonos sound system. Infrared sauna. Magical potions bar. Quantum resonance system bed. What the hell is a quantum resonance system bed? 18K gold pyramid. They're going to give you a gold pyramid. Or what is that? Superfoods and private chef. Am I reading this right? Rape, sacred plant ceremony.
What?
The
fuck is that?
Come to our weekend retreat in Sedona and get raped in a ceremony? What the fuck? UFO watching. Oh, right, so she can guarantee you, if you come there, oh, mind you, she probably can guarantee you'll see some aircraft, unidentified aircraft. She's probably sending up some bloody those Chinese lanterns or something, but if she can transcend you to 22D and put you aboard an alien spacecraft, I'm sure she could probably call them out. A room and all meals will be included. I should imagine so. Dude. This stuff's terrible. So let's read a little bit about her. Intuitive healer. Sarah's experienced many things from seeing abductions to seeing angels who aided her. Her awakened consciousness increased as she got older. She experienced supernatural and past lives in Egypt and Atlantis. Telepathy, weather abnormalities, feeling others' emotions, remote viewing, quantum leaping, and time travel are among the alternative realities Sarah has endured. I've healed so much and believe every day is a healing journey to greater heights.
22D is the land of the gnomes.
Sarah works with many clients around the world, what she calls intuitive healing. Blah. She's made TV appearances on Gaia TV.
Welcome.
I'm kind of not surprised. Including Beyond Belief, Buzzsaw, and Ancient Civilizations, as well as Coast to Coast AM. Vice TV, Basis Project, co-hosting Divine Truth Show, on Revolution Radio, and many others. Sarah Adams continues to be a major force in the world of enlightenment while healing many around the world. But this woman is an obvious grift.
Yeah, she's definitely an obvious grifter scammer. Haley Meyer is here. Welcome, Haley Meyer, and says 22D is the land of the gnomes, according to the lore. She actually says in some of her material that she can talk to gnomes. Haley Meyer. That might be like one clue that she's a nutbag, right? That she's a nutbag and a grifter. She talks to gnomes, apparently. Great.
Mind you, as I said in as Jordan said in the interview with him, Jordan Sather, you know, a guy.
It's pretty bad when Jordan Sather's calling you a grifter.
Will seem to hire anyone now. Let's see, here's a Gaia TV trial.
Yes, she since has fallen out with Gaia TV because I think she claimed that they didn't give her a TV show because she wouldn't bang some producer there. And here's something that she sells on her website: De-Spark. It restores your spark and your chi energy. It's an alchemical aura charging mineral formula that can call meditation Zen in a bottle. If you fly long flights like me or need energy or simply just want to bring your frequency up, De-Spark is the perfect. She's literally selling snake oil on her website.
That she's put out there. Bookings with Sarah Adams. Let's have a look. Hello, you beautiful soul. Let's get down to business. How much? All of this.
Yeah, and look at the stuff that she says she deals with: addictions, repetitive pattern, anxiety, depression, psychic attacks, inner child aspects, relationship with the parents and other. She's not qualified to treat anxiety or depression or mental issues. This is literally illegal for her to offer to treat people with anxiety and depression. She's not a state licensed therapist. She's a new age con artist.
Stuff. Wow.
By the way, after M Seekers of Truth's coverage and mine, I do believe she cleaned up her website and took a lot of that stuff off that would be objectionable to the FDA.
Oh, she covers a lot. 1 hour appointment, $250. Hour videos in FaceTime and Skype and Zoom is $333.
Yeah, where did we hear $333 before? She's taking a page from David Wilcock's grift, right? You gotta love it.
And in-person session is $555. Over $500, you know. Jeez.
Yeah, just to talk to her for an hour.
Jeez, located in the UK. Let's have a look at her YouTube channel. So this is.
She was located in the UK. Sarah moves around a lot. Usually after she burns her roommates and owes too much money, then she'll move. To the best of my knowledge, in the past several years, she's lived in England, Sedona, Arizona, and now she's living in Florida.
Sarah Adams' YouTube channel. She's been on Gaia TV and all sorts, so videos.
I'm going to talk to her manager. This is Taj Investigates YouTube channel, and it's filled with all of her appearances, all of her interviews. I think we can make a really funny documentary if he gives me access to all of the videos on that once YouTube channel. I'm going to talk to him.
I've not heard of these people. Sasha Stone, of course.
Yeah, he's another grifter.
Of course, Sasha Stone is really giving this lady credibility.
22 double Ds, yes.
You know, I don't know who a lot of these people are, but yeah, Sasha Stone. I'm sure a lot of people have heard of him and his high vibrational word salad. Fits right in here.
For me, it was reeking of, I've made a lot of money and I'm going to keep going down this path and taking advantage of vulnerable people.
I don't know.
So
exactly
I rang my alarm bells for that and I made a video. So when I posted this video, it turns out I got a lot of comments. Something I didn't know was actually she was very well known to this community. Actually, she was the ex-girlfriend of Max Spears. Now, Max Spears is someone that I'd heard of before, and I looked into a bit before. I had no idea of the connection. But yeah, it was apparently his ex-girlfriend. Now,
and welcome
I won't go too much into Max Spears, but for anyone that knows his story, for those of you who don't know his story,
Sasha Stone is another.
His story was he was an apparent mind control victim and super soldier. His story is very interesting. Please search Max Spears and find out more. But he died in mysterious circumstances. Apparently, after him splitting with Sarah Adams, he moved to Poland. There he died in mysterious circumstances and apparently vomited up a couple of liters of black fluid at his death.
There we go with the black again.
His computer went missing. The whole story is pretty bizarre. Now, he's well known in the community.
Nice to know.
He could have been telling the truth.
He's in West Palm Beach,
he could
there's a lot of rich people who she's trying to scam.
I can't say for sure. What I can say is that he certainly wasn't capitalizing on this story in terms of financial profit.
Yeah, but other people around him were all profiting, including Miles Johnson of the Basis Project. And interesting, somebody says she's in West Palm Beach. TLE says she's in West Palm Beach, Florida, where there are a lot of rich people whom she's trying to scam. I'm very familiar with that area. One of my wife and I's favorite places is a place called Singer Island. It's just off West Palm Beach. I don't like West Palm Beach proper. It's all like trendy stores and nightclubs, and it's just too much for me. When we go to Florida, we want to sit on a beach and relax. We like Singer Island for that. Angelic Warrior, and I apologize again. I didn't mean to raise my voice or be angry to you. So sad that people trying to use spirituality to grift off of the susceptible. That's what makes me so angry. And, do you know, Angelic Warrior, she told me that she takes money from parents who have nonverbal children and she telepathically communicates to the child for the parent. That's a scumbag move. That is a total scumbag dirtball thing to do, right?
He wasn't running any sort of schemes, courses. He was telling his story, purporting it to be true, and it didn't seem like he was sort of making money off this story. Sarah, on the other hand, seems to be milking this kind of connection or post.
Yeah, she's milking
her relationship with Max. Seems to have become some sort of spiritual enlightenment guru, and yeah, it has been selling courses for $200-300 has apparently been training people. So
yeah, and it's important to note that at first, when she came out to the community, she mirrored Max's story. Max's story was he was injected with the black goo and he became a super soldier, and her story was like, yeah, we were both in the same program, and I got the black goo injection too. It was only after his death that she changed and retconned her story to be something new.
That raised alarm bells for me. I reported on that, and I found out that there was a connection with Max Spears. And since then, after I've made this video, I've had quite a few messages, and I thought that I better report on this more. It seems that I'm not the only one that's been calling out Sarah. There's lots of people, other YouTubers that have been doing it before, and they have been viciously attacked by Sarah. So it would seem that I'm not the only person to have questioned Sarah and her motives and her whole making money off of these courses, and whether she is legit. It seems quite a few other YouTubers had kind of questioned this, and they've been viciously attacked by Sarah. And even she'd made allegations of rape for a few of them. Not only that, Vanessa Bates, who is Max Spears' mother, also challenged and questioned her, and she also got viciously attacked. So let's see if we can look at some of that. So I found this conversation between Sarah and Vanessa, Max Spears' mother. So Sarah says, by the way, Vanessa, I'm tired of your online lies and rants, so I'm going to the police when I get to England in 2 weeks. I'm going to let them know about everything, and trust me, I've kept screenshots and everything. I think they need to look into your daughter doing drugs in front of her kids. Wow. I'm giving a written testimony on how you're giving her money for drugs and how you're online being a fraudster and also pushing baseless rumors about me. And I'm letting them know everything. And I'm hoping the kids are removed. Wow. I have the name of the drug dealer, Baby Daddy, and with his record, I'm sure they'll look into those kids need to be removed. I told you, leave me alone many times.
So Sarah is threatening Max Spears' mother with getting her children removed by like child protective services and things like that. That's pretty goddamn vicious. And just checking in with the goal, we're at 31 of 50. So we need 19 more to hit the overtime goal for tonight. I'm confident that we can get there. Let's get some support, friends.
And Vanessa, Max's mother, says, Sarah Adams, you're cruel and unkind, Sarah. I can't believe what I read. Of course, Max's funeral was paid for, you fool. It's my credit cards that are not. As for drugs, I would have no idea where to find them. The ex-boyfriend you mentioned is on a restraining order. None of your business. How very disgusting you are to even think it's okay to speak of me and my children like this. I will never stoop to your level, Sarah. Oh, goodness of light. And yeah, that is pretty shocking. So her attacking back is, you know, hoping that her grandchildren get taken away.
They probably will.
She deleted all these comments, apparently. She also attacked a lady called Carissa Renteria, and apparently she found out her mum's phone number and started harassing her mother.
Yeah, that is funny.
That's pretty messed up. So yeah, it seems like she can be quite vile when challenged. Now, the other thing I wanted to look at is how people, there's quite a few instances of people saying that they paid her money for these courses and she'd actually never come through and then never gave the money back. Total scam. Once she'd not delivered the service that she said that she was going to. As I said, she has these courses, you know, you pay online now, £250, $250 book now.
Praise the cast.
Please book your 1 hour phone session by clicking the book now button. 1 hour session using these various methods is $333, and an in-person session is $555. So some people had bad experiences with this. Here's one. I know one of her unhappy clients who is about to be homeless because they're refusing to refund that client their unused $500. They are thieves, her and her team. You know, she has about 6 people on her team too. Also notice there's no way to click the names of those people who leave reviews and even see if they are legit people. It's all fake. All her remedies come from books as well, not her intuition. That biatch and her team have some bad karma coming to their greedy asses.
Oh, and they were replying to a show that we did.
Here's another comment that was left on, I believe, one of her videos. Beware people wishing to seek counselling with Sarah Adams. I had a petition PayPal to refund the $250 I prepaid to Sarah, and she refused to follow through. Here is my complaint to PayPal, who eventually awarded me the refund. And the complaint says, I paid Sarah Adams, or rather her assistant, $250 in advance.
You're right. He uses
I asked
pathological
repeatedly for
liars.
an
I agree,
appointment time,
Haley. He is.
which she
He's
responded,
bad
Sarah
news,
will
that guy.
contact you as she is inundated and very busy. After nearly
Oh,
30
does
days,
anybody
I wrote
know?
to
Like, Miles Johnson got arrested for sexually assaulting a woman in England. I don't know the disposition of the case, but he threatened to sue me if I didn't take the video down. And all we were doing was playing a video where he claimed that he got arrested for the sexual assault of a woman. So I don't know what happened to that. Miles Johnson is a scumbag bottom feeder who he profits off of like drug addicts and sociopaths and psychopaths and mentally ill people telling weird conspiracy stories. Thank you, Haley. Yeah, let's see if we can't finish this one up and we'll move on to the next one. I got plenty more to share with you. And checking in with the goal once again, we need 18 more to hit the overtime goal. So hey, don't make me start begging like Darkside Phil, right? 18 more for the goal.
her for perhaps a third time asking for an appointment. Otherwise, I would have to ask for a refund. I said that the assistant once again said she would have Sarah contact me.
So even when she successfully scams these people for money, then she doesn't even deliver anything sometimes. That's a scam.
After about a week, Sarah contacted me and asked for my availability. I emailed the days that I am available, which is very open. A week went by, no response. I resent the email to Sarah again. Another week went by, no response. I emailed the assistant again and she sent me a web link that took me to a new site feature that allowed me to book an appointment with Sarah. I immediately made the booking that was made available on an upcoming Saturday afternoon. This was very
that's something else,
because the event for which I needed advice on needed to be resolved soon.
You're poor, Phil. Yeah, don't.
Saturday
make me
came
like
and
Phil.
I went
Let's hit
to
our goal. I don't want to be.
And I went on
like
Skype
Phil.
and I waited for my reading. No one contacted me to connect. No email from the assistant or Sarah excusing her absence.
Yeah.
Hours later, I received an email from the assistant saying that Sarah was in meetings all day and that she was going to call me later, no specified time, for our session. She was supposed to contact me about it, the assistant said, and that she didn't.
Oh,
I could not make more time for her. I had plans myself later that day, and I had enough of this unprofessionalism. Sarah counts as a spiritual leader. She has shown me not even the most common courtesy, let alone spiritualism. Any advice she gives me would be futile, as I know the source is not true.
Oh, hell yeah.
And the event for which I need counselling has passed.
Judas Priest. Only when I'm in the mood.
So,
Edward T.
I mean, that's disgusting. You know, this person needed help.
Yeah, and she's grifting money off of sick, vulnerable people. And then in some cases, she doesn't even give them the fake psychic reading or the fake psychic healing. She just steals the money. Allegedly, Edward T. Riffman with 1 for the goal. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Praise the cash almighty, friends. We might just hit that goal yet. Yes, she does like to call Child Protective Services with false allegation for anyone she's upset with. I believe that may have happened to you, and she's threatened to do that with many other people. She never threatened that with me, but you know what she did do, Haley, is when I first exposed her as being a complete and total fraud, and I sent the fake cancer patient in, and then we did the show on that, she started making a lot of weird allegations. She started saying that I told her that I was in a sexless marriage or something like that, and I wanted to leave my wife for her, or like. First of all, she is totally not my type. I don't like plastic on women, but anyway, we never discussed my wife, my marriage. I have every call that I ever had with her recorded. And I never mentioned my wife. I never mentioned my marriage or any problems in my marriage. I've been with the same woman for like 25 plus years. I don't, like every married couple, we have our issues, we have our problems, our arguments, but there's no marital problems. So she went telling everybody that, I was having all these problems with my wife and I was leaving my wife, and I never had any conversations about any of that with her. She just made it all up, and I recorded all the calls. Yeah, does she not know that CPS takes kids away from people and puts them with peas? PDF files sometimes. Pure evil. Yeah, well, to threaten somebody's family like that is just ridiculous. Axie 42. These new age grifters are stuck in the 80s and 90s. Wealthy people in Hollywood aren't that interested in this grift anymore, so they're going after the poor and stupid. Very good point. Yeah, very good point. Well, let's try to finish this one out. And I've got a lot more to share with you. We've got uh, her lecture on multidimensionality, which is really hysterical, and a lot more to share with you. Let's hear the wrap up from M Seeker of Truth.
And she, you know, I mean, that is terrible. I mean, this woman claims to give you know, one-to-one sessions. They're very expensive, you know, a couple of $100, $300, and she's not even turning up, and they're not even giving refunds. So yeah, just a couple of examples I thought I would bring to light.
Yeah, and we want to take a moment to thank a very kind and generous Tina Tomaszewski. Praise the cash. You rock, Stephen. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. That's another one towards the goal. And now we are just 16 away from tonight's overtime goal. We appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support. Troll wants to know, thank you, wants to know if the trans women are jealous of her. Some of them are better looking than her. Yes, Haley Meyer, I've experienced this myself, says she harasses the friends, family, parents, co-workers, wives, school, family, business members, my brothers, competitors. Her goal is to destroy relationships and reputations. Sorry to hear that. And Haley got mixed up with her and has a story to tell. Maybe someday Haley will feel comfortable telling that story here. We'd love to hear more about that. Yeah, really, really heinous. Like, she does not like it when somebody calls her on her fakery, fraudery, and fake nonsense.
You know, people not even getting the service that's offered, even if it is, you know, complete bullshit. So why am I making yet another video on Sarah R. Adams?
I agree.
I was disgusted to see that she had no problem in flouting
he cares about the clicks and the views.
Spoils of what she's doing with
of course she's
selling these courses, with making this money off of vulnerable people.
I'm not going to get myself in trouble.
So just to give you an example, here is some of her
yeah, and look, she's always bragging about how much money she makes.
Posts. I think I'm pretty good at money magic, she says, and look at her flashing a wad of $100 bills.
Yeah, it's probably a bunch of ones.
She's also
hundreds on top.
Talking about on another post, my Jag is finally clean, showing off her newly bought car. No doubt, off the back of the money she's making from
grifting people,
you know, selling these courses.
You know, I'm not impressed if you have a nice brand new Jaguar if you got it by lying to terminal cancer patients and sick people that you could heal them with your superpowers that don't exist.
To vulnerable people. These courses, which I believe are just taking advantage of vulnerable people and grifting. She is a grifter, and I thought I better make a video dedicated to her on this. This is sickening.
I agree.
So there you go. There's my grifter alert on Sarah R. Adams. Guys, thank you for joining me. Thank you for watching. If anyone mentions her name, any of your friends are thinking of buying a course with her to get to 22D and meet her aliens
any money.
And get on some med beds, please alert them to this video. And of course, my other video that I made on her, where you can find even more information. Guys, thank you for joining me. Hope you liked this video. If you did, leave me a like. If you've not already subscribed, please subscribe.
Yeah, and you can check out M Seeker of Truth on YouTube, I believe. I haven't checked in with him in quite some time, though. So let's take a moment to address this one. Nat Starcat says she is jealous of Haley. Well, I don't want to get myself in trouble. Haley is a beautiful, talented woman. I'm allowed to say that as a married man. I think so. She's everything that Sarah is not. Like that, this girl Haley just oozes talent. Like, she can sing like an angel. She's got a lot of songs out there, great songs. She works with all these producers. she's great at what she does. And Sarah, in order to scrape out a living, has to con people or scam people. Haley is selling people music. I'm a musician. That's a noble pursuit. It's very, very difficult to be successful in that industry, but she's managed to carve out a fan base for herself. She's very talented, and yeah, I believe you. You're right. Castillo, with one for the goal, says discovered you cause of DSP. Discovered you because of DSP. You're a great host, man. Well, thank you for that. That's one for the goal. And Taj investigates. Oh, thank you. Thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, universe. Taj investigates is her former manager. He says, you're welcome to have her video catalog, Steve. Yeah. I want everyone. Start downloading them. I'll give you a Google. In fact, I'll do it right now, Taj, before I forget. Right now, I'm going to, and I have a huge Google Drive. I think we have 10 terabytes. So let me get over there and make you a folder. All right, I'm going to make a new folder, and I'm going to call it Taj Uploads. All right, we want it all. We want it all. So her former manager is now offering to give us all of her material, like all her interviews, everything. And a lot of those things she has scrubbed from the internet. So it's interesting that we're going to have access to all of it. Let me just go over and I'm going to, anyone with the link, and you're not just a viewer, you could be an editor. I'll copy the link, and I'm going over to Facebook right now, and we are giving Taj, her former manager, an upload folder on our Google Drive here. Upload files here. We want them all, though. You got to give them all. I know it's a pain in the ass. Upload videos here. And I give you my word that we will, if we get all that material, I will sift through all of it. I've called that folder Taj Uploads on my Google Drive. I've just given it to her former manager. So her former manager, thank you for sending us the super chat as well. He is going to have a story to tell, but he's got to get through the legal threats and problems. And remember, though, the lawyer that she's using isn't a real lawyer, so there's some solace in that, but it's still not good to be. I remember when she first sent me this letter and threatened me. It was very well, we'll say this, it was a very well-written threat letter, threatening that if I didn't take the videos down within a certain time frame, I think 3 days from receiving the letter, that I would be sued and all of this stuff for slander. And I didn't want the problems at the time. I at one point I took my videos down, but as soon as I confirmed that her lawyer was fake, I put the videos back. You're not going to threaten me with a fake lawyer. But isn't it interesting? Her former manager, Taj, is giving us access. You got to give me an interview too. If you can give me the videos and an interview, you are her manager. You know where all the bodies are buried. That's a figure of speech. He knows where all the dirt is, and can really help us to educate many, many people about her grift and her scams over the last couple of years. And I think that would be a good way of giving back, making amends for helping her, because Taj, I'm being as kind to you as I can, but you did help her scam hundreds of people by being her manager. But I think it would go a long way towards, like a karmic, payback if you help us to inform the public about her. Jim Bob with 5 and 1 for the goal. I believe karma has a way of catching up with these black souls. They will be dealt with. Yeah. ACZ042 says, let's go. Taj is the man. Yeah, let's get a super chat train going here. And I'm just checking in. We're at 38 of 50, so 12 more, and we get to the overtime goal for tonight. So we've got an awful lot more to share with you. We thank M Seeker of Truth. I got to check in with him. I hope he's still making content and still doing well. Now, before we get to that, even some other new age people have come out against Sarah, and this is interesting. So not only has Sarah been scamming people herself, but she also was recruiting other people to scam. Oh snap. Yeah, her entire history, everything she's ever said on interviews, he has all of it. He has every interview that she's ever given, right? And we're going to have access to all of it. Even she won't have access to it, I don't think. So interesting. And this is from The Secret to Everything by Kimberly McGeorge, who I may disagree with, I'm sure, on many things. But this is a recorded call where she's trying to recruit other people to grift with and for her. So we'll cite fair use once again, and let's hear her trying to recruit another new age person into the scams.
Hey everyone, so we're gonna go into the second part. I'm gonna do a little editing, so I don't know how long it's gonna be. I might edit out some of the questions, we'll see, but we're gonna go into the second part of the Super Soldier Talk with Tony, and
TLA,
let me know your
79,
feedback
for the
and
goal.
who you'd
Thank you
like
for
to hear me
kindness.
interview. Please drop below in the comments, and we will go from there. So thank you very
Axie
much.
says it's the
Like
penance.
and subscribe.
It's not karma, it's penance. Well, either way, as long as we get the goods on Sarah, we're going to get every interview.
Expert. I've been recruited for 2 years, and then we're also launching a hotline for gifted people. Oh, so I'm training coach, and I'm launching groups for.
She's launching her own psychic network, and one of the focuses of this network was going to be to counsel people who are starseeds. And again, if you have mental problems and you think you're an alien sent into a human body, you probably should be talking to a psychiatrist or a psychologist, not a psychic on a telephone line. But what do I know?
$99 a month with different coaches I'm training right now. So I'm doing coach trainings if you want to go further with that.
Okay, I'll definitely think about it.
I agree. She doesn't have money to sue anyone.
Because I'm looking for coaches because
She's
you will
broke.
be paid every month for the memberships.
And she's about to be more
Oh,
broke.
that's cool.
Yeah.
So you help, wait, so basically, explain that like a little more? So basically,
Explain the grift
you
to
would
us,
coach me to help me hone in my abilities, and then I would get paid to help other people? Is that?
Right, so
Okay.
basically I train coaches to coach like me.
Oh.
Do the same thing as me. Yes, I love doing it. And then I right now am looking to train extra coaches because we are collaborating on this huge project of
She can't say G.
the Starseed Hotline. So we're going to have
Starseed
coaches that
Hotline.
actually are on the hotline, and then the coaches in the groups where the people go to, and they will get a percentage every month from coaching the groups.
I agree in
and the
I believe in
memberships.
karma.
Wow,
Angelic
that's
warrior.
really
It always
cool.
works. It just takes too long sometimes.
So it's not an everyday thing. You have to just do a couple Zoom calls a month for the groups.
Yeah.
It's basically a coaching
Yeah, so
pyramid
that's
scheme.
how that works. So it gives
Absolutely,
you a lot of time while
Kmart.
still
It's a
being
coaching
able
pyramid
to,
scheme.
being able to financially make money.
Yeah. I'll
39
definitely
and
think
50.
about that,
11
but
more for the
honestly,
overtime
might
goal.
not be a bad idea.
Wait and look at, and I'll send you my packages, but basically all my prices are going up. My coaching is going up, so my coaching is 40 sessions. It's in depth and it's going up right now because I have a lot of clients.
Mm-hmm.
Prices
I have
are going up.
some last offers on that, so it's half off, and I will definitely get you, consultation call just for that if you still are interested.
Yeah, and also it's interesting to note that Terry Joyce of Not My Rabbit Hole uncovered that even though she gets huge money for these psychic readings, she would pay somebody else. Like she would take $500 from a client, allegedly. Well, she would definitely take the money. That's not allegedly. But then she would allegedly pay another psychic girl to write the reading, and then she would just read it to the client. And she would just break off like $50 for the psychic that was writing the reading for her. And then she would read it and pretend that she was giving the reading live, right? She says you'll earn $10,000 to $100,000 a month. Yeah. Karma, Book of Life, whatever you want to call it, what it is. It sounds like Amway. Yeah, yeah. It's a scam. It's a scheme. Yeah, the Galactic Federation only allows so many visas a year to other planets, right? I don't believe anything that one says. Says Angel. Angel ate Pavlov's corn dog, and not my Terry says yes. That is what she did. Yeah. So she would take $500 from somebody for a psychic reading or something ridiculous like that. And then she would pay somebody else to actually write the psychic reading. And then she would just read it to the customer. She'd keep $450, but she'd give somebody $50 to do the actual so-called psychic work for her. Right. Oh, it's just wonderful, wonderful grift.
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely think about it. At the moment, I have like so much stuff going on. I don't, you know what I mean? But I'll definitely think about it for maybe at some point, considering doing something like that, because that would be really cool to get to use my abilities more often and to be able to help other people.
So there she is, friends. She is recruiting other so-called psychics. Like I said, I'm sure I may disagree with Kimberly McGeorge, but I'm glad that she was sharing some of the stuff about some of Sarah R. Adams behind the scene. She likes to recruit other people to work for her, scamming people. That should be a red flag to most people, right? Should be a red flag. David B says Gary Nolan loves Starseed. Yeah, he does. He likes to get butt banged with it. She's the doctor and passes her smaller cases to the practitioners. Yeah. Yeah. Who knew subcontracting psychics? Yeah, that's what she was doing. She was subcontracting the actual reading part to somebody else. So basically, she would get somebody else to write the bullshit for her, and then she would just read the bullshit to the mark, to the person being conned. So even that is a form of fraud. If you pay her and you think she's giving you the psychic reading, but she's just paying some other girl $50 to actually do the reading and then she's reading it, that right there is proof of consumer fraud. Would people still pay big bucks if they thought she was just going to get somebody else to write the reading for her and then read it off? Yeah, the watcher says such great dot connecting, Stephen. Well, these grifters aren't too bright, so they honestly they kind of make it easy. They really do kind of make it easy. So we are still struggling to hit the goal. I feel like Dark Side Phil, I gotta crank up the beg-o-meter to like 11, right? We're at 39 of 50. So let's get some support. We need 11 more kind and generous people to super chat $2 or more to get to the overtime goal tonight. And unlike Phil, I won't be eating pizza or stuffing my face with Arby's. And I will not be forced to eat a lunch meat sandwich. We're just going to give you additional time. We're going to cover additional material on tonight's subject, which is this Sarah R. Adams. So I want to give an example. This is one of her recent I guess you could call it a lecture. And this video made me want to be a new age grifter, because you'll see as we get into this, it seems like all she does is connect a bunch of dots that don't exist. Yeah, and let's get some subs. And also, I have to be a good show host here, and I have to check in with the PayPal people. Did you know that besides the super chats, a great way to support the show is to send a PayPal pledge? And that you could do that just by sending money to truthseekershow@gmail.com. And we read every single super chat. We thank every single person. We want to thank Maria for a kind and generous $50 super chat. Says, I'm loving the extra shows recently. I hope you have time to keep it up throughout the spring and summer. Well, I'm trying to do more every week. We want to do at least 3 a week. It's funny, I just heard Darkside Phil crying that the Kino boys are lazy because they only do 3 shows a week. Well, if all I had to do was buy a $10 video game and play it that day, sure, I could do 6 shows a week. But in order to actually have good material to share, good talking points, maybe a script for the opening or the intro of the show, it takes pre-planning and pre-production. Yeah, no lunch meat for me, Jim Bob. No, I'm too good for that. Detective. With one for the goal says, praise the cash, bitch. Yes, we are praising the cash, right? So, yeah, we're trying to keep up. And thank you, Maria, for the kind and generous $50 PayPal pledge. Very, very generous. And we're going to go over to kick.com and we're going to give some shout outs and recognize the live chat over there. For people who weren't aware, we now have a Kick channel. And you can go to kick.com/Truth Seekers Show and catch us over there. And we've got Winter's Soldier is over there. Clydesdale, Cool Spot. Noise Goblin 123 is there as well. So not many Kick chatters yet. Some nights more than others, but we'll take a moment. If you gift a Kick sub, we give you a big shout out and a thank you. So let's get some support on the Kick side, because quite honestly, that's an extra paycheck for me every month. So far, Kick has been very good to us, giving me like an extra week's pay every month just by putting our stuff on Kick. And we want to thank, look at that. We want to thank Midnight Streams, who became a subscriber on Kick. We want to thank Mew2XV Real, who became a subscriber. And we want to thank Clydesdale. Big up to Clydesdale over there, gifting one Kick subscription. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity and your support. I'll be checking in with the Kick chat again. Let's try and get some Kick support over on the Kick side of things. We read every single one. And we've got AXZ042 hearing the call of the goal. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. AXZ042, praise the goal, bitch. What you think about that? Yeah, thank you for your kindness, AXZ42. And K Murph. Did you know, K Murph? I had an uncle named Murph. And to this day, I don't really remember what his real name is. He was just always Uncle Murph. I have to ask my brother what his real name was. That was my mother's brother was named Murph, but they all had nicknames. All our brothers had nicknames. It wasn't like we had Uncle Frank, but all the other two had nicknames. There was Uncle JR, and I think that stood for Joe Riley. And Murph, but I to this day don't know. I'd have to ask my older brother what Murph's real name is. But thank you for the kindness, saying keep up the great work. We'll try to do that. And that Starcat with a kind and generous $5, one for the goal, troll with another one. It would be more, but today was a bad day for me. Hey, every dollar helps. Thank you. Never say that. Every dollar helps, so we thank you for your kindness. Longtime show supporter Troll with 2 and 1 for the goal. And that brings us to a grand total of 44. We're 6 from the goal. I think we're going to hit it. So this next piece is her lecturing. Sarah R. Adams speaks on multidimensionality, a Satori meeting in Fort Worth, Texas, and shares her ideas on how energy affects the soul, spiritual and cosmic concepts, different dimensions, DNA, ancient technology, health and nutrition, detoxification, and more. And I just want to say, you should never get your medical advice from a grifter bitch like this. You really should get your medical advice from a medical practitioner. So I want to make sure, and we may need a human review if we get something bad happens, like a community guideline strike, because this woman gives people all kinds of different advice during this, and we don't condone taking medical advice from a non-medical professional and a fake psychic. There's that, and we want to cite fair use.
So he could reach God. He could go to the higher.
Oh, geez, already. Why are all the grifty channels got them ads turned up to annoyance level maximum? One moment. Oh, you know what? I mirrored this one, but I didn't upload it. I downloaded this, but I didn't upload it, so I apologize. We'll get back to it in just a moment. There we go. Let's get back to it. There we go. All right. Here we go.
It's encoded. The tower was the DNA.
She's talking about the Tower of Babel having something to do with DNA. And one thing that strikes me when I listen to some of these people is they have zero knowledge of actual real biblical theology. They have zero knowledge of actual history. They have zero knowledge of any of that. And they just mix things like, oh, the Tower of Babel was actually about DNA. Well, at the time the Tower of Babel was built, nobody even knew DNA existed, you dumb bitch. But here we are.
And the quote slaves that were helping build the tower were people that were giving their energy to Nimrod, the rod, the DNA, so that he could light his DNA up so that he could go interdimensionally. So they were giving their energy.
Oh, that makes sense. You got to give up your energy so that Nimrod can go in. What is she even talking about?
To light his DNA up so he could reach
You
God.
got to light up your DNA to
go
reach
to the
God.
higher dimensions. You can only go to the higher dimensions when you have enough soul energy.
Why fools? Another guy who thinks he can fix her.
When you die, you will go to lower dimensions.
She's a Nimrod.
It really depends on what you've done.
Yes.
So Nimrod, he was going to get to God because his DNA was being lit up from all the energy that people were giving him. So that was making him multidimensional. Think about putting helium in a balloon, how it floats.
Oh, well,
it goes up.
Yeah, that makes
That's
sense.
the same thing with DNA. It lights up. All the junk DNA, all of that was lit up a long time ago.
And by the way, this girl doesn't even have an 8th grade level of understanding of human biology or DNA or genetics. It's literally all word salad nonsense with this girl. It's literally like she is too dumb for this, right? But the people that she's talking to at these New Age conferences, no offense, they're even dumber. Because nobody stands up and says, excuse me, DNA doesn't light up. DNA doesn't activate. DNA doesn't upgrade. You're speaking pseudoscience nonsense here.
And we know that, quote, the fall of man was a fall in frequency and vibration and so on. People walking around in society, lots of them they live on around 20 to 30% of the energy that they should have streaming through them. This keeps them asleep and in a state of almost what I call sleep and beauty state. So a lot of the world is in a sleep and beauty state.
That's what it is.
When we instill energy within our bodies, it lights the DNA up, and then we will start to activate the junk DNA.
And I don't really like commenting on somebody's appearance, but did she think this dress was a good idea? Not very flattering. It's like no bra, her tits are down to her belly button. This is not a good look for you, Sarah.
So essentially, I'm trying to instill this in people and how this works. How a lot of society are energy cattle for those who are hidden.
Rotary motion
to continuously,
with 2 pounds. Thanks for keeping it real
gather
in
the
an
energy
insane
of
world.
humanity,
You're
they
welcome.
keep their
Thank you
status,
for your kindness.
and so
One
on
for
and
the
so on and so
goal.
on. To have riches, to have fame or whatever else, you have to have a lot of energy.
5 more to
because
hit
you
the
project
goal.
your
Let's
reality.
go.
If you're not building it up on a spiritual level, how do you think that these people are projecting their reality? They're stealing it from, quote, the sheep of society that don't know how.
TJ Feldy says that's her
essentially
mansion family
how
outfit.
precious their
Yeah.
society,
Yes.
how precious their energy is.
She doesn't look
So
horrible, but she really
they
is.
stay wealthy and rich,
Energy
and
cattle.
society
Yes.
stays the working masses that are continuously energy cattle. The more energy
This
that
is
you have, the
pre-boob
more you
job.
can project
Yes,
a beautiful
it is,
reality.
actually.
So essentially, humanity is being used this instant to project lower realities, keeps them enslaved, and it keeps the top guys, they don't want humanity to know that they could change timelines, that they could change.
Well, actually, this is at a New Age conference. ACZ042 says, why is she saying this stuff in a church? Shame on that pastor. No. She's actually at a New Age conference where people paid big bucks to hear this drivel, which is even sadder, but thank you, one for the goal. Please don't forget to show Steven some love and give the stream a like, subscribe, and share. Share it out, or there's always super chats, super stickers. Let's hit the goal. Thank you so much, says Tina Tomaszewski. I grew up with a guy named John Tomaszewski. That's how I knew how to say your name. And I'm also Polish, so we know how to say names like Tomaszewski. But thank you for reminding everybody, Tina. Very kind of you. Solar, let me see. How do we say this one? Solar is XHC with one for the goal. God bless the goal. More. We need more. Yes. Yes. Let's get there. 4 more, friends. Just 4 more to the overtime goal. And we've got a lot of overtime material. We could go through Jimmy Church and her talking about this shit, which is really funny. For those unaware, Jimmy Church platforms scammers constantly. He platformed Jimmy Church, he platformed Corey Good, David Wilcock. Jimmy Church loves to platform scammers. So, of course, he platformed Sarah and had an interesting, I'll just leave it at that, talk with her.
Their whole world, that they could do things as, stay full of energy much longer. They used to talk about how people lived for up to 1,000 years. They had enough energy. When your body doesn't have enough energy, you age. This is the thing. When you don't have enough energy, you're sick, and so on and so on and so on. So
all pseudoscience nonsense so far.
Energy heals, and in the future, we're going to see how.
There's no proof that energy heals anything, honey.
Energy, when holographic organs can be created just through energy and put in the body.
Oh, we can have holographic organs soon? Great.
And the body is a projection of your energy. So we will learn this in the future, and that will be used in the medical field. And this is what I was speaking to some of the people of the UN recently, yesterday.
Oh, sure.
So this is all the stuff in the future. The problem is
she was talking to members of the UN about using holographic technology to create holographic organs. She actually said she was talking to members of the UN. Can we get proof of that? All these people have bloated senses of self-importance. Oh, I was just talking to members of the UN about the holographic medbed technology. Sure you were, bitch.
Those who run this world, they are very greedy on this energy. They don't want humanity to know that their souls are so precious and divine. Now, the soul is a piece of what I call God, or it's very hard to explain, but the soul is a piece of God. I mean, I know that even in the Bible it says that the kingdom of God is within.
So now she's going to go into the New Age. You have the spark of God. You have a shard of God energy. That's your soul. This is an ancient New Age trope.
It's very interesting to watch people so lost, looking for God everywhere else, and they don't realize that they are a piece of God. They don't realize that every time they hurt themselves, that they hurt God. And we live in a society where, fast food, even fast food is self-harm. It harms your body. It's a very, very, to me, evil and dark thing. So essentially, when you realize that you're a piece of God, you're a part of God, then you can nurture that. The thing is it's about the soul.
Oh, look at that.
Take out.
I think we hit the goal. Thank you, Yash, with a kind and generous super sticker of a pair character cheerfully blowing a party horn. Well, thank you for that. Yash, 1 for the goal, and Jim Bob with 1 for the goal. How ironic to talk about sheep being taken advantage of, yet she is doing exactly that. Yeah, you would think, right? You would think. Like, maybe I shouldn't talk about people being greedy while I'm getting paid big bucks to talk this nonsense. Thank you, Jim Bob. 1 for the goal. And Tales of the Sonic Voyage for the Papa John Pizza Party in our overtime future. Wait, wrong show. Better send that 5 to Phil. No, you send the money to me. You never send money to Phil. But thank you. And Tina Tomaszewski with a kind and generous $2 just saying praise the cash. Thank you, Tina. Call me Astro. Can I give myself a 12-inch holographic dong? Yes, you have my permission. You can create as big a holographic boner as you want. I give you my permission. Absolutely. She's going to talk about the third eye gland, says TJ Felony. Of course she is. Of course she is. And we have hit the goal, so we'll be doing a little bit of overtime. I'm not sure how much of this word salad nonsense I could take. But then we'll do a little overtime. Maybe the Jimmy Church interview.
Out the you have SOL, which in French, of course, is sun, and soleil. And it is light energy. It is a piece of light energy. I don't know if anybody's seen when people die, the orbs, the little orbs that are around them or come out of them. This is the soul energy. The little orbs that come out of them are the soul energy. and I'm hopefully in the future we will use more and more tech to see these sort of things, because that sort of tech exists.
Oh, sure. Can you show it to us?
So
No,
you have
can't
like a
show us
little
anything.
sun within you of soul energy. This is very, very precious. This connects you to everything. The problem is that people are born without knowing that they can build that up and put more soul energy into themselves, more light energy into themselves, and be connected back to God.
Oh God!
I think
the
more and more
shards
it's
were
showing
all a part of God's speech.
that, you know, with the aura photographs and stuff, we're seeing, oh, there's certain colors. Why is it certain people have certain colors? And they put it down to, well, they're happy, this and this and this. Originally, the auras are supposed to be multicolored or rainbow. Each
There's no
color
scientific
taps
proof that
into
auras
each different
exist. Don't let that get in the way.
and makes you multidimensional, makes you one with God. The thing is that most people are missing a lot of colors in their aura. They're born like that, and they're born
well, that's your problem.
what I call,
you don't have enough rainbow colors in your chakra aura.
non-illuminated. So in all of this research that I've done,
she's done no research. She watches new age nutters saying stupid shit and she repeats it. That's what she's calling research.
Essentially, I found out that people who were really, really sick, not only did they have a depletion of this soul energy, they also had sort of black or gray in their auras, and I could see links,
that's the problem.
And entities.
You got too much black in your aura.
I noticed when I started to clear them and build them back up that they started to heal, and even their attitudes and everything changed.
Oh, she's gonna prove your
Essentially,
attitude
they were
with her
coming back closer to
superpowers.
God, and they were realizing that they were tapping into God's source energy because they.
Does everybody else see what I'm saying about the G thing? They were realizing. She doesn't say realizing. She says realizing. She can't say the letter G. I don't know why. It drives me crazy when I listen to her.
Were healing the God source energy within themselves and bringing a lot.
Well, she said God, so she clearly can make the letter G, but not at the end of a word. She realizing.
More of it back in. So you have a sun energy inside of you. This is why the Egyptians were sun worshippers. The Egyptians knew that
we have sun energy inside of us.
They could build up their.
Is that why we have to like lay out in the sun and bleach our buttholes? Is that what she's talking about? That's how you get the sun energy. And you got to have the sun on your butthole.
Soul energy through the sun. They're now proving that there's rays of the sun that you cannot see. That literally, just like most people can't see their aura, there are rays of the sun that the human eyes cannot see.
Yeah, it's called infrared.
So it's building up the multidimensional part that you cannot see of yourself.
She still sounds like a meth head tweaker to me.
During the
all right, that's enough. I can't do it. I can't listen any more of this. We've got plenty more material to go through. And thank you, TJ Felony. This SSP movement in the New Age is the New Age PSYOP repackaged. The hippie movement repackaged, says Hailey Mayer. And I agree. Yeah. And, very kind of you. Axie with a kind and generous 5 says, sorry for my mistake. I grew up in churches and stages like that. When are these morons that energy and matter are different things? When are they going to realize that? Yeah, you would think that they would realize that. And we have Me Too with a kind and generous 249 says, thanks for defending the Bible against the grifter. Well, I grew up with Bible study courses. I'm very well versed in Christian and Jewish mythology and scripture and theology. Thank you for that. Me Too. 249, very kind of you. I'm losing my energy listening to this crony. Says Ginger Vitus. Yeah, you would think, right? All right, I have something that I want to share next, which is some of her latest claims, because now she's running something called a superhuman training program. And this is one of her boldest grifts yet. It's a superhuman training program. Who this is for? Spiritual seekers ready for a divine transformation and want to access their superhuman abilities. So not only does she claim she has superpowers, but she's going to teach you how you can have superpowers. She could do past life cleansing, releasing unresolved energies and patterns from past lives. Here's where it gets really shady and really scammy and grifty. She claims that she can do cellular and organ cleansing, remove dense energy stored within your physical body. She can do organ whispering. What does that mean? She's going to whisper, "Hi, I'm talking to your heart. Hi, I'm talking to your balls. I'm talking to your cock, Stephen. I'm whispering to your organ." What does that even mean, organ whispering? Akashic records, past life exploration, traveling to sacred places like Atlantis, Lemuria, and more. Working with the 4 elements. Well, there's more than 4 elements, you crazy bitch. I guess she means the alchemical, fire, wind, water, I don't know. Inner child healing. Heal emotional wounds and restore inner harmony. I'm here to tell you, if you have psychological problems stemming from childhood trauma, you don't go to a fake psychic bitch like this. You go to a real therapist. And that's what drives me crazy about this woman. There's people that are vulnerable, maybe they have some childhood trauma, whether it be sexual or physical abuse or mental abuse, and they want to heal from that, and they find her, and she promises that she could do stuff like that. Time travel. Oh, you could time travel. Remote viewing, astral projection, chakra and auric field cleansing. Purify and balance your energy centers and aura. Negative entity removal. Clear attachments or energies that don't belong to you. And here's where it gets to be a typical gypsy scam. Typically, the gypsy psychics, when they do that $5 or $10 or $20 tarot card reading, the very next thing they do is what's called the curse scam, where they claim that you have a dark aura around you or dark energy around you. Somebody cursed you. But for a fee, usually $300 to $1,000 or more, they can light a candle and pray for you and clear the curse and the dark energy for you. This is an age-old gypsy scam, and it's right here. She's using the same scam that thousands of other gypsies use. Curse and false light clearing. Dissolve harmful influences and deceptive energy codes. Past relationships clearing. Let go of lingering emotional or energetic ties. Energetic cord cutting. Release unhealthy attachments to people, places, or events. Space cleansing. Learn to purify and protect your home or living environment. Money and success blockage clearing. Remove blocks to financial flow and achievement. Are you a loser? It's not because you're lazy. It's because you have blocks to financial flow, but she can help you with that. Relationship and connection baggage clearing. Open pathways for healthy and fulfilling relationships. Mental health healing. Clear destructive energies impacting your thoughts and emotions. She's offering mental health healing without a license. She's not a psychiatrist. She's not legally allowed to offer mental health services. And here, right in her own materials, somebody call the Consumer Protection Bureau, because this right here is proof of outright consumer fraud. Clearing codes of deception, sadness, anxiety, or other deceptive patterns. Free yourself from limiting mental and emotional programming. Areas for higher spiritual activation. Learn to travel the realms, explore spiritual dimensions and other planes of existence. Work with angelic fairies, elves, and gnomes. Connect with elemental beings for guidance and support. And hey, if you're a fan of Egyptian gods, she can also connect you with Anubis and other Egyptian deities. Access wisdom and power from ancient spiritual archetypes. Activate your starseed lineage. Unlock memories and abilities from your past starseed origins. Collaborate with ET groups. Work with beings like the Octorians, the Manus beings, the Pleiadians, and the Blue Syrians. So she can get you to talk to multiple different alien species somehow. Work with guides and your guardian angels. Strengthen your relationship with your spiritual team. Connect to the Council of Ancient Light. Sounds like a lot of bullshit to me. Engage with an ET angelic healing circle for guidance and ascension. Download codes from the light ships. Receive energetic upgrades and wisdom from higher dimensional crafts. Learn to astral project and bilocate. Explore other universes, planets, and timelines through advanced spiritual travel. Work with sacred energetic temples on each planet. You're gonna work with energetic temples on each planet. Access planetary wisdom and energy for activation and healing. Imprint sacred images into your system. Integrate divine symbols to elevate your energy field. Access the Akashic Records and 22D DNA activations. Recreate your sacred divine source DNA helix for ultimate alignment. Great. Imprint sacred images into your system. Integrate divine symbols to elevate your energy field. Okay, we went through that. Connect with the sacred 4 elemental spirits. Harmonize with earth, air, fire, and water energy. Oh, she could do a gallbladder cleanse. Do you know some people suffer from gallbladder attacks, which are very, very painful? She can't cleanse your gallbladder. That's another form of consumer fraud. Why is this bitch allowed to advertise this stuff to an international audience? And why isn't the Florida... Oh, why are the Florida authorities... She lives in Florida. Her business must be based in Florida. Why aren't they doing anything to stop her from scamming people for medical services? Gallbladder cleanse? Speak to the great spirits, planetary wisdom and support, humanity's ascension through divine light. And listen, this is the best part. Here's what it costs. It's $22,222 for 40 sessions on Zoom and phone call. Slots are going quickly. 2 slots remain. So here it is, her superhuman training program. Oh, and I just now learned that I wasn't sharing this. Well, it's okay. I read it. So for the benefit of fellow researchers here, let's just I will flip through this again. Activation and healing. I'm not making this up or just reading this from nowhere. This is what she's offering people. And this course is 40 Zoom sessions, and it costs $222,000 to take this course. Or I'm sorry, $22,000. She's charging people $22,000. How much of this do you think people actually get? Or is this all hopium, garbage, new age nonsense? She's going to download codes from the light ships. She's going to cleanse your gallbladder. Speak to great spirits. And look, it's only $22,222. This is a scam, friends. This is a scam. And I'm going to say that. And thank you. Arlene Atkins is sharing some of our earlier videos. One of the big things that originally put our channel on the map when I first started my show is us sending the fake cancer patients into her, right? Aaron Flores says, bases, Stephen. You're not talking about those that started Sarah and Max into the public. Bases, covered bases. Yeah, it's just... He's been on my list forever. We covered his getting charged with sexual assault of a woman in England, but we don't know because of the... It's very difficult for me to get legal information from England, considering I'm in the United States. Yeah, as AXZ042 says, my mom had to get her gallbladder removed when I was a kid. It's very common. And it can kill you if you don't get it removed, if it needs to be removed. So her offering people to cleanse their gallbladder is very, very dangerous, AXZ. JB Palmer, 2667 with a kind and generous 5. Ma'am, this is Wendy's. Please stop whispering to my penis. Yes, she's going to do some organ whispering. I'm sure she's done some organ whispering in her past. She should have had it whispered too. Yeah. So, and I also wanted to make sure that we put on the record some of this stuff that she is accusing her former manager of, because that is some shit right here. And let me get back to sharing my screen so I don't forget again. I apologize for that. I hate when stuff like that happens. Okay, so this is her former manager who has some things to say. He says, I have been officially cleared of all fraud charges made by Sarah R. Adams to my bank. Her accusations were both defamatory and baseless. I've remained quiet until now as I've been taking all the necessary legal steps to protect myself and gathering the evidence that I need. If she posts about me again, then further steps will be taken. At this point, I have everything I need, emails, messages, and a list of individuals who are willing to come forward and share their experiences to expose what she has done to them. If you also have a story, please contact me. I will be sharing more soon. Well, that's interesting. And here's Sarah's accusations against her manager, Taj. She says, my former business manager spent the entire night attempting to breach my account security, but he was unsuccessful. He is disseminating false information, claiming that he has been exonerated of fraud, which is entirely inaccurate, as he is currently entangled in legal issues in the UK. He is endeavoring to conceal his situation. It is likely that his actions are motivated by a desire to access other individuals' accounts to fund his meth addiction. This girl talking about somebody being addicted to meth. And as far as I know, besides managing this new age wackadoo, that guy Taj is an IT professional, not a meth head, but what do I know? Fortunately, my current business manager is highly professional and is collaborating with his team to create a new website, as well as secure accounts that cannot be accessed by unauthorized parties. My former business manager had previously attempted to blackmail me using my website, and he intentionally destroyed my client's calendar. All of his actions have been meticulously documented and will be used as evidence in the ongoing case against him. Does this sound familiar? Just like David Wilcock accused me of stealing money out of his bank account, right? And David Wilcock said he's getting me arrested and he's suing me. Sarah's doing the same thing to this Taj guy who used to manage her. My bank has escalated the matter and reported the fraudulent transactions to their CEO's office, and his bank has been notified of his illicit activities. Recently, he went on a shopping spree using my card, and I am continuing to gather evidence for the authorities. I am confident that justice will be served. Well, isn't she supposed to be a psychic? If this was really happening, wouldn't she know it was going to happen and change her account information or something so he couldn't steal the money from her? Oh, I guess she's a psychic, but she didn't see this shit coming? Why not? I cautioned against others hiring him, as his intentions are malicious and driven by a desire to exploit others' accounts for personal gain. What's his excuse for trying to break into my accounts? That he is also innocent because there is the evidence. But notice she doesn't show anything. Taj says, despite false accusations, okay, we read this one already. I am pleased to be free of such toxicity, and I look to multidimensional coach Sarah R. Adams' friends and clients from around the world in this industry. Thanks for your words of wonderful support and comments. I appreciate it. The lunatic is truly out. Remember, this is her manager. The lunatic is truly out of the asylum and has finally showed her true colors for all to see. I retain my rights to use any and all relevant information I possess should I need to use it in my defense. And here is her manager throwing Sarah. Remember, this guy managed her for years. He says Sarah is a fraud and a compulsive liar, plain and simple. She makes her money selling packages that do very little to address the issues that many people come to her for help. She is making claims about her coaching packages that are outright lies. Ooh. Yeah. Her coaching packages are outright lies, and she is not qualified to give health advice on any level, especially when it comes to treating long-term health issues that detoxifying and a change of diet will not fix. From my estimate, there are hundreds of people who have had bad experiences either working with her directly or from being attacked online for having an opinion that is different to hers. That to me is not the attitude of an enlightened individual who is here to help people get through what is sometimes the most difficult time of their lives. The way she has treated me and other so-called friends is outright criminal, and she needs to be held accountable. She is not going to walk away from this situation without consequences, and I will see that she pays. I am prepared for whatever she tries. I've seen her do it to others, but she has no idea what I have planned for her. Ooh. By the way, the website, domain, email, and YouTube all belong to me. I have taken control of these, and they contain all the evidence I need. Oh, to gender, I know you're already giving me the whole video archive, but can I have the website and the email, please? That would be very helpful in promoting our documentary about her. And we'll get that documentary. I'm going to put it right at the top of my list of things to do. We'll try to bang it out quick. They contain all of the evidence I need of Sarah's fraud, especially her email, along with 10 years of messenger activities admitting to not just fraud, but blackmail. And many of the things, it's all in her own words, so she can't lie her way out of it this time. Sarah also tried to get into my YouTube account and my Hotmail account, but failed, so I guess it's okay for her to do it to me. Toasty Camburn says, Taj, I haven't met her, but when you shared something about her on here, it was clear that she was a fraud. 10 years and it's only coming to light now. All these people she ripped off. So what we have here, friends, is the former manager saying all the proof of her fraud is in those emails. All the proof of her scamming people is in her messenger, and he has access to all of it. And because she burned him, he's going to give it all to me. I think, I hope. And that would be amazing. We've already gotten a great deal of information in the form of those videos, but if we could get the messages where she's literally scamming people in emails are private. No, they're not. No, they're not. If he owns the domain, he owns them. He owns the domain. He owns the email. So, yeah, it is what it is. Rock back and forth on the X and Y axis, says Farce Face. Oh, that's a super sticker. Yeah, it is what it is. So we'll set. We've hit our goal. We'll start a new goal of 50 super chats. Any all the colors, any colors, and we'll have a extra overtime. All right, we're gonna start that goal. So isn't it interesting that her own manager is saying all the proof of her being a fraud and scamming people are in there? Solar Zex HC says that would be a legendary Feltoning. Well, he's pretty pissed off, so yeah, looks like somebody finally learned how to use Chat GPT. Yeah, she's something else, this girl, right? Fraud Watch, says Dave B. Can we hit it? The new goal? I hope so. I mean, it's $50. It's not a huge goal. So, yeah, what can I say, friends? It's something else. And I want to just put on the record, I tried to talk to him like a man several years ago and explain, like, look, you can't just help her scam people. You got to do something. It took a while, but eventually he came around and realized, oh, yeah, she is defrauding the public. Oh, yeah, she is just scamming people for nonsense. She doesn't have superpowers. And it looks like this guy's sitting on a treasure trove of, man, could you imagine if we did a documentary? We'd have all the videos, all her emails from her clients. We'll have her client list. We can call all of her clients and find out if they felt scammed or not. We'll call everyone. We'll email every client she ever did one of these fake psychic readings for. You know, some people are going to be pissed off. Operation Shutdown says this is going to be good. Well, I do owe her one, since she threatened me with a fake lawyer and tried to cause problems in my marriage for no reason. Well, because I said that her superpowers are fake, right? Come one, come all to the Astral Glory portal. Yes. Yeah, help donate. Rock guitarist 8907 says, help donate. Steven needs a new washer and toilet. Well, I don't know about a washer. I think our washer is okay, but I really do need a new toilet in one of the bathrooms here. 1 second. Sometimes people message me something and it's important. Oh, look at that, friends. Sarah R. Adams. Sarah R. Adams is texting me. She's texting me. You are aiding. Here's what she says. We'll put it on the record. You are aiding a criminal who is going to prison soon enough. It's illegal to harass anyone on the part of a criminal, and you will be held responsible, and your YouTube will most likely be removed, along with other damages filed on you. What are you sending me, Sarah? What is this? Be advised that I am guiding Sarah R. Adams in this matter. Oh, she sent me the legal letter, the legal threat letter that they sent. Well, that's interesting. We'll download that. Huh. Well, now I have the legal threat letter that her fake lawyer sent. Hey, Sarah, since you're watching, you can email me right now and I'll send you an invitation link and you can join the show and tell us your side of the story. I have an open door policy here, right? Yeah, but Rock Guitarist, you're right. I do need a new toilet in one of my bathrooms. It's working, but it's a little flaky. I'm going to replace it soon. But that's neither here or there. Zero with $2. He's pulling Hogan's. Yes, absolutely. We're pulling Hogan's, Zero. Thank you for your kindness. So, Sarah, you can email me right now at trueseekershow@gmail.com, or you could stop being such a cowardly crybaby little bitch. Why don't you can get your fake lawyer to call into the show right now. But unless he has a bar association number to give me, I'm not talking to your fake lawyer. Get a real lawyer. You tell people that you make millions of dollars. And here she is. She's publicly threatening my YouTube channel. Let's put that on the record. This is my source of income. She's threatening my YouTube channel. Let me move that up. Your YouTube channel will most likely be removed along with damages filed on you. Well, Sarah, you need a real lawyer to do that. Oh, you know what? There's a phone number here. Why don't we just call her? Should we call her? Should we call her, guys? Should we call her? Let's call her. I think we should call her. It's probably a burner, but we're calling her right on the air. Oh, so she's going to text me. You're going to text me to threaten me, but then not pick up the phone? Who do you think you're threatening and trying to intimidate? She just threatened my livelihood, my YouTube channel.
Hi, you've reached 1425.
Oh, I don't want to give away her phone number. So she doesn't want to answer the phone. She just wants to send me legal threats with a fake lawyer. It's a fake lawyer. Get a real lawyer, honey. You don't get to threaten me with a fake lawyer, right? But isn't it interesting that a fake psychic would use a fake lawyer? Yeah, screw the toilet and get the truck and push clips, says Darwood McSlovich. Well, thank you for that. Let's go. Yeah, we'll give out the number so we can all call them, right? She's going to get so pissed. She's probably already pissed. Look, Sarah, you have a history of threatening people on the internet. I have so many screenshots of you threatening people's families, livelihoods, jobs, businesses, relatives. What do you think's going to happen? You understand, like, that a court has a judge and a jury that has to decide who's being honest. Do they really think that somebody who spent their life lying to people about opening stargates and taking them up to spaceships is credible? I have a good reputation of doing good work as a journalist, and you have a terrible reputation of being a con artist and a scammer. Angelic Warrior is either Sarah or her. Well, we'll see. I don't know. Yeah, isn't that interesting, right? And there's a lot of sock accounts in the live chat defending Sarah. Well, a few anyway. We'll see what happens, right? There goes my chances of getting a med bed treatment. Well, you know, it is what it is, and I'm sure there'll be some false accusations thrown at my YouTube channel. But hey, Sarah, I have a real lawyer, like a real lawyer. He passed the bar. He's legally allowed to practice law. You have a fake lawyer that, although he has a law degree, he's one of your simps and he's not a real actual lawyer. So maybe you should get a real lawyer since you claim you're making millions of dollars, right? If you're making millions of dollars, why do you always have all these housemates and you never have a house by yourself? It's because she's a fraud. Come on the show, Sarah. Let's hit the goal, bitch. Yeah. And by the way, she can email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. The narcissist in her couldn't let the show go without contacting me with these threats, right? Does she think that's going to go good for her? Threatening my livelihood and my YouTube channel publicly, and she put it in writing. Like, this is how dumb this fake fraud psychic is. This is how fucking stupid you are, Sarah. You threatened me in writing for doing my job as a journalist. I'm reporting on what's happening. I've given you an opportunity, which I think is very fair. Just email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com and I'll send you the invitation link. You can join the show and tell your side of this story. Come on the show. Come on the show and tell your side of the story. My audience will hear you out, right? And then maybe while you're on the show, you could show us the aliens that you take money from people to talk to. You could show us the angels, you fake bitch. She hired either Nick Ricita or Legal Eagle. No, it's some guy named Patrick Ruiz, who is a fake lawyer. And I'm going to try to, let me see if I can't get that lawyer letter, because now I have more. Great, thanks. Now I have the fake lawyer letter that she sent. She sent a fake lawyer letter to this manager of hers, and she just sent it to me. And now I have a copy of it, but it's very difficult. Remember that I am visually impaired, so it's very difficult for me to read on a tiny phone screen. I'm going to try to get it over. See if we can't go to my drive. Upload. Looks like I got it. Just give me a moment to upload that to my Google Drive, and then I'll share that. If we hit the second overtime goal, I'll share the fake lawyer letter. All right, let's do it that way. I'll hold it hostage. I'm going to hold it hostage. She's too scared to come on the show. What do you think about that, Stephen? I think she is, because I will rip her to shreds. I'll tell her to open a fucking Stargate live on my show. And either it'll work and I'll get great ratings, or she'll fail miserably, not be able to show. How are you taking money, hundreds of dollars from people saying, I'll teach you how to open Stargates, when you can't show us a Stargate that you can open Stargates? Shouldn't she have to show that she can open a Stargate before she takes money from people to teach them how to open a Stargate? Like, this whole thing is so ridiculous and stupid. Now she's threatening my YouTube channel. Let's see if we can't get that. See if we can't get that lawyer letter, because it's a kind of a laugh riot. It's going to take a while to upload it from the phone. Oh no, I've got it. Just give me one moment. The email, the email that the fake lawyer sent her, the email address that he's using is lawyeredup.369. Lawyered up. That sounds really professional, Patrick Ruiz, you fake lawyer, right? Yeah, so they sent this manager a whole bunch of the legal threats in this letter. Yeah, her lawyer sent me the letter he sent you in 2022. Oh, that's interesting. So we have the lawyer that he sent. Yeah, can you send that to me to Jinder? Send me the letter, the whole thing, right? Oh, Taj, we'll work on the uploading. Taj has already uploaded 15 gigabyte to the oh my god, 15 gigabyte of Sarah R. Adams videos. It's the mother load of how much are we going to be able to felt this girl with 15 gigabytes? He's not done and he's already filled the Google Drive that I gave him. Let me see here. My drive. Let me see if I can find that. Taj is already furiously uploading. It sounds like he's pretty pissed. Oh wow. Well, we'll have to listen, I'll talk to you off air, Taj, and we'll figure out how we can get the rest of them, or I'll download these to my local drive and then delete them all and you can keep going. Hopefully you kept track of how much you got. How many more videos do you got? And this is interesting. I can't share that letter that he sent me. 1 second. I'll read a portion of the legal threat letter that he sent me. Just bear with me because I can't share it on the screen because it shows my home address. I don't want to. I've been doxxed enough. Yes. So he sent it to my company on April 14th. This is 2022. I represent Sarah R. Adams. This letter is a formal notification for you to cease and desist defamatory, slanderous, or libelous communications about Sarah R. Adams and the general harassment of her. You have made outrageous statements about Miss Adams on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. While you declare yourself a truth seeker, what you offer is your opinion. Yeah, my constitutionally protected rights of free speech and expression. Malicious statements are an effort to defame, cyber harass, and to ultimately hurt my client. The content of your statements has also called emotional distress. And then they go on to give examples. Look, all I ever said is her fake powers or her superpowers are fake as shit. And I stand by that statement. Sarah R. Adams' superpowers are fake. And so is her lawyer. Her lawyer is fake, just like her superpowers, right? Oh man, this is getting good. I didn't think this was going to get this good tonight. Here we go. Now she's texting me more. She must have saved my cell phone all this time. That's interesting. Your podcast is going to be used as evidence on you and Mr. Gill, who is already a felon in the USA. Well, I don't know if that's true, but that's a claim of Sarah R. Adams. It's clearly your intent to stalk, harm, or harass on the part of a criminal. This is grounds for a restraining order on you, which will be done along with strikes on your channel. I manage Miss Adams. She is currently going through a heart condition. Oh, she has a heart condition. Why doesn't she just heal her heart condition with her fake superpowers, bro? And this is an intent to cause her harm. No, let me put it on the record. Oh, so this person texting me is not Sarah. It's apparently her fake lawyer. Text me right now your state-issued license number. What state in the United States are you a legal attorney in? Text it to me right now. Did you pass the bar in your home state? What was that? Your home state was, I believe, New Mexico, as best I recall. No, I don't even know offhand what state this guy lives in, but he's one of her simps. You know, he hangs. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hello, this is Steven, and you're live on YouTube.
You're speaking with Taj.
Pardon me?
Are you speaking now with Taj?
No, who is this? Is this Patrick Ruiz?
No, sir.
Then who is this?
Are you planning to speak with Taj?
I'm speaking to him through Messenger.
How are you speaking to him through?
I don't need to tell you that. Who is this calling my phone?
Are you aware of the legal actions being taken against Taj?
I'm aware that a fake psychic, fake healer, con artist is claiming that she's taking legal actions, but she's claimed to be taking legal actions from many people.
She is taking legal actions against Taj and will against you as well.
All right. So send me the paperwork then. Big tough guy, fake lawyer. You know, a legal degree does not entitle you to legally represent someone in this country. You need to have passed a state bar and been admitted to practice law in one of the states. Which state are you a lawyer in?
You'll receive the paperwork shortly.
Okay, is it coming from a real law firm or from your home address like last time?
I don't know what you mean by last time.
Is this Patrick Ruiz? The fake lawyer that sent me the fake letter last time? Patrick, I don't know who you think you're dealing with, but I live in Pennsylvania. There's very strong journalist shield laws. Good luck. There's anti-SLAPP. There's a journalist shield law. I don't have to reveal any sources, even under threat of subpoena or lawsuit or arrest. Do you understand that if I'm not going to be intimidated by a fake lawyer that hasn't passed a bar in my home state or any other, to the best of my knowledge? And what lawyer calls somebody and won't give their name and their bar number? What's your name and your bar number?
I'm not going to tell you that in this venue.
You're not going to tell me that. So you're a fake lawyer. I get that you have a law degree and that you're one of her simps. Do you know how many other people she has used, like she's using you and then burnt when things didn't go her way? Do you have any idea how many people she's threatened with lawsuits, child protective services, restraining orders? Do you have any idea? Because I've got all those files. Do you know what it's going to look like to a judge and a jury that you're trying to help her threaten and intimidate journalists into silence?
That's not what I'm doing.
Okay, well then what's your purpose here? You won't give me your name? That's pretty cowardly. Are you a pussy? Do you want to give me your name? Or are you too much of a pussy to even give me your name? You want to call my personal cell phone and threaten me? Then give me your name, you pussy. No? No? What do you want to do here? Call ended. The pussy wouldn't give me his name. And you know what? We win. I am a journalist. I am exercising my constitutional rights to free speech and freedom of expression. I am reporting relevant news events in the beat that I cover, which is the consciousness community and the UFO community. I'm not doing anything wrong here, but let me just put this on the record. The purpose of tonight's broadcast is not to harass, defame, cyberstalk, intimidate, or threaten anybody. The purpose of tonight's broadcast is to educate the public about the dangers of fake New Age healers, fake New Age psychics, and literal crazy crystal hippie bitches who are stealing money from people, in my opinion, for fake superpowers. This idiot is calling me, defending a woman who claims she can open stargates and teach you how to do it for $333. Call me Astro with a kind and generous 220. Says, Sarah, help us hit the goal and we'll be nicer. Yes. Exy, let's hit the cold, bitch. Can we hit it? Yes. Yes. That's something else. I thought it was Sarah texting me. She must have given him my phone number. So she thinks I'm going to be intimidated by her simp lawyer, who's just some dude like hundreds of other people. She uses and manipulates men, especially, but I've seen her do it to women as well. Don't touch me, I'm crazy. Fantastic content, Steve. They're bluffing. Well, I will aggressively defend my business, my YouTube channel, my media company, and my right to freedom of speech and freedom of expression. Old Nosy with a kind and generous 5 says, "Get this poser loser, Steve." Yeah, listen. Uh, I used to work in corporate America for attorneys. That was my job. I was in the so-called pre-legal department. No real attorney will ever call you and refuse to give you his name. Do you know who will do that? Some scammy, scummy simp for a fake psychic bitch. That's who will do that. Old Nosy, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. A mom theorist with a kind and generous $4. Hippo character smacks his hands. Oh, it's a super sticker, but thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Robo Nexus 666 with $2 says, "Go Felted." Thank you for your kindness. Greedo the Green with $10. Steve wins. Big ups, man. I hope you are doing well. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Yeah, and also it's 10:30 at night. No real lawyer is calling somebody to threaten them with legal shit at 10:30 at night. Thank you, Greedo the Green. Very kind of you. Farty McFly says they can't contact you at this hour. Harassment. I agree. $2 from a mom theorist. One for the goal. Thank you for your kindness. Nissa Thurpwood with a kind and generous £5. And by the way, does it sound like somebody who's spiritually enlightened would send a fake lawyer to call somebody at 10:30 their time at night to threaten them? Does that sound like something a spiritual guru would do? Giving this just for the excellent way you handled the call. Firm, calm, and didn't fly off the handle. Well, thank you, Nissa Thurpwood. We appreciate your kindness. £5, one for the goal. Thank you for the kind and generous support. Terry Joyce is here and is laughing out loud. Yes, her fake lawyer called me at 10:30 at night. And Terry, come on, a real lawyer is not going to call you and then refuse to give you his name or his bar number. He's not a real lawyer. He may give her advice, I guess, but he's not a real lawyer. He can't file suit in any state in the union. Angelic Warrior says, no, she's clearly desperate to salvage whatever reputation she has left. Yeah. 202 Shiggle says, HFS. This Kenzo Kathy is strung out. Is the interview between her car dates and hits. Yeah, it's one of those things, right? Calling you at this hour is a lawsuit in and of itself. Yes, it's 10:30, Nissa. This is cinema. This is a good show. Suffer, Patrick, bitch. Suffer. Suffer, you fake lawyer, bitch. Suffer, you fake lawyer, bitch. Suffer. And we're at 13 of 50 of the new goal. So this turned out to be a lot spicier than I thought. I'm good. I'm here for it. Oh, man, this is something else. Listen to this. Somebody's in my comments saying, I think everyone should look at the other side of the story. This is a show about David Wilcock, where Stephen threatened David Wilcock and Corey Good's family, saying he would chop their body up, including their kids. That never happened. Prove that happened. It never did. I would never do that. Ridiculous. And guess who's putting those kind of comments on my channel? Right? A brand new sock puppet account. Just created is putting this fake comments, right? The law is 9 p.m. is the cutoff, says Arlene Atkins. Well, I don't really care about them calling me at 10:30. Does the fake lawyer actually know the law? Anyone is able to address and commentate their opinions on public photos or videos. I agree, Angelic Warrior, right? Yes, innocent children and families need to be protected. I agree 100%. Oh, that one. Nissa Thiepwood says, found you through Keno Casino, stayed for the no-nonsense felting of Freudian frauds, right? Oh, I just love the fake lawyers calling in. She abuses children. My kid would scorch her, but I don't want further traumatize him. Yeah, that's a shame. Steve is protecting families from this woman who terrorizes children. Thank you, Haley. Sounds like a legit lawyer for sure, right? All right, so we're trying to hit the next goal, but I got to take a quick break. Here, and then we will resume our coverage. Nissa Thiepwood says, felt those Freudian frauds with kind of generous £5. Yes, we will. Who is this Sarah puppet? Is it David's sister? Yeah, they're both so crazy they belong together. She talks to gnomes, though. Does she know the living gnome that is Ellie Bongo? I don't know. I'm not familiar with the reference. It was probably Wilcock. He's trying to avenge those millions of people you killed, Stephen. It's getting crazy in here, right? Can you ring him back and ask him how I can cancel my speeding ticket? Sarah hired Dershowitz. Yes. Yeah, whatever anybody, I agree, Haley. Whatever anybody believes, innocent people and family members should be left out of it. I agree. 100%. React to DSP live. Is he live now? Probably. He's a loser. Today's episode is legendary, says Alga Ray. Well, it's not every day you get threatened by a fake attorney who won't give you his name or his state bar association number or tell you when he passed the state bar, right? You are doing the Lord's work, says Me Too. Glad I found you on the Keno. The 40 and times, I guess that's a reference to, yeah. The What Files says, I'm Sarah's lawyer. Hang on, she is blowing me. Well, she's got to pay for those fake legal lawyers somehow, right? Imagine doing a good person and doing healing work and not terrorizing people in the midst of it. Yeah, I got to say, I totally agree. So, yeah, we're going to take a quick break. And when we return, we're going to cover Sarah on Jimmy Church's radio show. And one of the reasons you know she's a fraud is because Jimmy Church hosts frauds all the time. And we can prove that. So we'll take a quick break. And when we return, we will be doing the overtime. If we hit the second overtime goal, I'll read the fake lawyer letter and share it. We're going to hold that hostage, right? We got a fake lawyer letter. We got to use it to its maximum extent. So I got to take a quick break to the little boys' room. I'll be right back for the overtime. And hopefully you won't be sitting at I don't have a really long bumper. Hopefully you won't be staring at an empty chair when I return. Yeah. Well, we'll do this one. Oh, I have an alien channeler song. That's perfect for this, right? This girl's just as crazy as Sarah, but less harmful because all she does is channel aliens on YouTube. And I don't know that she takes money from people, but I could be wrong. So we'll be right back, friends.
force on this planet today, waging war against humans and our biology. Alien force on this planet today, waging war against humans and our biology. Alien force. 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 Alien force.
Oh, I apologize, my friends. I was not quite quick enough on the draw. But special shout out and thanks to Simon McFly, right? Simon Fly, who makes those excellent music videos. So let me take a moment to catch my breath and catch up to the live chat. Then we'll go into the Jimmy Church section. Let me change my banner to the Fair Use banner. We'll be sharing this Jimmy Church video where she talks more nonsense, right? Because that's what she does. She talks nonsense. All right. This is Fair Use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public. And by the way, I just want to mention to her fake lawyer that you just bought yourself another show. I don't take well to being threatened or intimidated into silence. So what that's going to do is it's going to make me more vocally and more loudly educate people on the scams of Sarah R. Adams. And the fact that you, some fake lawyer, think that you're going to defend a girl who's telling people that she can take them up through stargates and help them visit aliens and get in a med bed for a healing session, fuck you right in your eyes, you fraud. You're just as big a fraud as her. You're not a real lawyer. A real lawyer would give you his name. He wouldn't call, not during business hours. Come on. Here we go again. Oh, here we go again. Hello, this is Steven.
Luneweski?
Pardon me?
Am I right? Am I pronouncing your last name right?
Oh, hold on one second. And what do you want, Ona?
Well, is there a podcast going on right now? Is this the podcast number?
No. What can I do for you?
There's not. Oh, okay. Were you doing a podcast with Taj?
No, I was doing a podcast by myself. What can I help you with?
Oh, I was just calling to find out why Taj and you were talking shit about Sarah Adams. That's all.
Well,
But I was under the impression this was a number for a live podcast.
oh, you're live on the podcast now. I guess it is now. No. No, Sarah is she's giving my personal cell phone number out to her friends and her fake lawyer. But what do you have to add?
Okay.
What do you have to add? You're really going to defend a girl who's telling people she could cure cancer?
Why we've got two men crying over a woman. Now you guys are so upset that you're doing a podcast over a woman.
What? I don't understand. I don't think that her sex has anything to do with it. I've covered more male grifters than female grifters by far, because males outnumber female grifters.
I mean, you guys seem very, strong and in your divine masculine that you have to do a podcast trying to destroy a woman, or any human for that matter, that's literally out there doing the shadow work, doing the work, but you guys are going to stir up all the drama and talk about a chick on a podcast. I mean, come on.
Yeah, your voice sounds vaguely familiar. What did you say your name was?
It's Ona Lee.
Okay, Ona Lee.
Mm-hmm.
So you're really calling and defending a woman who told a terminal cancer patient that she was, well, someone she thought was a terminal cancer patient, that she was shrinking their cancer cells and curing them of cancer? You're really going to defend that? or a woman who says that she could telepathically communicate.
Anyone. Sarah can stand on her own 2 feet.
Well, you called in to do it.
You guys so upset that you're doing a podcast?
I'm not
I've
upset.
seen the messages from Taj that said he fucks up and that he fucked up with her. So man up, own what you did, and stop talking shit about people because you guys look dumb, to be honest. But
okay, well, we'll see who looks dumb when her entire history of emails comes out. Ona.
Sorry, what was that?
We'll see who looks dumb when her entire history of emails with clients comes out and we interview all of her clients, especially the ones that feel like they got ripped off and scammed by her.
Oh, okay. So everyone's getting ripped off and scammed by her.
Can she open a fucking Stargate, you asshole? Can she open a fucking Stargate? She took money from people to teach them how to open a fucking Stargate.
Ooh, hey, simmer down those panties, sir. Take a breath. You got this. You don't have to get so upset. You guys are doing a whole podcast to try to expose someone. I've seen the text from Taj. Just own up what you did.
What did I do? Show me where my facts are wrong. Show me where my facts are wrong. She took money. She took money.
Taj, did you not work with Sarah? Can Taj hear me? I can't tell. Is that the guy screaming?
Are you retarded? Are you retarded? He's not on my show.
Ooh. Oh, he's not on the show.
No.
Okay, so it's just you. It's just you screaming like a little girl that got really upset. Okay,
oh, come on, you new age crystal hippie idiot. Right? You really believe she can open Stargates and I'm not allowed to say that that's fake? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying, you fucking retard? That I'm not allowed to say she can't open Stargates? You new age retard?
Look who's getting so upset right now.
My audience likes it when I get angry and upset, so it's fine.
Take a breath. You're okay. No one's harming you. You're safe.
Oh, by the way, I'm going to share your phone number since you want to be such an asshole. You feel okay to call my phone number. I don't know you. You don't have the right to just call people out of the blue.
I'm on the podcast, aren't I? Isn't this the phone number for the podcast?
No, it's not. It's my personal cell phone number that her idiot fake lawyer and apparently her is giving out to people right now. And you fell for it. You're being a useful idiot for a new age scammer. You're being a useful idiot.
If I called a podcast line, Mr. Steve?
I don't even remember what our podcast line number is. We haven't taken callers for quite some time. But so you want to defend a new age scammer, go ahead.
All jokes aside, I've seen this time and time again where men have to get together and go attack.
Her sex is irrelevant to me. Her sex is irrelevant to me.
I've seen the messages from Taj. He apologizing. I fucked up. Da-da-da-da-da. So just...
How do you know those are real messages and not faked like her fake lawyer?
Where there doesn't need to be any. There doesn't need to be any drama.
Oh, you must be one of her idiot followers. Yeah, I'm doing the world a terrible disservice talking about a fake psychic healer. If you can't let me speak, then I'm going to hang up on you. It's my show, bitch. This is my show, bitch.
Oh, it's your show. What?
That's right. Get your own. You want to go defend new age scammers, you do it on your own. And by the way, Ona, I know exactly who you are, and you're not Ona.
I am too, Ona.
No, you're not. That's not your name.
Okay. Who do you think I am?
I'm not going to talk about it. But listen.
So now you're going to make up that I'm...
Listen, go tell Sarah that her and her fake superpowers and her fake lawyer... Her fake lawyer and her fake superpowers can suck my dick. There we go. That's not who the person claimed to be. I know who that was. And it's a bitter, angry, jealous girl who became sort of a critic of the show because she didn't like that I was going too hard at the New Age grifters and couldn't resist. And, this is the kind of harassment that we were talking about earlier that Sarah submits her detractors and her critics to. It's like, don't you say I'm a fraud on the internet or I'll send all of my loser crystal hippie bitch idiots, right? Yeah, and she keeps saying I'm getting upset. Like, no, it's called righteous indignation. I'm here educating the public about a fake fraud psychic who is taking money from people, telling them that she could teach them to open stargates. I'm not upset. We're doing what most people would be considered work in the public benefit, right? And Terry, yeah, that girl's name's not Ona. She's seething right now. This is what's happening. Sarah R. Adams is a complete and total narcissistic personality disorder. And she is seething right now that somebody's doing a show ripping apart her fraud, her fakery, and her bullshit, right? And so she's getting her little minion, I hate to say it, but retarded followers to call and try to disrupt the proceedings, but it's not going to work. We're still going to continue on with the show. She could get 10 more idiots to call in. I shouldn't even have let her on the show. And by the way, yeah, if she can't defend herself, then why is she calling? I agree. Yeah, that's probably the greatest thing that's ever happened to this girl, though, getting on my show for 5 minutes to defend a grifty, scammy con artist cunt, to be honest with you. And I hate to use the C word, but and the fact that I'm getting accused of some kind of sexism because I'm covering a girl grifter, go look at my catalog of past shows. We cover male grifters compared to female grifters at a rate of probably something like 10 to 1. H, what up? What does her being a woman have anything to do with it? I would be covering her the same way whether she was a woman or a man. And we thank Axis 042. Stay in your divine masculine. Steve, you king. Yeah, I'm doing my best. Call me Astro. Thanks for calling in, Sarah. No, it wasn't Sarah, but it's one of her little idiot friends. That girl also thinks she has superpowers, by the way. The girls with the superpowers really don't like it, Call me Astro, when you call them out and say, I don't think your superpowers are real. In fact, I'm going to prove they're not real. If she had real superpowers, she would know when we sent her a fake cancer patient that it was a fake cancer patient. I already had to change my cell phone number. Now I definitely have to change my cell phone number because this crazy bitch is going to get people to her. This is what happened last time. And I can't prove this, but last time we started covering this girl, she gave my phone number out to people and I started getting harassing phone calls always at 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. And it really did disrupt my sleep schedule, right? But we're not going to let that happen. I'll just change the cell phone number. But I hate to do that because I've had that cell phone number for like ever since I had a cell phone. Chuck with a kind and generous 20 just says Kino. Well, thank you for that. We appreciate it. Steve, you got to take more calls. It's amazing. Well, thank you. Don't touch me. I'm crazy. Old Nosy, do you believe in Stargates? See, I would have been kinder to her if she wouldn't have started with you basically calling me a misogynist because I'm talking about a girl grifter. And look at the level of idiocy. Like this Sarah woman gets one of her idiot follower friends to call. It's probably that fake lawyer's girlfriend sitting right next to him or something. It's interesting, right? She gets them to call thinking that Taj is on the show. Taj is not on the show. She didn't even know anything about the show, wasn't even watching the show, decided to call in and harass the show. But thank you, Old Nosy, for your kindness, generosity, and support. Yeah, we need more calls. We need more. Yeah. Maybe the fake lawyer will call back. Let's go, Steve. Pure Kino. Says me too. Band of Thieves. Common Steve W. Yeah. You should have kept her on longer, Steve. Well, we could call her back, but I'd rather not. Axie, we should call her back. No, I'm not going to do that. Let's get some subs, says Devoured Eagle, with a kind and generous $20 of, I think that's Mexican pesos. I don't know. But thank you for your kindness, Devoured Eagle. The redneck proppy. Buy yourself some black goo, Mr. Cambion. Yeah, I should do that. I should totally do that. Careful, Steve. It's not worth it. Don't ruin what you built because of some quarter-wit crystal hippie is talking smack. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay. It's perfectly all right. And people are chiming in with additional information. Yeah. Oh, interesting. So it turns out that the girl who called in is one of the new fraud hoaxer, fraud fake psychics that she is. Let me see. I'm blocked from her page, so I can't share it. But according to a good source, uh, that's the new bitch pinned on her page, her new brainwashed minion, right? She's also blaming people for her heart issues. Yeah, it's really, this has been a crazy off the rails show. Let me change my fair use banner. So no surprise, the girl who called in is one of her new fake psychics, and one of the new fake psychics that she is, promoting to scam people with. So no surprise that girl would call in and doesn't even know me, instantly accusing me of being a misogynist, that's just attacking women, doesn't know anything about the situation. It's one of those days, friends. All right, we're supposed to be doing this overtime. I think the calls should count as the overtime. Old Nosy, crazy cat lady seething with $2. Yes. No running in my lobby with 10. You're the best, Steve. Whatever happened to the insane lady trying to sell the PS2 game cover as a pic of a real alien? She's still grifting. I call her the grifting grandma. She's never going to stop grifting. I need more show. Well, Blazing Mad, we got a goal to hit, Interesting. Let's see if we can't get through this Jimmy Church stuff.
How big this was?
I did. So they were more my family than my physical human family. And
Her
I
alien
understood this.
starseed
So I would,
family.
I would speak to them. I felt so at peace and happy in their presence. And I'm definitely different, not from this planet, which I've been very vocal about.
Mm-hmm.
And I was more at home with them.
Now, did you go and hang out?
In addition to everything else, now she's saying she's not from this planet.
With your friends and tell them what was going on?
So as a child, I had a lot of, strange things happen. Things moved around me. They would catch my mom would catch me speaking to spirits.
Right.
There was
a
lot
question.
of.
Somebody's asking how they got my number. When I first started covering Sarah R. Adams, the original plan was that she would display or show me her readings or superpowers, and then she would come on and do an interview. So she had my phone number from that. It is what it is. Now I wish I would have had a burner phone since the beginning of my show. So crazy crystal hippie con artists don't have my number.
Anomalies happen, and so much to the point they thought I was possessed and brought me to quote get an exorcism. That's how intense it was.
And how did that work out?
Well, you know what? I'm very blessed because the pastor actually said that he thought I was an angel or something. He brought me some cake and was like, she's okay. And there's nothing wrong with her. And she's very gifted. So he was very nice about it. And he didn't go through with the exorcism.
Now,
she was
and
going to
how
have
did
an
you,
exorcism.
not to dwell on this, but that's very interesting. How did your parents react to the non-exorcism?
So my mother was quite upset about it.
Right.
But we were, I mean, as a child, the whole family would be abducted at times. I remember this. So I have a lot of memories of that. My mom also, there's a really interesting story with my mom. She was on the Edwards Air Force.
Again, she can't say the letter G. There's an interesting story.
Base as a child. So she was brought from Europe, from France, and was she was with actually this guy who was close to Reagan, and he adopted my mom from France and brought her there. So she had a lot of supernatural things going on with her, and she had a lot of abilities. And this is where as I got older, I started researching into the programs that the government runs, because I have had experiences in underground bases and things like that. So my mom knew that she had abilities. She also knew that I had abilities. And as a child, she would tell me to go do
she had
different
abilities as a
things.
child.
Which was quite interesting. She would tell me, okay, use your abilities to do this. So I told her, I was like, I know I can affect the weather. And as a child, she would say, okay, do this or this. And so she was quite aware of it. But at the same time, she was she was so different because of what happened to her. And I believe that that's why she was very traumatic to us children, that she was totally disconnected, and
So
she
her
almost
whole
treated
family
us
got
like
abducted by aliens.
kind of like it's kind of like we were in the military. She would make us line up. She would make us do things like in a military sort of way.
And this
like
is
when she was a
Church. Back in the day, he's such a boomer that his show would never show the guest. It's only recently he started showing the guest. It would just be like, stare into my greasy head while I talk to the guest.
Child, and the same thing happened to her.
Now, before the contact happens, or how do you know? How is it
You're right,
initiated?
Haley. Absolutely.
Oh wow! So I'd just be walking around, and the ETs would
Farce
appear
Face
to
says, "I
me.
need a
If
beer and
my
a
mom was
cigarette after
extra,
I'm having both.
extra vicious to me, and they would come and take me into the ships, and
Yeah, why hasn't she sent the
it was
Galactic
happening every
Federation
day.
after
And
me?
I
Good
remember
point.
just even waking up at night and seeing like my brothers and sisters floating out the window into the ships. They were taking them through the window,
Right.
Take the
through the
aliens
glass,
took her through the
which
window.
sounds crazy, into the ships. And
Good point.
that happened
Good
to
point.
me.
Here, let's share this because this is a very, very good. This is a salient point. These defenders of the grift, says HWH, what up, always make the same mistake. They spend more time attacking character with words like misogynist and racist instead of coming with a valid response. I would have listened to her arguments, but she didn't have any. She deleted this. Sarah deleted this girl that called in from her page just now. Oh, poor Sarah. You don't want us tracking her down? Because we'll look into her fake scams too. Next.
Perpetually, it still happens to me of where ETs appear. I wake up in the morning and there's an ET just right there next to my bed and says, okay,
She wakes up in the morning and there's aliens right next to her bed. You might want to get a camera and document this, you crazy bitch.
we're doing this and this for the planet. This is what's happening. This is your assignment. So, and then they tell me a lot of different secrets of the universe.
Right. And
okay,
I'm going to
got
stay
it.
focused
got
on
her.
this for just a minute.
I was wrong. I thought that this girl was somebody else. It turns out her name is Ona. At least that's her super psychic name. Her fake psychic name is Ona. And she's been defending Sarah with this rift. She looks like a real winner. Ona Lee Sweetman is her name. So we'll look into her, and I guess she's another fake psychic, right? Yeah, it's one of those things. Just one of those things. So that's one of her like grifty psychic friends, I guess.
But one of the questions that the audience I know right now is expecting me to ask at this point, when you say an ET is, appearing in front of you or in your room, can you describe?
Yeah, the Watcher.
What type
we know you're
of
watching,
being,
Sarah. Give Stephen a call and sort this mess out.
showing
Thank
up?
you. Yeah.
So I speak to a few different councils. One of the councils, they're actually they're above the ETs, and the ETs they're the beings of ancient light, and the ETs go to that council. They're what I call the main council, and they're from the spirit realm. So
they're from the spirit realm.
I've interacted with over 200 different ET races. So there's a lot of different ETs. So it depends whichever one decides to come in that morning. So sometimes it will be tall gray ETs. Even the reptilians come in. I've encountered the draconians. So there's a lot of different ETs that I've encountered that just appear to me, and they'll speak to me about different things.
Yes, I agree.
I want to stay on.
I agree. Thank you. Don't touch me. I'm crazy. With a kind of generous 5 says they blew up their entire grift on your show tonight. Twitter clips all day. Massive win, Steve. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, we already got 2 clips out of this. We got the crazy crystal hippie bitch clip, and we got the crazy fake lawyer clip. So that's pretty good. Yeah, I thought it was. That's one of the people I thought it was. Frank Brown says sounds like Elizabeth April. I thought it was Elizabeth April, and we covered her before. She's another girl fake psychic scammer. But turns out that that's at least her real fake psychic name is Ona.
Yes, man, I gotta write this down. I'm gonna forget the question. Okay, hold on. I have to do this really. Okay. All right. I saw I've seen many of your
don't listen to them. That was great PR. Says
there was one, and you may remember this, but
the lawyer was embarrassing.
Interesting. You said you arrived at the conference, and he
vet Sarah 3 times.
Got to your room,
you guys should know that.
You were greeted by a being right there at the conference in the hotel room, and you came right downstairs and told the audience about this.
Yes.
Yeah. And what happened?
Yeah, she's just seeing aliens in her dressing
somewhere,
rooms.
they come with me. Sometimes I've had also abductions in planes where time would stop. They will take me out into their ship, and we'll do different things, and then I'll go back into the ship. So, and when I do conferences, they're very protective of me and my energy. So they'll come, and also the Sasquatch, believe it or not, they'll come in, and they are connected to the ETs. They interact, and they're actually not from this planet. So that happens a lot to me. And there's quite famous artist in the UK called Lloyd Canning. And I was going to a conference there to speak at it. And these beings appeared to me. They were very tall. They almost look like the beings in the movie The Knowing, I think, with Nicolas Cage. I think it's called The Knowing. And they look exactly like that. And they said, you're our kin. They called me their kin. And they said, we're traveling with
the aliens,
so
guys,
then I get to the conference, and no kidding, it was so insane because I got to the conference and Lloyd Cannon's paintings were there of these ETs, the same ones.
Oh, that's what it was. Yes, his paintings were there. That's right. I remember now. Yes.
And I walked in and I told everyone, I'm like, well, see, I said they're going to be here, and there's paintings of them everywhere. So
well, talk about a difference in show hosts. Like this girl saying, like, oh yeah, aliens just appear in my dressing room. The show host doesn't think to say, well, did you take some pictures? You get video of this, or is this just in your land of make-believe, right?
So that was quite impressive of them.
Now, I want to get back to when you were mentioning the windows. And as you can imagine, I've spoken to so many about this subject, and I'm fascinated with it.
What does it mean by that?
Your family and you, when you went through the window, did you feel anything physically? Did you feel anything change in your body as you are making this movement through something that should be solid, right?
So it's almost like, so when they bring me to higher frequencies and I have the ability to go into other dimensions, my body goes into like a state of bliss or ecstasy. And it's almost like listening to the most beautiful music that you have ever heard, and it vibrating through your body, this sort of symphony. And then it's like it ascends all space and time and any solid matter. That's how I can, that's the best way, honestly, that I can
Tales of Sonic Voyage, talk to Bigfoot.
A fuzziness, he doesn't know that, like electricity?
A lot of electricity flowing through, but to the point that it's like your entire body feels so blissful.
Yeah.
Right. And what about
as you can imagine,
did you
I
ever
spoke to so many grifters about this,
rising out of your bed and going through the ceiling and up?
I have not experienced
Jimmy
that
Church
that way.
I
have when I was younger. Yes. I did levitate. I was speaking to these stones, and the stones told me how to place them around my bed. and I
She's got
levitated.
stones around
And
her
then
bed
what
and she
happened is my mother
levitates. Not
opened the
crazy at
door,
all.
and when she opened the door, the noise felt like
His views are in the
it
shit,
felt
though,
like
Frank. I
sharp
beat
pain when
him
it hit my energy field, and I
routinely,
collapsed
unless he
back
has a
onto
big
my
grifty
bed.
guest. I
But
beat
no, I
his
mean,
solo
I have
numbers
not went through
consistently.
like that. I will.
And he's got a
It's
20-year head
almost like
start on
when
me.
sometimes when I
So
have
he's
where
pathetic.
I leave or
And
they
he's
take me,
broke.
which I willingly
But he's
go.
not bald.
I'm
He's got a
so
good
happy about
greasy head
it.
of hair there
I
still.
just will also almost like teleport
Yeah, he's
from where
baiting
I'm
her to
at
say
to
things. I agree,
completely
Terry.
inside the ship.
Yeah, that's my next question. Others have spoken about,
And
being
Terry, I was going to
led.
message you to come on the show, but I ran out of time, and I thought I'll just do this myself. I didn't want to ask you because I know you're busy with your own show.
But they don't remember
But maybe we'll do a part 2 together, Terry.
walking, right? Almost as if they're floating and they're led through.
Oh yeah, the
Same
aliens are
experience
floating.
for you,
Yes.
Yeah, she was
So
speaking
either
to
I'll
the stones.
float into the
H1 up.
ship,
right?
or I'll like teleport into the ship.
Oh, she
Now,
teleports into
and
ships.
so that's when I'm looking at the clock here. I want to get all of this in before the top of the hour. This is when you were
Yeah, he's
younger.
telling her now, not asking.
The
her.
same experiences are happening today.
Smooth like a gravel road.
So, and
Believe it or
I'm
not, he
very,
does radio voiceovers for
open
some
about them.
stations.
I often
You know what's
post about them
bizarre?
on my social media with
When I first got my cabin, I was like, "That's fucking Jimmy Church's voice." And I think this. I don't know this for a fact, but you know how there's a station ID break on radio where it'd be like, "You're listening to WXZN 98.1." He does. That's what he really does, or that's what he was doing for extra money because his show's in the shitter. Old Nosy with 5 and 1 for the goal would rather Steve on live stream than prove her portal is real. Exactly. She could have come on and just opened a Stargate and a portal, right? That's awesome, says Farty McFly. Bring her on to tell the Carrot Top story. You know how many? I think she's told that Carrot Top story. For those unaware, I'll tell the quick version is Terry Joyce of Not My Rabbit Hole. You could visit her on YouTube. Go subscribe. She once was, doing comedy shows. Well, she's still doing comedy shows, but she was in Las Vegas and she was hanging out with Carrot Top, and Carrot Top and a couple of his friends tried to gangbang her. It's a great story. It's one of my favorite stories. I'm going to get her to come on and tell the story just so we can clip it and put it on the New Clips channel, right? You haven't lived until Carrot Top in his full-on muscle phase and a bunch of his friends try to gangbang you. Oh, just great. She did tell the story, Patty. Yes. Let's continue. This is our overtime after all.
What the ETs tell me, the messages that they have for humanity. They're telling me a lot of different things that are so important right now on how to heal the earth.
This seems so childish and stupid to me. Like, oh, the ETs are giving me messages for humanity. It's straight out of the 1950s contactee books.
How to heal the oceans. So yes, like I said, I wake up in the morning a lot of times and they're standing there. And then sometimes there's envoys from the different councils who join together and will come and speak with me or interact with me.
Now, when
he's going to try to make
somebody
sense
want
out
to
of
hear,
this.
so what was it like inside the ship? Did you go anywhere? And I get all of that, and we might get to some of that. But do you ever travel on the ship, or is it just here?
No, so I've traveled to this place where there's these different spheres of energy, and it's almost like
see, she says true story.
Sort of city, and these
Someday
spheres
I'm
are
going to
spread
meet
out
Carrot
through the
Top.
universe. So I've traveled with them there.
You know how
there's
if you go to a comedy show in Las Vegas, a lot of times they have a meet and greet after and they sign autographs. I'm going to a Carrot Top show just so that I can record his response. Like, hey man, do you remember Terry Joyce? She's a friend of mine, and you try to gangbang her, and I don't appreciate that because she's one of my friends. Why you try to gangbang my friend, Carrot Top? And then when Terry wasn't down for the gangbanging, he was like, well, how about just me? Like as if that was somehow better. Like, all right, you don't want me and all my friends to gangbang you. How about I just bang you? And Terry's like, no.
Also, on the moon of Saturn, they have a base. There's different
moons of Saturn base. listen, there's amateur astronomers all over the United States and the world that would see if there was a base on the moons of Saturn. There isn't one. But don't
They
let
have
facts and logic get in the way of a good new age UFO alien story you could sell stupid people.
different base.
And notice how she's somewhat of a chameleon. Jimmy's show covers largely UFO and alien stuff. So when she's on Jimmy's show, she's talking about UFOs and aliens. When she's on a show about new age spirituality, she just talks in spiritual terms. She's a chameleon to the audience.
Bases on different planets. So I have been to those, and I wouldn't even call them bases. I just say that there's places where they will physically come into the 3D realm on those planets, and they inhabit those planets still to a certain point.
How does the travel must happen instantaneously?
Oh, of course.
Yes,
You just
it's
teleport.
almost like teleporting.
Yeah,
And then they
teleport
told me
in.
that
She
they
can't
charge
say
the
G's
ships.
at the end
That's
of
why you
word.
see them always
Teleporting.
around the sun, and also in electrical storms. So there's a lot of people who have videos of UFOs appearing in storms where there's a lot of lightning, because they're using that cosmic
Is that
energy
true,
to
K.
charge
Murph?
their
Those were
ships.
implants, fake muscles? Are you kidding me? Really?
So it's possible, and it must be
Hollywood,
done this way, Sarah.
1994.
There's
Oh, I
no
thought it
other
was
way
Vegas.
to look at
Okay.
it. I've thought about this so much that their travel, no matter how far the distance is, it's got to be simple.
Oh,
it's got
it
to
happened
be easy,
when
and
he
it's
was
got to
still
be
skinny.
quick, and it's got to be now.
1994, he was still skinny. Okay.
It is. It's
All
like
right. Well, now we
teleportation.
got
That's
it.
what their
You'll
ships
tell the
do.
full
So,
story next
and
time
their
you're
ships.
here.
This isn't
We're
the
clipping that
only
shit.
universe. So their ships can teleport, and sometimes their ships go through black holes into another creation,
interesting.
which
And
I've
then I
been
guess
there
you got 'em
too.
taken
I
out
traveled
at
through
a
there.
certain point, Gamer?
So yeah, it's like teleportation.
Wait. Pump the brakes. Okay, let's
Yes.
back up.
She does.
Black
she's got a
hole?
4-year-old.
You.
Yes, she can
Yes.
go into
So
black
they
hole.
said that this universe
Yeah,
is.
this is
They
very.
said that it's kind of in.
She's such a powerful healer. I said, well, how about you heal my third nerve palsy and heal my eye? How about you cure my son of nonverbal autism? She couldn't do either, because psychic healers aren't real, and neither are miracle healer faith healers. It's not real. She just wants the money. Yeah. How can people listen to this fade to black crap? Well, I don't know. It is what it is.
Lockdown, because they said that humanity has not ascended enough, so they never.
Oh, well, you
they
haven't
don't
ascended
want
enough.
humanity
You gotta
to get
ascend
into the
enough,
other
or
realms
you're
and
not gonna get into
dimensions
the
for
other
now, until
realms.
humanity ascends and learns how to, really start to get connected to the spiritual realms. Then they will be allowed out of this quarantine. So the black holes are there to rip anything apart.
This is planet Earth prison theory, and people like David Icke and Alex Jones have all put forth this, that the aliens keep us in our own solar system because we're not enlightened enough to travel the stars yet, because we're still too primitive. This is age-old New Age conspiracy land tropes that people just repeat.
Should not travel through them, but these black holes are portals into other dimensions and other creation.
So there is a technology to utilize the black holes without getting ripped into a singularity, into nothing.
Yes, so
He's bringing science into this, like that matters? Jimmy Church, you moron.
You have to have enough energy charge to actually go through the black hole. If you don't, and it's actually quite ultra dimensional, because if you have enough energy, you can travel through the black hole and it won't rip
we
you
can
apart.
ask the super
It's almost
soldier.
like
He's been to
passing a
Saturn and confirmed
Stargate,
if
which
she
they
was
are
there or not.
Stargates, a lot of them.
She
that
is boring. We're gonna wrap things up
scans you
soon.
and it sees if you're
spaced out radio. God
if
bless.
you're
God bless
ascended
him, but
enough
he
or
sucks too.
evolved enough to
So
pass
boring.
through that gateway. And if you're not, it will kind of rip anything that's trying to pass that shouldn't pass.
Yeah, the aliens won't appear until we give them
How
money.
do you know?
That's exactly
like
how it
me,
works.
would I be allowed to? I don't know if I'm ascended. would I be able to pass through? I mean, is there a report card? How do I know? I don't want to
Yes, there are
step.
actually report cards on everyone. They have files
they
on
have
every
report
single
cards. The
living
aliens have our
creature on
report
this planet
cards.
and every spirit. So this
Chill
planet
Station
is not a
7 with a
physical
kind and
planet. It's
generous
actually a
super
very
sticker of
ancient
a
spirit. So is
character
the
lifting
ocean.
weight
It's an
saying, "Keep
ancient
it up."
spirit. So are the
Thank you,
mountains.
Chill
That's why you
Station
see
7.
faces often in mountains. They're ancient spirits that came
No,
together
he's not
to
a friend
create
of
this
Rogan's. He's a
3D
loser.
planet that we have so that we could have this 3D physical experience. And anyone can get out of this system. And, you know, there is
Way too
such a thing
girthy.
as the matrix system that's locked people here. And it's only locked them here, quarantined them here until they evolve more
With
and
enough fiber, he could
understand how
pass
their
through.
3D physical body, which is
We got
divine
space report
technology
cards.
and energy works. So
Diddy did what?
it's
Space report
it's
cards.
kind of long, and we'll probably get to this in the show, but you have to learn how to bring cosmic energy in. So cosmic energy is what I call God force, God source. It's God. It's not the God of religions, but it's this force that flows through all. When you are full of that enough,
We will become enlightened
then
once we
you
give
are
this
allowed
lady
to
money.
go and travel
Says no
anywhere
running
that
in
you
my
want
lobby.
to. And a lot of people are not having
Yes.
contact with ETs
And
because their
checking in with the
frequency
goal.
and the charge of energy in their body is so low, and then the charge in
need
ETs
22
are
more
so
to hit the
high
goal.
that there's no
Any
connect there.
amount.
So that's why they're doing the hybridization program, is
Any
to try
amount
to
of super
reconnect
chats.
people up who
22
are getting
more.
caught
We could
in
get a super chat train going. We
reincarnation
might
loops
hit there.
here and have lost
You
themselves.
gonna
They're
make
trying
me
to connect
listen to
them back
more of
up
this
to the
crazy
higher
bitch
energies
if 22
so
more
that
of you
this
throw a
planet
dollar
can
at
ascend.
me? Yeah.
Is that
yeah.
why?
Yeah, if 22 more
I've got
people
2
throw a
minutes
dollar at
before the
me,
break, Sarah.
we're gonna listen to
Is
more
that
of this shit.
why some
I got
people
more of
can
this.
go out and do a sky watch and see amazing things, and then others that have a negative attitude about we're not going to see nothing, right?
I think
Nothing happens for them,
real.
and
Yeah.
nothing
He's a robot
nothing
assistant
appears.
and a
Is
computer
that what you're
scientist.
suggesting?
That
Makes
much
sense
is
to me.
true. I think
Yes,
he's an
and the
okay
ones who
show
are
host,
having
but
these
he's a little
experiences have
autistic
a
and
higher
dry
charge
for
of
me. I don't
energy
know.
Right.
in
But I
them.
think he tries
So that
real
higher
hard to be a
charge
good
is
show
actually
host. I
linking
like
them
some of
up
his
to these
shows.
beings who have a higher charge. The people who
She's
are really
watched
caught
too
in a
much
system, who are
sci-fi.
closed off, who
Yeah.
you know, they're not being able to connect because of this. So I can open stargates up and ships will appear.
Mr.
And I did
Sauce
that
used
last
to
night
lurk at
for
Spaced
UFO
Out
Watch
Radio.
here with
Well,
Alan
God
and Mark
bless him. He
Sims.
deals.
Alan Seinfeld, that was here a while ago.
He does the
just saw
wackadoo
Alan, by
buffet
the
with
way.
the
Yes.
wackadoo.
He's
so.
just the bomb. I love that
He
guy.
is.
I don't have
love
anything
him.
against Dave,
So
though.
we did it last
He
night.
had me on
There
his
weren't
show.
any ships
Like,
appearing. I immediately went
that
and
was
opened the
funny.
Stargate, and sure enough, we saw a few ships.
Her cosmic
what did you
energy
guys
is
see?
vodka and mushrooms.
Ships appear in the sky.
Yes.
Well, you can't just say that. I mean, how cool was it?
I think Mark caught some of it on video because
Yeah,
I
it
know
was
he was
pretty
doing a
good,
live
right?
broadcast on it.
I'm going to ask him if I could have that
They
for a
appear
vacation
here all the
night.
time because
When I need a
Sedona
night
is an
off,
ancient
I could play that.
docking station for them. So this is one of the
She
ancient
opened a
portals here in
Stargate on a show.
Sedona.
No,
So
I
it's quite
challenged
common
her
for
to, but
everyone,
she
even
never
people
did.
who don't believe, to see
She says she can open
UFOs here.
Stargates, but she
And
can't show us.
I need to take a break right here.
'Cause
But
I
it
don't
was
know.
really cool for me to see you and Alan together a few minutes ago. It caught me by surprise. Is he like the coolest dude on planet Earth? I mean, you can just say
Alan
it right
is
now.
the guy
he
who
still
brought
there?
many UFO grifters
He
to the
is
forefront,
actually my
including
livener. So
Anjali.
yeah, he's the coolest guy ever. He's so cool. I'm letting him borrow my Jaguars to drive.
Right
around.
on.
Yeah.
Well, those
She's very
long
proud of that
flowing locks
Jaguar
blow
she
in the
grifted
wind.
off of morons on the
Alan is
internet.
just amazing, and that was really cool. That was a great surprise for me. Well,
Oh,
listen,
yeah, we're gonna read the-
We need to take
if we
a
get
quick
12
break.
more
Let's get
super
that in
chats
now. This is
of
Fade to Black.
$1 or more,
I am your host,
11
Jimmy
more,
Church. Our
we're
guest
gonna
tonight,
read the fake
one and
lawyer
only
letter.
Sarah Adams, is with us.
Saying
First-time
hi,
guest,
end
the
of month
only way to
lunch meat
go.
sandwich time,
Tomorrow
says
night,
Lynn
right here,
Elser.
Billy
Thank
Carson. Wednesday night, Tim McMillan
Oh, yeah.
of The Debrief. Thursday night, Linda Moulton Howe. I'm your host, Jimmy Church. This is Fade to
We're
Black. I'll be
He's
right
got all these commercials
to-
where he's selling bullshit, so we'll fast forward past that.
some of the things that we were going on, going on with you. Did you think maybe that this was something sent from heaven?
That's a good question right
Oh,
there.
yeah. Was
And
it angels or aliens, Sarah?
yes, I do also interact with angels. They do exist. Sometimes they sit
She
in
talks to
with
angels
the
and aliens.
councils of ETs. They're a different sort of well, how can I put this? They're a spiritual being, whereas the ETs take physical form at times. So they're different, but but they do interact.
And how did you figure out the difference? I mean, in a strange way, I was talking about this a couple of weeks ago. angels are part of the universe, right? Wouldn't that be ET?
I do believe. I do believe that. Sorry,
I was going to say, you understand where I'm going with this.
Oh yeah, angels,
I do.
ETs, it's all the same.
So, the angels are definitely a different creation, but they do hold status. They hold their own status. They will often interact with the ETs. Sometimes I will be at council meetings where there's ETs, the Sasquatch, different.
Remember, she doesn't go to meetings. She goes to meetings. It drives me crazy that she can't say G at the end of words.
Earth spirits, different cosmic spirits. So, and they join together, and of course they, pass information, and they have different meetings for certain things.
Meetings.
So I have interacted with Archangel Michael a lot too. When I was a
Just
child,
like Wilcox,
I was sleeping at the foot of my mom's bed. Archangel Michael appeared to me very, very
New Age people love the Archangel Michael stuff.
Bright, shining.
Remind me to
came
put
to
that
me
into
and
a
spoke to
grift
me
for
for
Grift
4
Month.
hours. And what was quite interesting with him is he said to me, he said adults, a lot of children can see angels, but adults
People
can't
give
because
money to Sarah.
of the
How
dense
sad.
energies in
Yeah,
their
I
aura,
agree.
which is put in them or keeping them in lower frequencies, so they can't connect to the angels. So then he said, I'm going to let your mother's going to wake up, because I was sleeping at the foot of her bed. Your mother's going to wake up, and she's going to see me. She's going to see me for a couple of seconds, and she's going to ask you a question of why is it when she woke up.
Oh, there's
that
another one.
she can't-
TLA.
And she saw me
One
that I
for the
disappeared,
goal.
and tell her
20
it's
more, and
because
we're
her
gonna look
aura
at the
is
lawyer
dense,
letter.
so she cannot
Sent to
connect
her
to the
manager.
angels. And that's what many adults on this planet, they're not able to connect to the angels, whereas children can connect to the
Wait, she talks
spirits
to the
and the
Archangel
ETs and the
Michael
angels
too?
because
Yeah.
their aura is much
Maybe
more
he taught her
pure
to
and
open
higher
the
frequency.
stargates.
Did she wake up and catch a
hardcore?
glimpse?
She did, and she asked me the question, and I told
Abu
her
is
exactly
here.
what
Welcome,
the angel said.
Abu.
Was she bummed? Tell me the truth. Was she bummed?
She was quite shocked.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, bummed that she didn't get a chance to speak with him or see him.
She saw him
Serious as he can
briefly,
be.
then
Mhm.
she asked why he disappeared, and I told her it's because he said that
Some kind
adults'
of
auras
accident.
are dense, and
Could be.
it's
Yeah, it
because
could be some kind
they've
of
got
accident.
lost
Because she has
in their
holes in her
lives,
brain.
and
Yeah,
they're
from the
not doing
black
the
goo.
energy
The
work to
black goo
clear
gave her holes
themselves. I
in her
mean,
brain.
people go and take showers and baths, and they're clearing, they're washing and cleaning their physical body, but they're not doing that to their
Angel
energy
come
fields.
in and
They're not
clear all
clearing
this
it,
up.
and this is causing a lot of problems
Good
on this
idea.
planet.
What did you
can do that with
What did
AI.
you find out about ancient Egypt and Atlantis, where there is so much research going into the possibilities
Yeah,
that
good
the
point.
Atlanteans
can't
came to
assume
Egypt, many thousands of years before the dynastic side of Egypt rose, and that's where the knowledge came from. We have that
Thank
side
you,
of things,
Abu. I'm
and
glad that you're
if you
here.
have
Nice to
had
see
a
you.
past
I
life
like your
experience
avatar. And
with
the name,
this,
Abu.
what can you tell us?
Sounds pretty interesting.
So this is true. And originally Mars was inhabited, Venus, every planet was inhabited, and each planet is connected to a chakra within us. So Venus is connected to the heart chakra. Saturn is connected to the root chakra. And in fact, the whole thing about Satan comes from
Somebody's
Saturn.
asking on Facebook
and
who punched her in the
represents
mouth.
Saturn. So each
'Cause of
planet
those
is
big
connected
fake
to chakra.
blowjob
And
lips?
originally
Yeah.
there were priests and priestesses who were interdimensional. They
Can
were
we hit it, says
interacting with
Katie.
ETs.
I
They were
think we
they were
can.
astral
Really, 19
projecting.
more.
And they traveled among the planets, and they kept the
Kids,
planets
this is why you
tuned
should
up to
never
higher
sniff glue,
frequencies.
says dog
There's
T.
pyramids on every single planet. There's also pyramids
Sarah
on specific
left-handed?
moons.
Yeah, maybe
and
she
it's
is.
an ancient
You gotta beat it.
system
Summon the
that
aliens.
allowed them to tell up these beings
remember that
before
book,
this
Winter Soldier.
cataclysm happened,
Men are from
when they
Mars,
were
women are
3D
from
physical
Venus.
bodies. It allowed them to teleport. It allowed them to travel among the stars, dimensions, and Egypt is certainly the remnants of that. There are many different names
Oh my
and
gosh.
labels for this ancient civilization.
Chill Station
Atlantis,
7 with a big
Lemuria,
$10.
to just name a
Praise the
few.
goal
Mhm,
and
mhm.
praise the cash.
And
Thank you for your kindness,
so,
Chill Station.
Do you have conscious memories
she
of these
basically
past
just
lives?
told the Naruto.
How did you access
lore.
them?
Yeah, they all just repeat the same
So
stuff.
I was actually sent
Really a
to this
small
planet to
bunch of
help
material.
open stargates
Oh,
and
she's
to
here
help
to open
awaken
stargates.
humanity, because that's the end game for humanity. Yes, so when there was the cataclysm on Mars, then I had sort of a time traveling
How do you
experience. I
not,
went into
as a show
some
host,
other
stop
realms
her when she says things like, I was sent here in order to open stargates? He never stops her, right?
before I decided to come into
crazy.
this body. So I've been kind of going in and out of this planet for a little while.
Let's stay right there with time travel. The you
chakras
that
are
I'm
out of whack.
speaking with now.
Yes.
When you suggest these other places, is it still the you that I'm speaking with now?
She says she's
or
from
is there
France,
a time
but she can't
travel
speak
element
French,
to
so
that,
there's
to go
that,
into the
yeah.
past, in the distant past?
You're right, TLE. I asked
That's
her. I asked her
that's an
5,
intense
10
question.
times
So
to
like
say
the other
anything in
day,
French. She couldn't.
I went to go to sleep, and
Jimmy
instead
is
I was
complicit
in
in
a
this. He's
ship, and we
complicit
traveled to
in
the
a lot of bullshit
1950s of where we
spreading on
were
the internet. That's what he
instructed
does. He
to
spreads
go ahead and
bullshit
clear
on the
that
internet.
timeline of a lot of dense energies that would then
My
reflect
phone's zoned
upon
down a
this
long time ago.
timeline
Me too,
and
but
help
I'm
to
still hosting the
release
show, so
higher
that's
energies into
dangerous.
this timeline, because they told me
I gotta pay
that
attention, man.
previous timelines where there's
Pay
been war,
attention.
destruction, suppression are actually pulling light from this timeline. So we needed to go back and channel light into those timelines so that it affects this timeline. So that's what the ETs did.
She should be drunk with you.
It was a couple of days ago they did that with me. So I will
You don't
travel with them
interrupt
with
someone
in
who is sent
timelines like
here
that,
from
or
Mars,
sometimes I
says
will be in
Tales of the
this
Silent
body
Voyage.
and have a
True.
life like in the
He's
Victorian
as much of
times,
a grifter as
or
she
like
is.
in
True.
ancient. I know I often
The
don't
only thing
remember
she
what
can open
day
is
it
her
is or what
mouth.
hour it is. This is a
Dog.
huge problem in
Whoa,
my life,
burn of
and
the
I'm very
night.
lucky to have a
Burn.
team that keeps me on
The
track,
only thing she can
because I
open
will
is her
find
mouth.
myself almost there at the same time
That's
as I'm in
misogynistic.
this
You're
physical
gonna make
body.
crystal hippie
So
bitches call and complain about
I
my
kind of
show
see time
again,
different than
dog.
this, different than how humanity sees it.
Help me understand how you started to
Bored as
understand how to
hell.
deal with this.
He appears bored.
It's
yes.
got to be confusing, right?
He does appear bored as hell.
Not for me, because I'm different and I'm aware of how things work.
Oh,
So
she's aware of how everything
even
works. Yeah.
let's say, so Saturn, okay, projects time and reality. The rings on Saturn actually project the time and reality we are living in right
Diarrhea
now.
of the mouth.
So
Oh,
Saturn
time and
often
reality
speaks
comes
to
from
me. It's an
Saturn.
ancient spirit, and I can go through Saturn into past lifetimes or past timelines.
Jesus
So
Christ.
I also work doing that sort of time.
So far, I'm just going to do a quick recap here so that we're clear. So far, my friends, she has said that she can open stargates, go through black holes, aliens appear in her dressing room or her bedroom every morning. And also, she talks to the Archangel Michael. Venus is actually projecting our time and reality, and she can use that as a portal to go to her past lives. She was sent here to Earth to open a stargate. She's not from Earth. Do we need to take notes? Like, this is so bunch of mixed together. Arlene said diarrhea of the mouth. It just seems like, let me just mix together. Let me watch way too much Ancient Aliens and just regurgitate everything I heard on Ancient Aliens.
Travel, that's something. And
it's totally unoriginal, by the way. Everything she said, there's nothing original in anything she said.
Like one time I was having a very hard time with merging a better timeline on this planet with the ETs, and I pulled myself from the future of when I knew when I was more into my abilities with doing that, and switched myself up briefly. You know? So I pulled in my future self, did what I needed to do, and then switched back into the present now self.
When this happens, let's go back to the 1950s, right?
Says Kate,
a couple of days ago.
Oh, here we go again.
When that occurs, do people?
Here we go again. Hello, this is Steven.
Yeah, that's why I'm here at the police station. Yeah, he had this. Yeah, and he's live right now saying. Yeah, he's live right now saying he's gonna release all of my Times emails and stuff from the last 10 years.
Like on like a.
No, I didn't say that.
He's like on a live station right now.
I didn't say that.
He's on YouTube. Like he's just, yeah.
Well, let's just listen in. They're not saying anything to me. Well, they called me.
We have, so, and he's like ridiculing my lawyer, that my lawyer's not to the police and speak to like a restraining order, and what he's doing is like criminal to like release information on my client.
So if you want like something like that, like a restraining order, that would all go through like the 8th Judicial Court.
Yeah,
So that's what you'd have to file that through.
Okay.
If that's what you're going, I would still go.
What would you go for on him, on somebody like this? Because he's in the USA.
Kind of people like this disorder type of thing. Like
Yeah, he's not listening to that. So should we just go for a lawsuit on him, or how would we go?
I mean, that's where your lawyer.
Okay.
Can give you criminal advice, or can give you like lawyer advice, right?
Okay.
What I do is I would start with the fraud detectives and the.
Yeah, I have the fraud department involved already in California.
Did they give you any advice?
Yeah, so he's a felon in the United States because he stole my identity. He lost my account. He wired himself money. He did a lot of stuff, honestly. So he's like, he has so many charges in the United States. But basically, he's in England, but he's getting on shows.
See, that's hopefully
They butt dialed me.
Well, we have Interpol. That is, yeah.
They don't know they called me.
I mean, I'd maybe talk to maybe the department you said out in California.
Yeah, they're helping me with it.
Charges, like with them and everything.
Yes.
So,
but my lawyer said to come here and do another police report tonight because he said that we need to like have the report for what he's sending into Interpol right now.
Who's sending it to Interpol?
My lawyer is. He's transferring everything from the United States because my lawyer's in the United States.
The charges would all go through Interpol because we can't do anything locally.
No, so I just need to do a report, another report.
Yeah. We only do like the local report. So if your lawyer's going through Interpol and everything, that's all going to be handled through Interpol. And if you've already talked to like people in California, because we can't really take a report for someone that happened. Like,
okay.
We can't do that.
But he's doing it like on a radio show here. Like he's literally doing more harassment, more stalking, more defamation here.
So, but you've already started charges with California?
Yeah.
So I would update them because they're going to be the ones that are doing the like charges and everything.
Okay.
If you start one out here, then it's like they're just going to pass it off to the detectives in California, wherever you did this in California.
Okay.
I would pass it all off to them. They're the ones that are building all this case and everything.
Yeah.
If you want to start like a cease and desist or cease and desist order, I'd go down to the 8th Judicial Court. It's like Pecos and Bonanza.
Okay, we'll do that
tomorrow morning. It's normal like 8 to 4 hours. What was the address of it? 8th Judicial. 8th Judicial Court. Did you? It's been something Bonanza. Yeah, it's like Pecos and Bonanza. Pecos and Bonanza. Okay. Quite a name. 8th Judicial Court. It's a family court. Okay.
So I'm dealing with a heart condition right now, and basically, like, I went to the ER
on Lewis Avenue
because
it's 601
of the stress of him doing this.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get it like taken care of, and he's aware of that, and he's just like cleaning for it.
601 North Pecos, Pecos Road. Okay.
Instant classic.
It's about my heart condition and how my lawyer said that he's purposely doing this to try to cause me, because I collapsed and went to the ER, and I have a weak heart, and so it's going to step
Okay, I've muted
again,
myself
so he's doing this on purpose
so I
to
could
try to
speak.
cause harm, and so is this dude guy,
She's.
the one that
It appears she's in a police station trying to file police reports about Taj.
And he's just like really like a rude person that his wife like doesn't want to be with him and stuff. And it's just a troll show. But they're like
She's talking about me now.
all of my personal information and everything, and that's why I'm trying to get through the legal system so I can just get a verbal cease and desist on him, right?
Yeah, I mean that's the course. I mean,
Yeah.
There's enough that you have in your
Oh yeah, this guy did he's doing it live on a radio show. So I have
recorded it.
Yeah, we got it recorded, and I also have
I've shown that to the judge.
Yeah.
And then I mean they can do what they need to with that. They can serve it and everything.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, perfect.
do all that.
And if
right now, like you're okay.
I earlier had some heart palpitations because like
my lawyer
Clips,
tried to
friends.
contact, and so did some of my friends, and be like, and I forwarded him, so the lawyer for my letter, and he's like, a letter from my lawyer, and he's like, oh, it's not real and stuff. This guy's like complete nuts. So it's kind of like listening that you're going to have like your client's emails and personal information is like not very, like it's definitely like kind of some anxiety there.
Yeah, I think women also feel like non-disclosure, all that stuff.
I just want to say I'm trying to remain as quiet as possible so that we could record this for other researchers and for posterity. This is gold, friends.
Stuff, all this money out of my, I actually have this paperwork down here out of my bank accounts and stuff. So like guys, level Chase, they have him under like shoe investigation right now for fraud. So
Yeah, me and her former lawyer.
So he's trying to get on shows because he's mad because he wants more money for his meth addiction. And he stole probably like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Batman villains.
Yeah, I definitely, the agency you're dealing with out in California.
Yeah.
Just keep building the case with them, so then it's all localized.
Okay.
If it's like a case here, case there, and everything, it gets to the
Some psychic. She didn't see this coming. She butt dialed me.
If you keep everything with the California agency, then it's all just with one detective instead of like too many chefs in the kitchen.
Right. That's what Interpol told me. So they were like, we're going to.
She's dumber than the rock she talks to.
Go after a civil lawsuit to get to the open stuff. Yeah.
Any other questions?
No, thank you, Ward. Definitely. Thank you for keeping us up.
No, you're very welcome.
That man is going to jail.
Hey, Sarah, you butt dialed me. Do you know that?
It's Steve's wife says
Before we leave this, the next step is to contact lawyers.
Okay, yeah, we gotta get the detective that's helping me on the case from Cali. Yeah, and then
we have to get to them the video.
Yeah, of Steve and yeah. But I also have a whole bunch of friends.
This
that
is
are doing,
Keno.
like their testimonies on how they were listening to the show, and he was saying all this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, let's get some subs, guys.
But the thing is I think that like
Are you not entertained?
so crazy that they're not.
I swear this is not a setup. Oh, the call ended. Oh, the call ended, friends. I swear to God, I did not set anything up with Sarah. I think she butt dialed me while she went into the. She is fucking stupid. She is fucking stupid. She butt dialed me while she's telling cops, while she's slandering me to cops. Do they know that I'm a journalist? Right? Chill Station 7 with one for the goal says 220 alert. And come on, friends. Who else brings you shit like this? This is some Keno shit. We need 11 more to hit the overtime goal. Frank Brown says, come on then, Sarah. Do you think we should try to call her back, but wait 20 minutes until she's done talking with the cops? I don't know what happened. She called me. I said hello. I can clearly hear her talking to what I think is some police officers, but she didn't respond when I tried to talk to her. So I think that she butt dialed me, and she's talking to cops, butt dialing me, not knowing that I'm playing it live. And by the way, I just want to say that despite anything that Sarah R. Adams is trying to falsely assert to law enforcement, Taj, to the best, here's my understanding. He owns her website. He owns her email. He owns everything. It's all, registered and paid for under his name or something. So he's giving me all of her video archive. And next, he may be giving me emails. If it's legal, we don't do anything illegal here, ever. And if I have a question about whether I can release those emails or whatever, I'll talk to a lawyer before we decide to broadcast them. I'm not simply going to take all her clients' emails and broadcast them. She called the cyber police. Yes. Did Sarah just lie to The police. I don't know. But I do know one thing. We need to get 11 more subs or we have to end the show pretty quickly. We've been at this for 4 hours and 45 minutes. This is like an old school True Seekers, like never ending show. Cave Teeth. Googate has begun, says Cave Teeth, and thank you for that. Hank McGurk doesn't like the sound quality. Fake butt dial. Dude's cop voice very embellished. Yeah, it could be. She could have faked that. She could have faked that to scare me. They're desperate to get me to back down. If she would just have used her superpowers, she could have avoided all of this. Yes. Oh, Sarah is here because she says, I don't know if that's the real Sarah. We'll check in, Sarah, and I'll send you. You're free to come on the show and tell your side of this story. But acceptance to appear on your YouTube channel today. I appreciate the opportunity to share my side of the story and provide clarity on the matters at hand. I confirm my participation and look forward to an open and fair discussion. Please share the necessary details, including the time, platform, link, and any guidelines I should follow during the session. Looking forward to our conversation. Best regards, Sarah. Well, okay, Sarah. Look, I'm doing this show for 4.5 hours, so I'm not doing it tonight, but I'll give you tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. 7 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. If you want to come on the show, I'd be happy to hear your side of the story. Nothing to worry about. Cops will laugh at this. So, Sarah R. Adams, get back to me. Let me know if you will agree to be a guest here tomorrow night. We'll hear your side of the story. But just be aware that we're going to hear your side of the whole story and all the stories. We're going to hear, for example, I may ask you to open Stargates. I may ask you to defend the medbed scams that you've been involved in. So it's not just going to be the Taj, you coming here to attack Taj story. You got to be willing to take any questions. Googate has begun, says Cave Teeth. Yes, and Chill Station 7 gifted a True Seekers membership. Very, very kind. And Akanu, wait, how do you say this? Akanu was gifted that membership by Chill Station 7. So make sure that you subscribe, because if you're a subscriber and somebody gifts a membership, you could win a free membership if you're in the live chat, but you've got to be a subscriber. Don't touch me, I'm crazy. World's dumbest criminals. Oh boy. I agree, and thank you. RoboNext666 says praise the cash member and gifted a True Seekers membership. And Michael won that. Maybe that's the Archangel Michael in my live chat was gifted a membership by RoboNext666. Yeah, how Kino? Okay, so apparently, according to Sarah, she purposefully butt dialed me or whatever and put it on speaker so that I could hear her talking to the police. And she says that Taj is a meth head. And she says that he's the bad guy in this story, and so am I, and that I run a troll show. Okay. And Sarah might be wise to be advised that I have a far bigger megaphone this time. When I covered her years ago, I was a new show. We have a big reach here, Sarah, so just be sure you want to do it. Can you read my deadpan? Says, suffer, Steve. She's going to call the cyber police on you, and consequences will never be the same. Suffer. Yes. Axel. Is that how you say it? Axio042. I'm sorry. MVP. Big support tonight, and thank you for that. Axio42. She claims she called you on purpose. She totally got felted, guys. Okay, buddy. Let's hit the goal. Thank you, Axio. Yeah, this has been, I got to say, everybody was messaging me about this situation with her and their manager, and they remember I covered her before, and everybody's like, you got to do a new show. Get Taj on. I tried. And people said, you got to do a new show. Get Haley on. I tried. But then I said, well, if they, So many people wanted me to do tonight's show that I said, I'll just do it myself. We'll cover some of her history and whatever. Holy shit, did this turn? This is one of those shows that you just throw out there and see what happens. And you know what's funny is every show that I think will be a big deal and get huge views and have a lot of fun stuff happen on it, they fail. The shows that I'm just like, let's just do a good job covering the history of this grift and cover this person, they do very well. Oh, and big support. P18 has gifted 20 Truth Seekers memberships. Oh, thank you, P18. And what can I say? Friends, you've got to become a subscriber. And here is why. If you are a subscriber and you're in the live chat and a very kind and generous person like P18 gifts a bunch of free memberships, you could win one. And K-Murph got a free membership. Chuck, Sour Ghost, Zigga got a free membership from P18. Danny W got a free membership from P18. Mix Coyote got a free membership from P18. New Email, great user ID, was gifted a free membership. BR gifted a free membership. Angel So Good was gifted a free membership. Snort Hogan, shout out to Snort Hogan and big ups. So good to see you here, Snort Hogan. I love your channel and thank you for doing those clips so I don't have to. God bless Snort Hogan. Go over there if you like Dark Side Phil shit. He's got the best clips of everything that goes on and happens. Shout out. Candy Moon was gifted a free membership. Aaron Reed, I'm sorry. I'm a little difficult to read that. Let's put it up. P18 is who gifted all these memberships. And Red, okay. And Name was gifted a free membership. Joanna's Forehead gifted a free membership. Decarius and Gula gifted a free membership. NFMT equals 18. XJS gifted a free membership. Monterio. Christina Diaz, longtime show supporter. I'm glad to see she was gifted a free membership. Free memberships are a great way to support the show, friends. This has been the most incredible live Truth Seeker show yet, says, can you read my deadpan? Well, you got to tune in because you never know what happens. Sarah has emailed me back. And Sarah, I'm willing to be fair with you, but you got to be willing to answer whatever questions that I have. Yes, I'm in the chat. I'm happy to participate to clarify my position. Sarah, okay, tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern. And yeah, we'll that'll be some surprising shows, right? Yeah, and maybe we'll have some surprises tomorrow for you. You know, like what if Taj came and you both told your sides of the story? I'm open to that. Let you both come in because, you know, I'm not saying I'm on Taj's side because honestly, Taj helped you scammed. In my opinion, Taj was partly responsible for your grift doing well. You had a good manager, right? He handled a lot of stuff for you and he helped you, in my opinion, to take money from people, in my opinion, on false pretenses. So I'm not defending Taj. I'm not on Taj's side. I'm not on your side. I'm reporting what happened. And if you say tomorrow night, 7 p.m., yeah. Yeah, Sarah says she's emailed me back confirming. Well, tomorrow night's going to be interesting. I was going to cover Wilcock and his latest stream, but I guess we'll do a part 2 here, and especially because you owe me an interview from 3 or 4 years ago, remember? So it is what it is. Yeah, okay, you've accepted. 7 p.m. Remember, that's Eastern Standard Time. K-Murph says Sarah's backing it up. It's 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And Devoured Eagle with another $25 of Mexican money. I don't even know what that is, but we thank you for your kindness. Devoured Eagle says, suffer, Sarah. We'll be fair, and I'll be calm, and, you know, you can have your crystal hippie bitch friend come on if she wants to and yell at me again and call me a misogynist and get the whole story wrong. She didn't even know what was going on here. The end is near beware with $1 I think that's one for the goal. And another one. And another one. Somebody's getting us to the goal. We're going to read that lawyer letter. $1 from the end is near, beware. $1 from the end is near, beware. Another $1 and $1 from Stormcrow, and CSK is here. Thank you, Stormcrow. Says, what did I miss? A lot. Rewind it. The end is near, beware. $1 from the end is near, beware. Thank you. It looks like another goal is here, and now we're going to see the lawyer letter. All right, we'll look at the lawyer letter that she's sending. Yeah. 1 second. All right, 1 second. All right, well, it looks as if, my friends, we have hit another goal. And thank you, everybody, for the kindness, the generosity, and support. And boy, we've got more rolling in, I think. Another goal, yes. Unless the live chats are never in sync. Okay, so we hit the second goal. So let me find this lawyer letter, which her lawyer sent me. And okay, we'll share this tab. So this is the final overtime goal, my friends. Let's fucking go, says RoboNex. Yes, Wilcock will be upset, but it's okay. We'll give him some attention the next night. All right. Yeah. So this was sent to me by Sarah's, I'm going to call it Sarah's alleged lawyer. If he only has a law degree and he's not a lawyer registered to practice law in any state in the country, then I don't believe he's a practicing attorney, but it is what it is. Dear Mr. Gill, and this is what is commonly called an angry lawyer letter, or what I call an angry lawyer letter, thanks to an angry lawyer from New Jersey coined that term, honestly. Shout out to him. I hope he's doing well. Dear Mr. Gill, be advised that I am guiding Miss Sarah R. Adams. Notice he didn't say representing in this matter. We are aware that you have relinquished control of our website and email. For any criminal charges, this is merely the beginning of the mitigation of your legal issues. Additionally, be aware that Miss Adams has retained prominent legal counsel that specializes in criminal law in the UK. One call to her attorney will be the commencement of a long and ugly criminal trial that you will have to endure. Does this sound familiar? Just like David Wilcock accusing of me of criminal activity and saying he's going to get me arrested. But putting it in writing makes these two truly retarded, in my opinion. Because you have delayed in compliance, Miss Adams has added more demands to the non-disclosure cease and desist document. If you sign and return it, there will be a freeze on our legal actions against you. So in other words, they're trying to blackmail him into silence. That's how I'm reading this. But if you don't sign it, or if you sign it and don't comply with the more arduous demands herein, Miss Adams will make the call. Once you have signed, Miss Adams will send you a copy with her signature. We will be sending this letter in various ways to ensure your receipt. Any delay to sign on your part will result in a lawsuit against you. Send the signed document and any replies or questions directly to me at lawyeredup@gmail.com. Sincerely, Patrick Ruiz. Notice he didn't sign this legal letter with a law firm address or a law firm telephone number. This is just a guy that's a fan of hers who happens to have gone to law school, but apparently, last I checked, when he was threatening me with similar threats to this, Remember, the threats that I got were very, very similar to this. They told me they were going to sue me and get me arrested and file restraining orders and all this shit. It's not from a real attorney. It's, this is, I said when she sent me a letter like this that I'd wipe my ass with it and send it back to her. I mean, if you don't have a real attorney with a real law firm and a real, it's just not, it doesn't come across as very credible. Yeah, it's almost midnight here, Dave B. So, yes, TJ Felony, whoever has issues with this show simply hates fun. Well, we try to have fun. So, what do I think of this legal letter? I don't think it holds much weight when it's not signed by an attorney of record of any state in the United States. I don't think this is a real letter from a real attorney. That's my opinion until Sarah proves otherwise. I have a feeling what we're going to get is a lot of excuses, Yeah, I get it, H what up, but we're trying to do our best here. So, but we've had a pretty crazy show. We're gonna try to wrap things up here. Oh yeah, I agree. Calling Taj a meth head without evidence of that is pretty mean. So, look, friends, this show's been going so long that my overlay stopped animating. I don't know why that is, right? What happened there, right? I don't know. Oh, I don't even know how to. Oh, I know how to try to fix that. Yeah, that's so weird. We'll get a different one. That one works, but it's a little effeminate. There we go. I guess I had to be reset. We went so long that the bumper stopped bumpering, All right. We're going to wrap things up here. Your likes are higher than the view count. Suffer, YouTube view count. Suffer. Yeah, this is something else. I don't do illegal things because that would be illegal, and doing illegal things is illegal. Yeah, just to be aware, she's in a police office telling them that I'm gonna illegally release things. If it's legal, I'll do it. I'm not doing anything that's illegal. The bumper stopped bumpering. Yes. Concerned friends can't pretend to be an attorney making fake legal threats. Yeah, that's how I feel about it. So, boy, friends, we've gone above and beyond. Tonight is one of the perfect examples of why you got to tune into Truth Seekers Live, because you never know what the hell is going to happen. This has been a crazy show, and I really enjoyed it. Dog with $4.99 says, if she's really been to Saturn, then she has to know the copper soul. Is that diet? Copper Soul Deer? The Copper Soldier. Okay, yeah. You kind of screwed up writing that. The guy with all the copper around him? Yeah. FOIA request. Yeah, we'll get those reports wherever she's filing them. I'll ask her what jurisdiction she filed them in. I'd love to hear what the police wrote after listening to her nonsensical stories, but it is what it is. And everybody should tune in. Everybody should tune in tomorrow night at 7 p.m. because I have a feeling that's going to be one hell of a howling good time of a show. Because she's spicy. I know her well enough to know she will defend herself. She will not. This is why I'm looking forward to it. She won't rage quit. She will not rage quit. That one thing I'm sure I could yell and scream at her. I don't think she'll rage quit. She's a tough girl. I'll give her that much. She's a tough grifter. Abraham M with 5 says, get felted. You guys got to stop throwing money at me because I really got to wrap things up here. We're over 5 hours. This has been a Sarah R. Adams marathon I didn't mean to be. Great show. Discovered you through DSP Keno Casino stuff. Thanks, Will W. I'm glad you found us. This has been the best YouTube stream ever anywhere. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sometimes things just, the universe, just the things work out. TJ Felony says, if I don't get a gifted membership, I'm going to throw a tantrum. Kevin Alt says, will she call? She's going to appear on video. That's the other thing. No avatars, no calling on the phone. Sarah, you have to be here with me on video. I'm respecting the audience enough to appear on video, and you need to as well. I know you stream. You've been on 100 shows. You could figure it out. I'm just going to send her the invitation link. So, wow, what a great show. And I want to thank everybody for the tremendous support tonight. Do you know that earlier my goal was like, the Sarah story's old, and I don't think a lot of people are going to care about this. If we could just get like $100 in funding for the future shows I'm trying to do tonight, that would be great. We far surpassed it. So thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. And we agreed 7 p.m. Yes, Eastern Standard Time, Sarah. Eastern Standard Time. So whatever time it is in New York City, I'm not far from there. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, we agreed to 7 p.m. And I will agree to be as kind and respectful to you as I could be. And I'll let you speak your piece, but you can't talk over me, and you got to let me speak mine. Well, maybe I'll get a referee. Who knows? It'll be a great show, though. And Sarah, you do owe me. Yeah, Felted Sheet says, "Wait, I can fix her." 7 p.m. sharp, folks. Yes. Kmart says she's an interesting gal. Yeah, I thought so as well. I will give her this. It's pretty good being a fake psychic and actually learning hypnotic induction techniques so you can make people feel physical things. That's a skill. Let's face it. If you want to have a thick skin, when they are fleeced, you got to have a thick skin when you're fleecing the public. Yeah, absolutely. No, Burn Eye. Remember, you were no, man. You're not. No. Put Patrick Ruiz in the chat tomorrow. Yeah. I think he's going to be a little busy doing his own show. Somebody wants PPP to be the referee for this. I don't know, but I know tomorrow night's probably going to be a crazy show that I didn't really sign up for. But when life gives you lemons, you know what they say. You got to make the lemonade. So questions and comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. We'll be wrapping things up shortly here, but I'll share a few more minutes, precious minutes with you. Tomorrow is going to suck for me because it's a half day for my children. They're both, one of them has a half day, which makes the day even harder because you got to get one off the bus early, one off the bus later, and I got to take my older son with me to the bus to get the younger one off the bus. It's just half days are terrible. But some days are really good days, and some days are, I don't want to say bad day, challenging. Tomorrow's a challenging day for me, and I got to get ready for this show tonight. But I'm glad that she's going to take the opportunity. And by the way, anybody that we do a show on, I give them an open door. David Wilcock can come here and tell me his side of the story. Corey Good can. Lou Elizondo, Stephen Greer, Linda Moulton Hale. Very few people actually take me up on that. And I got to say that I respect the people that do. Anjali was one of those people. John Stewart, the Alien Interview hoax promoter, he came on here. Those shows are great. Yeah, I'll be respectful too. And if you want, we'll have some kind of third-party referee that doesn't really know either of us, I don't know. I'll think about it tonight and I'll let you know. But I think we could be civil without a referee, so it'll be fine. But Sarah, you better have screenshots and receipts. Like if you're going to say he stole money out of your account, like we got to see proof of that. If you're going to say he's a meth head, bring your proof of that. Get it all together. You could send it to me on Google Drive and I can share it, or you could share it from your side. We're going to give our audience the whole story. My mom is an energy healer. She never charged anyone $1, and it literally detests those detects who are healthy and who are sick. I'm on your side here. Well, yeah, I understand, but I don't think we're going to have a third party with us. So I don't think we're going to need that, Burnseye. But I appreciate you volunteering, and I'll keep it in mind for future needs for that. Anjali did. She rage quit. Yeah. Are you going to watch David Wilcock's show tomorrow? Well, as much as I can, trolly troll troll. If not, I'll catch the clips. You know, we got to do what we got to do. Yeah. So listen, we have done our due diligence, and more than our due diligence. This has turned into a super long show. I didn't mean it to be, but shit kept happening, and I'm not going to turn the stream off when things are getting spicy. I like spicy, and I'm sure you guys too. So, what can I say, friends? We've done our due diligence. I'll be back tomorrow night at 7 p.m. according to Sarah with Sarah. Now I have to say I'll have a backup show available, so if she no shows or doesn't connect, then we'll do a backup show. I'll have 2 thumbnails ready in case, because sometimes people talk big and then they think about it, sleep on it, and go, "Oh no, I'm not doing that." And I don't want to be standing here with my dick in my hand waiting for her. Wait, that sounded bad. I didn't mean it like that, but you know what I mean. Like, I don't want to be sitting here waiting and then she no shows and then I have no show for tomorrow. You know, this is a part of my income, and tomorrow I'm not going to have a no show. So I'll have a backup just in case. All right, that's fine. Sarah says, I will not ruin the show. I just want to present my side of things truthfully. All right. Well, I'll give you the opportunity. It's called Truth Seekers. If you're the good guy and Taj is the evil manager bad guy, then you can explain that to my audience tomorrow. Bring the receipts. Wilcock was saved by the Archangel Michael via Sarah. Yes, absolutely. Sarah hopes that Patrick Ruiz can get Interpol to arrest you, Stephen. Yeah, that's what happened. She's trying to get me arrested through Interpol somehow. And by the way, we just want to take a moment to thank Winter Soldier, who gifted a subscription over on Kick, and Devoured Eagle, who gifted a subscription. Big support tonight. Thank you guys on Kick. Devoured Eagle, Winter Soldier, Clydesdale, and Me Too XV Real all either subscribed or became a subscriber. Midnight Streams as well. Noise Goblin 123. Thank all of you guys on Kick, because that's an extra paycheck for me that I could really use that extra paycheck every month. So thank you. Yeah. So what can I say, friends? We've more than done our due diligence, and that's really all I got for you. Until tomorrow night. I will be back tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, hopefully to hear Sarah's side of this crazy story. And boy, I'm here for it. I hope you will be, because I'm here for this shit. All right, friends. So that's all I got for you. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.